My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. Notice: intellectual property theft is particularly egregious and equally unlawful where the sole inventor and creator of the intellectual property is the targeted individual. Erica Lorraine Spencer, subject to the unconstitutional and inhumane government system of gang stalking, otherwise referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices, because of which the intellectual property created by the targeted individual, who is, in fact, Erica Lorraine Spencer, as the intellectual property also proves, serves to establish via evidence and expose the existence of criminal surveillance and thus an inherent threat posed by the U.S. government and the civilian population sharing engagement in the unlawful system. Such evidence, that includes all of the content created by Erica Lorraine Spencer, images, videos, audio, etc., belongs solely and entirely to Erica Lorraine Spencer only and is necessarily published online in order to protect her life, safety, and liberty as the targeted individual, who is also the intellectual property owner, no less protected from theft procured through targeting by a public entity. Theft of any intellectual property belonging to Erica Lorraine Spencer, which is necessarily committed while she, being both creator and inventor, remains oppressed by the public entity via criminal surveillance, is a criminal and inhumane means of infringement under all circumstances and not protected nor enforceable pursuant to any invalid or fraudulent acts of copyright, trademarks, patents, etc., including as it pertains to any ideas associated with or generated from the intellectual property or the intellectual property owner, Erica Lorraine Spencer, whether creative, business, or otherwise, nor does the intellectual property owner consent to any such means of infringement and theft. Erica Lorraine Spencer here. The following is an audio version of video evidence that is captured for purposes of mass distribution, which is why I am capturing it and sharing it on the podcast for evidentiary purposes and also to reveal the wealth of documentation that extends beyond what it is that I document on podcasts. Much of the video and images will be published onto the YouTube channel, the P.O.C, and it is also shared on the Google Drive. Again, this is for purposes of revealing what I remain subject to, which is federal group stalking and monitoring. It is a demonic system of state surveillance that the government is practicing in concert with the people of the state, and it should be known and well understood that for the government to engage in federal group stalking and monitoring, this is a crime that is committed with a criminal purpose to threaten the life of an American citizen. This is to conspire to murder and or permanently kidnap an American citizen while engaging in a perpetual sex offense in concert with the people of the state. This is Delta Airlines. And it is 6:04 a.m. Seconds earlier, it's preceded by, this is United Airlines, 6:03 and 16 seconds, and seconds before that is Southwest Airlines, at what is 6:01 a.m. This is called psychopathic pacing. You're looking at the times that they're engaging at 6:01 and 43 seconds, 6:03 and 6 seconds, and this is as they're completing flying past my person. So this is moment by moment planes, over and back and forth and over and back and forth. This is psychopathic pacing by Southwest, by United, and then by Delta. And this is the entity that's doing so at the 6 a.m. hour. And this is the entity that is doing so pursuant to what has nothing to do with planes that are headed to a destination or that are taking off from the Ontario International Airport, meaning they are not flights that have taken off and are in the midst of that takeoff, flying from that airport toward that destination. This is an entity that's engaging in what is planes that originate from what are also assigned terminals at the Ontario International Airport, but they're engaging in what is a deviation to fly northwest over 4 miles, approximately 4 miles northwest, which would be diagonally, and then they're engaging in what is flying in a straight line west over the University of La Verne College of Law, Ontario City Hall, the Ontario Senior Centre, and the Ontario John Stewart Company Senior Citizen Apartment Complexes, moreover at 6 a.m. They are also flying into what is a legally relevant specific type of zone where there will also not be any takeoffs. What you're paying attention to is, first of all, the first plane at 6 a.m. is Southwest Airlines, and the reason why the entity followed with United Airlines, remember, this is real-time monitoring. And this is based on the observed pattern of conduct. This is also relevant to judicially noticed facts. Okay, the entity that is engaging in what is the flights from the airport are not headed, number one, to what is any sort of destination. For example, United Airlines is headed to Houston, Texas, from gate 201, San Francisco is what is at 6 o'clock when there are stalking at 6:03 a.m. And the entity at 6:03 a.m. taking off from the terminals at the airport at 6 a.m. does not result in what is this hovering status over the venue of the senior center, just breaking this down. And this is a matter of judicial notice. This is also relevant to what is diagnosing, okay, because the entity is keeping the evidence against itself under surveillance, and they are deciding to engage in that. And this is relevant to evidence that you also know. The entity engaged in what is stalking for 5 minutes in a helicopter at this same location under the fake moon, which is a part of the same pattern of conduct. And the entity is engaging in what is a highly unpersuasive, highly unintelligent, and very obvious pattern of targeting in a manner that has nothing to do with the operations, as I am also sharing with you, that is clearly not having anything to do with the published operations of the airport versus the gang stalking and surveillance that the airport is engaging in, targeting me with. Okay, that's what's relevant to the psychopathic pacing. Alaska Airlines, which has engaged in gang stalking here, also at 6 a.m., is not headed to Seattle or Honolulu by hovering over the same location. You saw Delta Airlines that has a takeoff from gate 208. They're not headed to Salt Lake City over the Senior Center. This is the entity that's engaging in that ongoing pattern. It is 6:08 a.m. And this is the entity that is by United Airlines engaging in what is that ongoing conduct. Psychopathic pacing, and this is where the fake sun rises and sets. And these are this is the pattern of conduct shared by all of the commercial airline companies that are being federally prosecuted for treason. They're being federally prosecuted for providing the instrumentalities of interstate commerce to the United States government that's engaging in domestic terrorism, which are these commercial airline companies who have employees that are engaged in terrorism in the United States through the formation of those companies, and they are engaging in criminal activity for which they will be federally prosecuted for. They are engaging in that conduct with the knowledge. That's why you have the pattern of conduct underway by the airports. You have John Wayne Airport engaging in targeting me. You have the Los Angeles International Airport gang stalking me. You have the Ontario International Airport gang stalking me. You have the San Bernardino Airport gang stalking me. Cable Airport, which is engaged in the pattern of conduct of gang stalking. The entities engaging in the pattern of conduct, which is going to prosecute the commercial airline companies that are providing commercial airline companies to the U.S. military that don't have any passengers on these planes, that are not going to San Francisco over the senior center, flying miles away from the airport and still hovering, having not conducted any takeoff, doing so while they are engaging in what is those same planes engaging in cartwheels and U-turns. They're doing so under the fake sun and the fake moon, and they're doing so as a pattern of conduct by the airports, as I've documented, outside of even Ontario, California. And it is the prosecution of that entire company. This is the P.O.C. This is an entity that is rising in elevation. Pay attention, because this is what I'm documenting at the Stater Brothers Ontario Village Shopping Center, where they are repeating the same conduct west of this location. And that is Alaska Airlines. This is occurring at what is 6:10 a.m. And the entity is engaging in that pattern of conduct. I just want to be clear. This is the entity that is providing what is the evidence of the pattern of conduct in the face of judicially noticed facts, while they are keeping the evidence against themselves under surveillance. And at 6:10 a.m., the entity maintains no flights on schedule, and it certainly is not taking 10 minutes from the terminals that will have no flights over here. In fact, it is relevant to what it is absolutely a judicially noticed fact. When the entity is engaging what is flights taking off from the airport, there are no planes that are going to be in the sky space northwest of that airport at 2500 Airport Drive, over the City Hall, at 303 East B Street, at the Ontario Senior Center, or at the 280 North Limit Apartments. The entity is engaging what is deviating from the sky space that will have no plane activity and no amplified plane activity. The public nuisance does not exist when, in other words, the commercial airline companies are engaging and actually taking off over the airport and headed to an actual destination, as opposed to targeting in the sky space in the specific environment. And this is a shared pattern of conduct amongst the airports that are serving to prosecute every commercial airline company. This is the pattern of conduct. The entity is sharing this with Los Angeles International Airport, like I documented, in Los Angeles, where LAPD is sharing the pattern of conduct. The U.S. military is sharing the pattern of conduct. And LA has commercial planes flying over the hillside behind my apartment, flying over and around the perimeter, which has nothing to do with the takeoffs from LAX either. This is the P.O.C., and the entity's mentally ill behavior is serving for the diagnosis regarding the psychopathic and antisocial and suicidal tendencies. That's what this is relevant to. This is why the commercial airline companies are being federally prosecuted, and this is also why they are being prosecuted and put out of business. They will first be exhausted financially with regard to damages. While they are witnessing their prosecution, you are looking at the very highly self-detrimental conduct, and this is relevant to the threat, such as flying planes into buildings and into bodies of water and into the ground based on what is being exposed for criminal conduct that you are being held liable for. And this is prosecution of both the government, the United States, and the people of the state, the commercial airline companies who form corporate entities to engage in the pattern of conduct. This is my shadow appearing on the ground at a distance away from me, and this is projected light under a fake sun that is here 12 hours later, which is the specific environment where the commercial airline companies, through the gang stalking pattern that is shown through the airports in Southern California, as I have been subject to the pattern of conduct. In Costa Mesa, that's John Wayne. All right, in Los Angeles, that's Los Angeles International Airport. In Upland, California, that's Cable Airport. The entity engaging what is maintaining aerial surveillance when I'm in Montclair, where there's no airport. These airports are sharing in that pattern of conduct in this specific environment, moreover. And the commercial airline companies, if you did not understand the legal argument provided yesterday, you are all being federally prosecuted, as I'm documenting any commercial airline company gang stalking me with the U.S. military, the suicidal homosexuals who have driven your company, you've driven your company into the ground, and I'm going to exhaust you financially, and then I'm going to criminally prosecute you with the evidence of you gang stalking me, which is gang stalking American citizens and levying war against them. This is P.O.C. It's 6:13 a.m. and this is showing the clear distinction between any destination that an airport is publishing from the airport in Ontario and gang stalking me under the fake sun at 6 a.m. Flying over the Ontario Civic Center. And this is the entity that is providing the ongoing concession, the admission to mental illness. This is the same evidence, the probative value of stalking by helicopter. Stalker. And they're subject to martial law. This is the P.O.C. This is the entity that is indeed gang stalking with the people of the state. And this is a stalker that's a demon that's making a turn when she is monitoring. That's a demon that's monitoring on my device and makes a turn like the coward, the vagina. This is the people of the state that are indeed gang stalking, both seeking to avoid being documented by making a turn. They're still crossing path. They're still stalking in the path. They're still creating light activity. They're still engaged in relevant positioning. They're still under the fake moon at the same location where the fake sun is present. And the entity, just like Southwest Airlines, then United Airlines, then Delta Airlines, then United Airlines are engaging in psychopathic pacing in the specific environment.
And monitor.
This is what the entity is doing, what I'm documenting.
At 4th Street and Euclid Avenue, stalking by helicopter and all those license plates, they're being federally prosecuted while they are stalking as a mentally ill population. This is relevant to what is, again, the judicial notice. This is the specific environment. That's the fake moon. This is the targeting by the U.S. military that's doing the same thing while they're engaging in psychopathic pacing in commercial planes. Where the entities engaging in that in the specific environment in concert with the people of the state. This is that.
So I just want you to see, this is the entity doing laps around me, psychopathic behavior, in a helicopter. Both are features regarding the ingredients, if you will, of diagnosing the mentally ill that are engaged in gang stalking.
Entities engage in this while they are, again, very much suicidal. And this is the entity that is posing a threat to themselves and the public, all right? The entities engaging in this under what is the fake sun during the day. This is where the fake sun rose, and this is where the fake moon is, where the surveillance is underway by the entity. This is people. This is the entity that is subject to federal prison. Like I stated, Myra and Mickey are employees at the OVITT Family Community Library engaged in years of surveillance.
The entity engaging in this horrific, barbaric act of terrorism in plain view, and then engaging in what is ongoing, obvious targeting through the commercial planes in the obvious specific environment where they are keeping that evidence against itself under surveillance and still deciding to do so the next day, like those that wear diapers and consume their feces, like those that are engaging in suicidal behavior, such as crashing planes into Twin Towers in New York, such as killing celebrities such as Mr. Bryant in helicopters, while they are engaging in the pattern of conduct and flying planes into buildings such as UPS in Kentucky, such as flying planes into military helicopters on the East Coast, and the entity maintaining that pattern of conduct with both eyes open while they are being prosecuted. This is the entity that's going to be civilly and criminally prosecuted and permanently landed in order to protect the American people.
Multiple planes, as I'm documenting, under the specific environment, circumstances of a fake sun, of engineer light. This is P.O.C. This is what the entity is doing with Delta Airlines, with Southwest Airlines, American Airlines, Amazon Prime Air, FedEx, UPS.
The entity then engages in what is flying in circles, which I'm documenting for a prolonged, and then flying over the top of the
This is the entity that's providing evidence. They're going straight to prison, they being the people of the state. So, this is the entity that's providing evidence. It's going on the internet, and these are the mental.
This is the entity that's doing this at 10:14 at night, and this is while the entity is monitoring evidence. Remember, it's relevant to monitoring me. So as I look at the plane schedule about Southwest Airlines, that comes from Terminal 4. Terminal 4 does not have any planes that are going to hover over or be anywhere in the sky space. There is no elevation, even though I've documented varying elevations, that's going to result from coming from the Ontario International Airport, where you are flying at a heightened elevation, where I can't hear you, or where you're hovering and you're amplifying plane activity. But it is also relevant because you're analyzing that. When you're coming from the same airport, but you're at two varying different elevations, the entity is gang stalking under all circumstances. There is no plane activity that's going to occur. Moreover, in this zoning area where even the senior citizens are present, and you are not flying in helicopters like I'm documenting at 10 o'clock at night, and doing so with commercial planes like I'm documenting at 6 o'clock in the morning. Moreover, in the environment where the fake sun rises and sets, and this is prosecuting the U.S. government with judicially noticed facts. This is the P.O.C. This is the prosecution of the people of the state. Stalking on the roads and the highways, stalking by residents is what I'm documenting, stalking by crossing path, walking their dogs under the fake sun and the fake moon. This is the P.O.C. at 6:19 a.m. It is Sunday, May 31st, 2026, and this is the prosecution of the people of the state. I will prosecute every employee. Understand, this is the ability to prosecute domestic terrorists who are throughout the country engaging in, through the formation of corporations, targeting American citizens nationally with the U.S. military. That also makes it national. They are going across the globe as well with these commercial airline planes as a means of targeting people in other nations where they are engaging in this inhumane and unlawful pattern of conduct against those that are highly unsophisticated with regard to what the U.S. military is doing, what the United States is doing to them with companies like Delta Airlines, United Airlines, Alaska Airlines that are gang stalking people across the globe. This is the prosecution that is serving to prosecute for treason, and I will also civilly prosecute you. While you target me, you are targeting a living war against an American citizen, and you are being subject to a prosecution while I legally analyze your criminal activity while you sit at a chair as a shareholder, as a company employee, as a CEO, and I'm prosecuting you. Understand how you are engaged in criminal activity, and you are directly tied to the criminal conduct that I'm subject to in Ontario, California. This is P.O.C. It is currently 6:20 a.m. All right, I just want you to see very quickly the pathetic conduct of the suicidal and the very much mentally disturbed gang stalkers, terrorists. This is, again, the mentally incompetent make up the U.S. military, which is a threat to the United States, especially while they are engaging in terrorism against American citizens. And remember, this is not only physically levying war by stalking, it's also psychological warfare, which the mentally incompetent, such as the U.S. military, are no formidable adversary. But this is what the ordinary target individual is inundated and overwhelmed with, and that is where the threat is. Never mind the fact that it is laughable to me, it's pathetic to me. This is clearly incriminating conduct. That's a matter of judicial notice. You're not headed to a destination, you're not engaging in a takeoff, you're stalking. And guess what else is? So is when Southwest Airlines, when Alaska Airlines, when Delta Airlines, when United Airlines, when Frontier Airlines, when Amazon Prime, when FedEx are engaging in the same. Okay? That's the POC. I went into this. The entity is engaging what is maintaining more than one, this is at a higher elevation, plane activity, and then this is dipping and diving, all manner of this plane activity over this area. Paul Leon is being prosecuted in the same way that he's being prosecuted by, at 10:38 p.m., the utility vehicle, by the African American, the very mentally deranged stalker that comes to engage in what is this conduct, stalking me with light. After the entity engages in that documented act of terrorism of flying in circles over me, targeting me, just like United Airlines is targeting right now. And they're doing so last night under the fake moon. This is stalking with light, and that's what the city of Ontario provided a utility vehicle of the city late in the middle of the night just to sit here. There was nothing that he was doing. He did absolutely nothing. Okay? Pulling out a spray bottle, watering the grass, squeegeeing the doors, going and checking the locks is nothing other than form. He was stalking with light, where the entity is stalking like you see here. And United Airlines and UPS are engaged in the same pattern of conduct, regardless of which logo is used to engage in a cartwheel. The entity is very mentally deranged, and their deranged mental illness is what is used to prosecute them. Remember, their mental illness is psychopathic. So this is not the inability to appreciate the criminality, or the fact that it is that which is undesirable, or the fact that it is going to harm other people that you're unintentionally engaging in. It is psychopathic with regard to being literally satiated by the behavior, engaging in what is even taking pride and ownership in this pattern of conduct, one that is gratified by engaging in it, and doing so, engaging in it in the ways in which they do, because of the positions where they assume that they will get away with it. This mental illness is a matter of what is public information, and it's speaking to what is necessarily being identified in order to prosecute and diagnose and to neutralize the threat by those who are mentally ill engaging in the criminal pattern of conduct. There is no defense regarding the mental illness, and it is intentional. Mental illness and intent coexist with the psychopathic disorder. This is the POC. It is currently 6:40 a.m. That was the entity that you're not forgetful is doing a cartwheel, and then the next plane is flying over in the same, and neither one of them are headed to a destination. Okay, and it's a shared pattern of conduct with the state, where all the airports are engaging in that. And this is the ongoing decline of the commercial airline companies that can no longer provide what is a mask for the United States, engaging in surveillance. In fact, it is showing the people of the state, just like the gang stalkers that fill the libraries stalking me, gang stalking, the commercial means of gang stalking, that is domestic terrorism, are through the corporate entities. And those that are providing the instrumentalities of interstate commerce are being federally prosecuted as terrorists and sex offenders, which they are, keeping my vagina under surveillance while the mentally ill fly those logos, and I prosecute and exhaust financially those same logos. This is P.O.C. It is 6:41 a.m. under the fake sun at the OVITT Family Community Library. It is currently 6:46 a.m. This is relevant analysis regarding all that an entity, in the same way that teams up to rob a bank, has teamed up to engage in domestic terrorism of one person, an American citizen, which is a pattern, while the world, that includes the United States of America, and the United States, within the jurisdiction of the U.S., engages in targeting anyone within that population. So I am documenting, I am advocating on behalf of American citizens who have a constitutional and human right to not be subject to terrorism by their own government in furtherance of murdering them, stealing from them, in furtherance of psychologically torturing them, to deconstruct them as a person, to decimate them psychologically, and to do so before the world on the dark web, which is what the United States military engages in and facilitates for profit, okay? And doing so as the demon possessed. And this is relevant for assessing what a court and what the federal law is concerned with, the behavioral health issue that is inherent to demon possession. And this is getting to mental illness and diagnosing it as a matter of tangible evidence, not as any means of any Salem witch hunt. Everyone can see the fake sun. Everyone can see the fake moon, and it is indeed fake. This is not the natural environment. It is impossible, and science also aids in reaching that reasonable and obvious conclusion. Everyone is aware of the engineered light, what sunlight does not do, and what this light is doing while I am in this environment, while I'm subject to this targeting by the people of the state and by the U.S. that is acting. And I want to be clear, I'm speaking in the broad general terms. The city of Ontario, the city of Upland, the city of Fontana, the cities, in other words, as I'm documenting the state of California, this is the U.S. It is the United States government's pattern of conduct. And so that's what I mean. That is all inclusive when I refer to the U.S. Engaging in targeting in that specific environment, and engaging in the behavioral health, as I've shown, which is psychopathic. Okay, it is the direct opposite of what the gang members anticipated. It only is working when that government remains corrupt. This is not the case because I am obviously achieving justice. So this is requiring that there is a feature, an aspect within this government that is not compromising justice, that is not contending with our enemies and targeting American citizens, but providing justice and restoring the dignity to American citizens and protecting them. All right, while the same U.S. government is levying war against them. This is, again, I want to be clear. I hope that you understand the bigger picture, which is unfortunate. The U.S. government is contending with itself. And this is, I just want to be clear, the United States of America is not going to last, and there is nothing scriptural that states that that was ever going to be the case. But you are looking at this is the precursor, these are the symptoms of what is a nation that is designed to be destroyed, and it has destroyed itself, just to be clear. We cannot blame outsiders that will be instrumental in the destruction of this country. It is this country that has aided in, especially with regard to the leadership and the potential of this country to overwhelm its enemies, but that would have required what is not being at the same level as them, which makes us vulnerable to them, contrary to what the wicked, to what the materialistic, those that have a price, and those that have a price are in positions of leadership over this country. And when you have that price, that is sacrificing the entire country. These are things that, and these are prospects that they do not consider. They don't have this wisdom. They are not thinking in future terms. They're only thinking about lining their pockets and protecting themselves with regard to finances, which is not ultimate protection. And it does have a conclusive, decisive end, and it is to the detriment of even those that have enriched themselves. But nonetheless, you're talking about the prospects of this country. And this is speaking to domestic terrorism, where the government has to prosecute itself, when the government is prosecuting its own military force for targeting its own citizens. This is the end of that country. A house divided cannot stand. This is inevitable. Okay, but I'm going to return to the legal argument. But this is the end of, as you are witnessing, when you have demons that have maintained what is a specific environment over us so that you do not know the times that we're in. When the Lord God who created everything has darkened the sky space, and they tried to hide that by putting a fake sun over all of us. And that's a fake sun over you in Memphis, Tennessee, and out in Missouri, out in Texas. There are multiple. This is an illusion that we're all under. The illusion is relevant to what is real: witchcraft, spiritual darkness, demons, Satan, that is a spirit. Okay, the prince of the air. Okay, but it's an illusion with regard to what is real, what is possible to naturally occur. It's not possible to naturally occur that you're levitating in the sky, all right? But you're talking about demons, and these are things that you will witness one day. Okay, but for now, this is not a Salem witch hunt, and this is a prosecution based on facts, tangible evidence, submissible in a courtroom to prosecute with what you prove. Okay, this is all proven with tangible evidence, that which is even demonic and supernatural. And it is relevant to the behavioral health issues presented by those who are demon possessed, which is also proven through that tangible evidence. In fact, it is a matter of judicial notice what the environment does do naturally and what it does not do naturally, which we all understand, including even children at the 5th grade, 4th grade level. Okay, so I just want to make sure that that is understood. It is also unreasonable to contend that that population that is engaging in that behavioral health issue that is presented by that population, the indifferent, ongoing, ignorant, nonchalant, the behavior of those that are in that environment, in that chaotic environment, in that disruptive environment, in that supernatural environment, and yet behave as though they are oblivious to it. Or to the equal opposite, or where you saw yesterday, the entity that's monitoring the evidence is failing at engaging in the opposite of exhibiting mental illness by indifference. You are then making unfounded assumptions, which is also proving that you are targeting and you are mentally ill. Because it is psychotic to engage in seeking to project what is your criminal conduct, your targeting conduct on someone else. You are literally seeking to suggest that the targeted individual is targeting you while you are there literally by making those unfounded allegations, while you are using it at the same time simultaneously engaging in the pattern of conduct. And that is your tactic of trying to subvert attention. That is absolutely that's the psychopath. And that is not the opposite of the indifferent behavior, which is very much mentally ill and disturbing conduct by a population. Everyone's going around, the sky is falling, and everyone's acting like they don't see it. Those are the gang members. Okay, it has the exact opposite affect of what the gang members presuppose would be the case, and that's because they required the federal government to remain corrupt. This is how you have people that are perfectly sane, kidnapped in facilities against their will and being drugged, being raped, also being murdered. This is requiring the government to be corrupt. That's how that happens. That is the only way that happens, because any competent person within the medical field would recognize, they would stop that ongoing cooperative act. It's impossible to engage in this pattern of conduct without being a part of it. And that's why no one is getting away with it. And I have proven through tangible evidence, and I've established that pattern of conduct, that if you have any part in it, regardless of whether you acknowledge it or not, regardless of whether you acquiesce with regard to conceding knowledge and intentionally engaging in it, you will be prosecuted in a strict liability basis. That is not only logical, it is literally the pattern of conduct with regard to evidence and suggesting it. You're not ignorantly engaging in that. As a lawyer working at the courtroom under the fake sun, you're being prosecuted. All right, the entities engaging in that, you're not being ignorantly or accidentally or engaging in that which you are ignorant of, while you are utilizing any means of any professional training or any license or certificate, kidnapping and criminally defaming the targeted individual, which is what you're doing while you're claiming that you're their nurse, that they are their patient, that you have assessed them, that you have any right to even be in their presence and view them, while you are under the fake sun at that medical facility, and you are being federally prosecuted. Okay, this is the entity that, and this is how you're breaking down what is a malicious system. And so since the entity is so corrupt, this is what they do. Oh, they engage in targeting and then nobody knows anything about it. Okay, well, the diagnosis for that is prosecuting with tangible evidence, showing that it is a seamless, ceaseless pattern of conduct that is necessitating cooperative engagement where you cannot possibly be ignorant, nor is your ignorance even that which is anything other than the pattern of conduct. In fact, it is a part of the pattern of conduct to feign ignorance even when it is untenable, which will be the evidence used against you to have you committed. And that is whether you have the MD behind your name, be prepared to be committed. You demonstrate mental illness, you're not going to be treated differently under the law. In fact, those that are mentally ill are the very ones that are criminally defaming other people. When you're wearing police uniforms and you're engaging in what is the documented P.O.C. and you behave in it, I just want to be clear, you will not be treated differently under the law. This is the ability to accurately assess and place into, that is neutralize the threat, those that are in fact mentally ill. The behavioral health issues such as gang stalking doctors, gang stalking nurses, gang stalking hospitals filled with terrorists, filled with psychopaths, gang stalking police officers and sheriffs, gang stalking courtrooms, lawyers and judges that are this mentally ill population strategically placed to target American citizens like myself. I hope that you are prepared for that, because that is exactly what is happening while you're witnessing it on social media, and that's exactly what's going to happen under the law. And this will not be a basis of targeting while you are perfectly sane. It's the exact opposite. It's putting the mentally ill exactly where they belong while they seek to fill these facilities with those that they have targeted based on envy, based on specific knowledge, while they're monitoring spirits, knowing exactly how advanced, knowing how capable they are to even do the jobs that those that are targeting them are not engaging in, because you are not under the law engaging in the practice of medicine. Be prepared to lose your license. You're not engaged in the lawful practice of medicine. This is the entity that has no idea and cannot contemplate. They cannot fathom. They do not understand or comprehend how gang stalking me by commercial planes is going to affect your medical license at the Arrowhead Regional Medical Center. They have not understood that. They don't understand how gang stalking me by helicopter at the OVITT Family Community Library and following me into Upland, stalking me by helicopters is going to, under the fake sun and with the fake moon, etc., is going to affect your ability to remain seated on the bench as a judge at the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. They have not understood that. And that's because they are being prosecuted. It's happening to the wicked, while they've been engaged in targeting innocent people across the globe, because this is international. But it is, and it does. And there is a clear nexus. It is the pattern of conduct. And the entity will be subject to what are commitments, involuntary commitments, as you are actually, in fact, mentally ill by virtue of your criminal pattern of conduct and the malicious guise under which you engage in that, such as feigning to be in the medical field, one that is showing compassion, engaging in healing, concerned about the welfare of another, doing what is best for them, based on what they are actually struggling with, suffering from, what you're actually diagnosing, when in fact you're engaging in a criminal pattern of conduct that is facilitating the ongoing surveillance system that is underway even in that medical office that you are standing in. That's psychotic. Only Satan. All of Satan's minions, I hope. You're not prepared, but I keep saying this because I am so serious. All of Satan's minions in all of the areas where you have targeted with a government maintaining surveillance. It is your turn. You have been identified and you will be put in the places, in the facilities where you belong. P.O.C. It's 6:59 a.m. That's Delta Airlines at 7:02 a.m. And that's a demon that's operating what is a company that's going to be federally prosecuted for the criminal pattern of conduct. Delta Airlines is monitoring, so this is relevant to the exact point that I'm going to make. Delta is and by monitoring, yes, they're monitoring by engaging in relevant positioning, light activity and audible activity, engaging in the psychopathic behavior, even in the face of being prosecuted and proven as engaging in gang stalking me, including through companies, which is showing that the people of the state are indeed engaged. All the entity is doing is confirming the allegations, but nonetheless, Delta Airlines is specifically stalking and monitoring based on monitoring what it is that I'm doing on my phone and monitoring what it is anticipating that I'm going to discuss. And this is a perfect segue into what it is that I am going to discuss, because the people of the state, such as the commercial airline planes, are being federally prosecuted for the totality of the pattern of conduct, just like any couple going into robbing a bank together. Okay, this is the entity engaged in what is a cartwheel. These are the mentally ill that engage in this conduct while the evidence is still going to come out, okay? Those are the mentally ill. All right, doing a cartwheel, and neither was Delta Airlines going anywhere either. So this is the entity that is monitoring me, and this is showing the ongoing targeting, which is the entity that is going to be federally prosecuted for the totality. So I just want to be clear, Delta Airlines is not only being federally prosecuted for the conspiracy to murder me by providing instrumentalities of interstate commerce, such as commercial airline planes, which is highly malicious, i.e. mentally ill. The level of evil behind that, the level of treachery behind that with regard to making a dollar, and claiming that you're engaged in transactions with the military and you don't know what they do with your planes is highly unpersuasive. Okay, you know exactly what's going on with your planes. In fact, you're paid with regard to what happens with your planes and what airports use them, and so do the airports, and so does the those that are policing the air, if you will, that are maintaining ongoing surveillance as well. But the entities engage in this with regard to what is the acknowledgement of, remember, this is mentally ill behavior. So while the entity is fearful, Alaska Airlines is stalking by hovering, and they're not going to, by the way, they're not going to San Francisco or Honolulu or Seattle. They're not going to none of those destinations while they're stalking. And as you hear that rapid succession of planes, it's based on the entity that is indeed monitoring me, which is exactly what they're doing, which is exactly what they'll be held liable for while they're sharing in the pattern of conduct. If you don't want it to be prosecuted for felony murder when your partner kills somebody in the midst of that inherently violent crime of robbing a bank, then you shouldn't be robbing banks, and you shouldn't be robbing banks with that person, with any person, because you are being prosecuted for everything that is underway during the course of that robbery. It is the same with regard to a prosecution for domestic terrorism with, moreover, the U.S. government. And the Delta Airlines, the commercial airline companies, are being prosecuted in the same way that they are monitoring while they are being analyzed, monitoring while they're being documented. The entities engaging in what is psychopathic behavior, so you're listening to, because this is the entity behaving in that mentally ill manner. That's the same UPS, by the way. UPS did a flip the other time, did a cartwheel. Now UPS is hovering over, just like United Airlines and Southwest Airlines and Delta Airlines. And UPS would like to be a distraction, but it's the perfect segue, because the entity is engaging in what is monitoring, and they are monitoring while the people of the state that are stalking, walking in this sidewalk, stalking me, sitting next to me, the druggies, the crackheads, the prostitutes that are gang stalking me. And don't be deceived, because those that are registered nurses, that's supposed to be some sort of difference. They're supposed to be higher up on some sort of gang stalking scale, because they're not sleeping outside and shooting up crack and sniffing cocaine, which is not necessarily the case, by the way. They are engaging in what is barely functioning as drug addicts and still going to work as RNs while gang stalking me. But I'm going to digress. But the entity engages in gang stalking through every profession, as I've shown, including those that are MDs, those that are RNs, those that are JDs, if you will, attorneys, esquires, that are judges, that are politicians, that are government officials, the mayors, the governor, the the department heads, the sheriff's deputies under the sheriff, the police officers under the police chief, the firefighters under the fire chief, all of whom are sharing in the pattern of conduct, including those that are targeting with Tracy Banks, targeting with Frenetta Base, targeting with Stater Brothers, targeting with 7-Eleven employees, targeting with Starbucks baristas who are engaged in poisoning my food, targeting with those that are stalking around me at nightfall and putting needles in my feet, putting foreign objects in my body, poisoning me in order to then engage in what is this ongoing satanic ritual, the mentally ill conduct of corrupt companies like Delta Airlines and UPS and Southwest Airlines. And where a company is engaged in what is mentally ill conduct as a corporation, as a group, in other words, as an entity, that company will merely be shut down as a threat, a national security threat. That's what's happening. And that's what you just literally listen while plane after plane after plane, Delta Airlines, Alaska Airlines, and UPS are engaged in psychopathic pacing based on monitoring me. Do you understand what monitoring is? Monitoring is when you are subject to what is surveillance. As I've proven it with tangible evidence, you are subject to surveillance when you're looking at YouTube videos on the internet and you're reacting to them, having any thoughts about them. What your thoughts are, what you're thinking is all under surveillance. You're being monitored by demonic spirits. So Satan is monitoring you. That is your thoughts. That is what you're preparing to say, is anticipated by demons who are also stalking physically in the specific environment. And this is how you are able to prosecute the demon possessed that are monitoring with tangible evidence as they violate federal stalking statute, Title 18, Section 2261A, subsections 1 and 2, engaging in surveillance, proven through that specific environment, while they're also engaging in that, utilizing instrumentalities of interstate commerce, planes, helicopters, trains, the roads and the highways, the internet, cell phones, communication devices, where they're engaging in that P.O.C. while they're monitoring you. And that's what the entity just engaged in right now, as monitoring that is mentally ill. Demons that are engaging in what are flying planes as well. Okay. This is what the people of the state are while they sit around acting as though nothing is happening, and they're sharing in the pattern of conduct like you see now. Crossing path while the entity is engaging in what is another cartwheel over the senior center. The entity is engaging in what is monitoring, as I am reminding you that Delta Airlines is not only going to be compensating me with regard to what is levying war against me. That is treason that Delta Airlines is engaging in. And Delta Airlines is doing so while they are in violation of RICO, but they are in violation of Article 3, Section 3 of the Constitution, because they do so with those that are across the globe, watching, not only viewing this criminal conduct, this inhumane, ongoing targeting system on the dark web, which the entity profits from, which is criminal activity against Delta Airlines. They are engaging in facilitating the ongoing inhumane treatment of an American citizen with whom they have conspired to murder with the very U.S. that is driving their company into the ground, stalking me using those planes. There are no passengers on Delta airline planes that are engaging in cartwheels, that are stalking me at San Antonio and J Street under the fake sun at 4:30 in the afternoon, where in the same city the fake sun is still over me. There's no passengers on those planes where they are hovering throughout the city, where they're moreover engaging in what is nothing other than U-turns and also cartwheels, like I'm stating. There's no passengers on those planes where they are deviating from the airport like Delta Airlines is and monitoring me with regard to what is anticipating what I'm about to say as I legally analyze them on a podcast, that Delta Airlines is keeping under surveillance. And Delta Airlines is indeed keeping it under surveillance while they provide Delta Airlines commercial planes to the homosexuals who are stalking me in them. That's why Delta Airlines provided those planes to the U.S. military, because Delta Airlines intended at the outset to provide a mask to the terrorists who are the United States government, the United States military, which therein is the people of the state's role in terrorism with the government. And Delta Airlines is nothing other than a commercial means of the same terrorism as the broke drug addicts that are gang stalking while crossing paths with their dogs, with their demon-possessed babies and strollers, and while they're trash digging and stalking me and sitting next to me in Ontario, California. This is the same pattern of conduct. It's the same vicarious engagement in the P.O.C. While they are providing the instrumentalities of interstate commerce, such as the commercial plane, they are gang stalking and furtherance of murder. And while they are engaging in what is crossing path in the specific environment, they are aiding and engaging in that conspiracy to murder in the same way, whether they have $1 or whether they have 300 million of them, like Delta Airlines, which is going to be drained for their engagement in terrorism across the globe, let alone in the United States of America, which is proven while the U.S. military uses Delta airline planes to monitor me, which is what is going on when the entity engages in a series of planes at the moment that I start recording, because they're monitoring spirits. And you're subject to monitoring on the internet. You're subject to monitoring while you're in use of your devices. You're subject to monitoring in your home while you're sitting in your bathtub, while even you're giving your children baths. While you're walking around in your home without any clothes on, which you have a right to do, you're being monitored, which is the government that is a sex offender. And so are the people of the state. You have companies like Amazon Prime and Delta Airlines, United Airlines, that know what you look like in the nude. And based on their engagement in this criminal pattern of conduct, they have access to information and surveillance where they can just go back and look at you, where they particularly have a liking to you as you are under surveillance like everyone else. Those are sex offenders that have the ability to do so while they are the demon-possessed engaging in the surveillance system. This is what Jason Isaac Fields is. All right, this is what the entity that is gang stalking me with regard to that pattern of conduct that is shared. And Delta Airlines, as I'm stating, shall be federally prosecuted for the perpetual sex offense that is underway in every bathroom, as I've shown, where your genitalia is under surveillance. Delta Airlines is being prosecuted for sex trafficking. While this sex offender, Jason Fields, is obsessed with my vagina that he should not have any intel on, but he does while he obsesses over me sexually with my incestuous mother, Tracy Banks, whom he has had years of a sexual relationship with, a commitment, in fact, while they share in that incestuous sexual activity together, which is psychotic and mixed together, sexually perverted. Okay, that's a level of mental illness that the medical profession has not diagnosed before. And that's because they've been distracted with this corrupt surveillance system serving to kidnap perfectly sane individuals. All right, the entities engaging in this pattern of conduct, and Delta Airlines will be federally prosecuted for conspiring murder, for the perpetual sex offense, for sex trafficking, for engaging in what is attempted murder, for the poison that I'm subject to while the entity is stabbing my feet with needles. Understand the entity that is engaging in what is the pattern of conduct with commercial planes is being prosecuted. Like I said at the outset, everything that I am documenting, including those that are going to prison for being in the food industry and gang stalking me, Delta Airlines is being federally prosecuted for it as well. Understand that, because the demons that are monitoring me and engaging in what is psychopathic pacing, like you just heard 12 minutes ago, they are very much engaged in what is monitoring and anticipating that. And while they do, they are exhibiting mental illness. No sane person or people or criminal, set of criminals, because you can be a criminal and not be absurdly psychotic. The entity is both. They are engaging in the pattern of conduct while they are keeping the evidence against them under surveillance, and they decide to engage in more of it. More of that which is mentally deranged, demonstrating the fact that involuntary commitments are absolutely called for here for the protection of themselves and the public, because while the mentally ill harm themselves, the psychopaths that are stalking in planes and helicopters and as a population, they intend to hurt other people while they hurt themselves. Hence involuntary commitments in martial law and the removal of companies such as Delta Airlines. This is P.O.C. It is currently 7:16 a.m. (7:25 a.m.) The entity is monitoring while I'm uploading video from stalking me last night. And they're doing so while the entity engages in what is ongoing criminal summoning in the background, sounding sirens in the background, and after that, ongoing that surveillance by the city of Ontario that do not have legitimate emergency services. They're not engaged in emergencies as police that are learning. You see them, they're engaged in surveillance. It's audible activity. It's psychopathic behavior with which they will be, the ways in which they've maliciously engaged in that, wearing those uniforms, is the evidence that's going to have them committed. They're engaging in monitoring with Southwest Airlines, who is stalking right now. It is currently 7:26 a.m. They're monitoring what it is that I'm doing, which is uploading. I'm taking a screenshot The entity is monitoring my uploads of the videos from May 30th, 2026. The video at 10:37 a.m., the video at 10:14 p.m., and the video at 10:47 p.m. of the entity stalking me by the City of Ontario employee that went out of his way to engage in what is stalking you with light, which is mentally deranged behavior. He is doing that in the middle of the night, and he was not laughing when he did that. And he was engaged in what is stalking with the entity that flew in circles over me as I documented for 5 minutes in concert with the people of the state under the fake moon, in doing so at the same venues: John Stewart Company, Senior Citizen Apartment Complex, Metro 102 Apartments, the University of Laverne College of Law, the Downtown Ontario Luxury Apartments, Sarah's Regis Group is what that is, and the Ontario Town Square Townhomes, all of which I've documented engaged in gang stalking me at the law school, at Metro 102, at Ontario Town Square Townhomes, at Downtown Ontario Luxury Apartments, and the Senior Citizen Apartment Complex. I've documented each of these venues gang stalking, and they're also gang stalking while I'm at the OVITT Family Community Library, and they're in relevant position, and I'm subject to gang stalking in the specific environment where they are surrounding stalking in the path by virtue of place of residence, or while they're traveling on the roads and highways, while the entity is maintaining aerial surveillance, they are gang stalking. This is the P.O.C. It's currently 7:27 a.m. Harassment while you're being documented. That's what's standing in my face taking pictures. These are the demons that are frustrated because they're being exposed for gang stalking. This is the same property where the entity stalked me by helicopter. Okay, walking on the property. You already know that the entity is stalking me by helicopter. He is engaging in surveillance. This is a mentally ill psychopath. Henry Kapoya Apartments. All right, this is the P.O.C. This is the entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct while they're together. While you're looking at the fake sun, this is the entity that's harassing and monitoring as one. And then as you're documenting them harassing and they're engaging in that audible activity creation. This is the pattern of conduct. This is the entity that's engaging in that. That's apartment number 214. This is the P.O.C. This is the entity that's engaging in that conduct together as one. These are the demons that are engaged in that. I'm documenting all their license plates. This is the same entity that stalked me by helicopter at 12 o'clock at night in the engineered environment, and the entity's doing so. I'm documenting their license plates, and I'm documenting their apartment numbers as well. This is the P.O.C. This is the entity. I'm going to prosecute this property. They're all going to prison already. They were stalked with helicopter, and this is confirmation. They're going to prison. This is the P.O.C. This is the entity that's engaging that as one, and while they're monitoring, the fake sun's no longer over there. This whole part, Henry Kapoya, they're going to prison, all of them. The entity was right here at 12 o'clock in the morning, stalking by helicopter, and she's referring to the gang stalkers that were stalking in helicopter, Ontario police, and she's already in position, coming outside and making assumptions. What are you doing here? I'm going to call the police, while their other third party is harassing, and this is monitoring by a demon. And these are the demons, the people of the state, the demon possessed, that are having a freak out. They're freaking out while they're documenting, and because they're freaking out, they're going to be committed and they're going to prison. That's the pattern of conduct. This is P.O.C. The entities engage in that conduct together as one, and this is the exact, I will attach that video. While you're listening to that and you're looking at the behavior, that third party was in my face, following me around in the parking lot, and runs into this property. And then the neighbor that's gang stalking with him comes outside engaging in what is harassment as one. This is the pattern of conduct of those that are very much engaged in the shared P.O.C. This was the property that I documented, 210 and 220. This is on what is Palm Avenue and D Street. Yeah, Palm Avenue and D Street. And this is the entity that's engaged in that P.O.C. where they're stalking by helicopter, and at nightfall, my shadow was appearing on these apartments. They're going to prison, okay? And while I'm on the sidewalk, at number 214, they're all going to prison at this property, all of them. They're all going to federal prison. This is the entity that's engaged in that P.O.C., and this is the entity that cannot silently be documented for the ongoing criminal activity that they know that they're guilty for. While I'm walking through any location and I'm in custody of my phone, you're watching them behave as those that are guilty and are very much fearful of the consequences. Stalking with the Ontario police under the fake sun, whom she is referring to while she is monitoring, which is on video while I'm on this street at 12 o'clock in the morning, and they're gang stalking like they are now. This is the pattern of conduct. This property property is going to prison, all of them. She just engaged in, and that other third party engaged in conduct, and they're already subject to prison because I'm subject to terrorism by helicopter at this very facilitating venue. Okay, the entity's engaging in nothing other than what is harassment while you're documenting. You're not engaging in terrorism in the United States and then harassing that target individual to obstruct justice because you don't like being prosecuted as the terrorist that you are. Those are the ones that are subject to commitments. This is the entity coming out of her door, speaking to one that she knows is documenting, and she should not know that but for see, okay? The entity's engaging in that, and they're doing that with the third party who was documented in my face with this communication device. These are the license plates on the property. See? License 8 Larry Zebra Thomas 877. License plate 9 Thomas Frank 093. License plate LETHG. License plate. They're all going to prison. All of them. License plate 9 KUT 571. This is the third party who was gang stalking, having his phone out while they're stalking in the path, and they're engaging in what is proving that they're stalking by being in my path and taking a picture of me documenting them. That's my evidence, and it's your ongoing admission that you're gang stalking. Those are the unintelligent ones. They're all going to prison over here. License 9BMM578. He's threatening together while the entity is monitoring. He's surrounding with a Latino male at the back of the parking lot, a psychopath who just engages in, what are you doing, what are you doing? I'm walking and taking pictures, absolutely. And then he engages in following me while I'm walking. And so I follow him onto the property where I'm documenting the government, not any private property, while they exploit that constitutional right that they don't maintain. But that's okay because I'm going to document it. They're going to prison for that. That's what's relevant behind what is coming out of number 214. That's P.O.C. And Ontario police are on video. They were monitoring the whole time. They conspicuously crossed path in this video on what is Euclid Avenue. Okay, this is P.O.C. I want to capture this because they're all going to prison. That's what's happening here. This entire property. They are all speaking as one in the same way that they're all gang stalking as one, and they thought that they were getting away with it in the middle of the night at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Henry Apartments is being prosecuted, the company, and every resident is going to federal prison. And any immigrants that are here, they're being deported. While their gang stalking neighbors prosecute all of them by every syllable coming out of their mouth. They don't have any private property rights while they're engaging in the public P.O.C., which is proven by the specific environment that I'm documenting right now and that I documented at 12 o'clock in the morning and that I'm documenting while the entity flew in circles over my head right here at this property. This is the pattern of conduct, and they will be subject to involuntary commitments. This is P.O.C. I documented every license plate in that parking lot, and it is currently 8:40 a.m. These are the casualties of gang stalkers while they're being prosecuted, domestic enemies of this country. All right. And they're engaging in what is targeting and harassing the person that's prosecuting them. Very imprudent conduct. The person that's providing that evaluation regarding their severe mental instability. Very imprudent conduct. They are threatening, calling the police, the ones that are not engaged in law enforcement, that are engaging in surveillance, that share their mental illness. That is very imprudent conduct. This is the P.O.C., and this is relevant to the judicially noticed facts. While you're listening to everything coming out of their face, and I'm documenting their behavior, their surrounding conduct in that environment, which is a threat and it's psychologically harmful, while they have already engaged in what is a documented act of terrorism, stalking me by helicopters where they reside. That's the P.O.C. This property is going to prison. That's the pattern of conduct. And I want to be clear, it's relevant to the gang stalking underway at the St. George Catholic Church, while the fake son follows me over here, and the demon-possessed are engaging in what is losing self-control and not behaving in the indifferent manner that they're supposed to when they're engaging in the government's pattern of conduct and successfully defaming the targeted individual who's supposed to be imagining and hallucinating. All right, the entity is engaging in what is exhibiting its mental illness while they are harassing someone on an unfounded basis, because merely walking on the property is not the evidence of a trespass. Especially when you may very well be invited by another third party. You are typically not on the outset accused of being a trespasser by virtue of presence. But the entities engaging what is harassing me, and they're doing it under the fake sun. They're doing it as hostile terrorists who are very much fearful because their vagina monitoring pattern of conduct is a matter of public information. That's what's relevant behind the ongoing coming out of the front door yelling at me. And you don't even know who I am. You don't even know what it is that I'm doing. How do you know that I'm not with some property, not property, but some sort of program where I'm coming to tell you that you won $50,000? How do you know what it is that I'm doing and what it is going automatically? How do you, that's what they're doing. They're doing so in the specific environment where you already know what they know though, because this is exactly where I'm subject to terrorism at 12 o'clock at night, where they're engaging in surveilling me. This is P.O.C. Those people, that apartment complex, are going to prison. Every single last one of them are going to federal prison. This is P.O.C. It is 8:42 a.m. Okay, the video documentation that I just captured, this is relevant to just keeping record of those that are going to federal prison. This is the Latino male that's in the parking lot. So you'll see me as I approach that parking lot. I capture the fake sun that remains over me. This third party begins following me. He's speaking to me in a hostile manner. What are you doing? Well, I'm walking through the parking lot. What are you doing? I'm walking. What are you doing? You taking pictures? Yes, I sure am. And you can do the same thing. You're free to take pictures of the sky. You can take pictures of the cracked up asphalt. You can take pictures of the sidewalk. You can take pictures of the grass. You can take pictures of whatever you want. And this is a third party that is approaching me in a threatening manner. And he's engaging what is pulling out his phone and taking pictures of me. This is the entity that's very much aware that they're being documented. And that psychopath is no longer closeted. It starts freaking out on me, behaving in that deranged manner with regard to what is, again, that which is under the law, absolutely appropriate. And especially when you don't have anything to do with it and you don't have anything to fear because you are not gang stalking pursuant to the illusions that you present, this ongoing behavior is absolutely uncalled for and absolutely unfounded, right? Inexplicable. That doesn't make sense under the circumstances, merely on the surface. This is the entity that's engaged in that, and you will see it captured in the images at what is 8:33 and 48 seconds. I'm captured in between what is before that as I am taking pictures of the venue, the license plates, and he has been engaged in surveillance the entire time. So he was watching me as I'm walking down the street, and I'm taking pictures of the fake sun, and I'm taking pictures of those that are crossing path in the street, and I have not even approached him yet, and his vehicle is covered up. At least this is the vehicle that he's around. So as I am approaching, you will see him approaching me with a hammer in his hand. That's a weapon. His mouth is open while he's addressing me in a threatening manner, asking me that which I do not have to answer him about, but I am documenting terrorists so that you are understanding what the ordinary target individual is subject to. These are demons. Okay, these are demon-possessed people, and they're also criminals that are engaging in domestic terrorism. Demons are the ones that are engaging in this behavior. That is, mentally ill people are engaging in criminal conduct that they are very much fearful of, and their fear is manifesting as hostility and aggression, which is also criminal activity by the government that has already committed, like I stated in the video, stalking me, which is that's exactly why they're going to prison, because you know what I'm doing. You're already gang stalking me here where you live. You know what I'm doing because you're gang stalking me right now under the fake sun. You know what I'm doing while you have a hammer in your hand asking me that question to which I don't owe you an answer. He is approaching me in this manner. You'll see that in the image at what is 8:33 and 17 seconds. He is doing so pursuant to my walking and capturing the license plate 6 George Queen Kelly 703. He continues talking. I capture the fake sun, and he is in my face with his camera after that, engaging in the exact same thing that I'm doing. By the way, while he is hostile, while I'm in custody of a phone and taking pictures, and he begins taking pictures of me while he is stating in the background, this is a very disturbed individual. He's like, what are you doing? You're taking pictures, huh? Okay. And so he stands behind me with his hammer, and then he holds his camera up, and I take pictures of him taking pictures of me, which is evidence that he is gang stalking, evidence of federal stalking, evidence of state action, criminal presence in the path. That is federal stalking while in operation of the device. And it is also that which you're analyzing because it's occurring with the intent to obstruct justice while he is in custody of a weapon. And I am reasonably fearful for my safety. Remember, reasonably, not actually. I am reasonably fearful for my safety because this is the entity that commits kidnapping with the Ontario Police Department, which is essentially the U.S. military. The U.S. government is kidnapping me via the Ontario Police Department. I am reasonably fearful for my safety while the entity engages in criminal summoning upon nothing, even me doing anything wrong. And you not liking that I have merely a cell phone is not a crime. And moreover, the entity is engaging in the whole maintenance of this illusion of the system. The Ontario Police are not engaged in law enforcement. They don't have any authority under the Constitution, state and federal either, because they're engaging in state surveillance, which violates the Constitution. So you are threatening me with the surveillance system with the intent to obstruct justice while in custody of a weapon, and then you're engaging in the same conduct that you're hostile to me engaging, which is taking pictures of me. And this is a demon-possessed person. This is a threat to my life and safety, and this represents the entity. Okay, this is what's happening when you'll see him in my face with his camera, which I begin taking pictures of. You'll see him under the fake sun in operation of his camera. You'll see him approaching me, engaging in what is more and more very maniacal conduct with his camera. This is somebody that is flustered. This is somebody that is frustrated and just engages in what is doing what it is that I'm doing, a monitoring spirit. He's literally mocking what I'm doing, and he's doing so with regard to what is a demon that is gang stalking while doing so. Okay. This is relevant to what is a commitment, being involuntarily committed. And while he is harassing me, he runs into the apartment complex. And I do follow in order to go and document the apartment where he's in. This is not private property. This is established under the law. They're going to be prosecuted. None of this is private property. And by the way, I'm documenting the entity that is gang stalking me and threatening me. I'm going to document where you are, where you're going. And I am literally the federal government that is prosecuting and documenting, maintaining this investigation. And I'm operating in reality while they're maintaining an illusion. And that illusion, based on the threat that it poses to me, that's also why they're going to prison. That's also why the consequences are so dire and severe. And when I say you're going to prison, when I say you're getting committed, that's exactly what's happening. While you violate the rules that have already been set out. The entity's engaged in that, and I'm going to follow and find out where he is residing, where he is going. And while he is harassing and then fleeing the scene, his co-defendant comes out already prepared. She comes out of the apartment yelling. There was no loud exchange. He's engaged in very weird and peculiar behavior, and I am documenting that. But then he's silently running away. This is a demon that just wanted to come out and harass a little bit, wanted to monitor. They're mentally ill. Remember the pacing conduct? That's literally what he wanted to do. He wants to come out and pace. These are demons that are occupying their vessels. So that's the weird, freaky, creepy behavior that you may not understand on its surface. You're just looking at the flesh. You're looking at somebody that said a couple of words, took a couple of pictures of you, moved around you while doing so. You're ignorant about the environment, and then they immediately just run away. This is a demon-possessed person that is, again, provoked by, animated by the mentally ill spirit that's inside of him that possesses him. And this is giving you context. You're going to prosecute for the behavioral health issue presented in the gang stalking me and doing so maliciously, approaching me, asking me questions. You're monitoring me. So you're asking me questions you know the answer to. You got a weapon in your hand, and you're doing so while the entity is already, as a matter of history, targeting me at that same property. Okay. But nonetheless, I'm giving you a breakdown, and that's a demon-possessed person. Okay. Very hostile and wanted to come out and engage in what is harassing and frustrating me a little bit based on that tormenting spirit that possesses him. And they're hostile while they're listening to the ongoing groundbreaking state of the evidence while they're being prosecuted by things such as the judicially noticed facts. This has been the case. I've been establishing my case so that you can see day in and day out, month after month, year after year, how the facts are not changing. And it is exactly what I told you that it is. There is no anomaly. There's no exception. There is no circumstance where, there's one, and because of that exception, you cannot make that conclusion because it does not uniformly apply. I have documented for the prolonged period of time that I have, not only because the government is corrupt, but in order to prove that it is in fact this pattern of conduct, that these are demons and they do not deviate from what they're doing, which is monitoring. Spiritually, they are monitoring your thoughts. They're monitoring what it is that you are feeling emotionally, which is essentially your thoughts. That's spiritually. They're monitoring you spiritually. Okay, you're under surveillance spiritually. In other words, that's a word that we all recognize. You are under surveillance with what you're thinking and feeling, with what your desires are, while you are being studied by demon-possessed people. Okay, this is how Satan is keeping his eye on you, and they are physically stalking you, and they're doing so while the government is maintaining a corrupt monitoring system because you're engaging in what is state action. The government is surveilling you by living with you, living next door to you, living across the street from you, maintaining any businesses around you while they are simultaneously monitoring you. And that's the government that is demon-possessed, that is maintaining a mentally ill system, which is a threat to national security because they kill the people that they're keeping under surveillance. All right. So I just wanted to give you that. And this is the entity that's engaged in that while he flees the scene. And I'm absolutely going to go and document that. And this is something that would also be uneventful. All right. But for your knowledge of who I am, she comes out of the front door, engaging in what is making assertions. I guess black people are not allowed to even walk on the property and go knock on the door of the person that they're going to go see. Okay, because I'm not on the property, yelling at the top of my lungs, drawing any, actually, when you're minding your business, these are things, what I'm doing is something that would not catch your attention. Okay, these are things that are not going to draw your attention unless you're already focused on me. And you already know this by the virtue of the specific environment. Okay, so his co-defendant that is also monitoring me, that is also frustrated, that is also gang stalking me, and is also seeking to engage in what is obstruct justice, i.e. not document that demon that wants to run away after engaging and pacing around me and using his device monitoring me, is coming out of her door, raising her voice at me and just assuming that I have no business there, and I very well could. It's that's not private property where you're not allowed when you're living at private property on and remember, private property is serving the illusion, but I'll entertain that. We'll concede private property for now. When you're on private property, I'm again familiar with real estate and property management, both having a Juris Doctor and also practicing property management. Your residents are able to have what are visitors, and literally they have those that are on the property visiting when they're cutting the grass, when they are granted, in other words, which would be consent to be on the property. But you are talking about facts and circumstances where you have already determined that they don't have any basis to be on the property, which is not by virtue of, that does not mean that you can't be on the property. It's establishing the fact of, unless the rule is black people can't be on the property, which is a violation of the fair housing. But the but the entity's engaging in what is assuming, coming out of her front door and asking, demanding, raising her voice, harassing me while the other third party is fleeing the scene. They're monitoring me together. Okay, so that's why I'm documenting that hostility, the ongoing. She's not even listening for a response, but I'm not responding to her in the first place, but I'm just letting you know, you're looking at, all I'm doing is giving you I've already provided the evidence. I've already provided the framework. It is a template. It does not change. What I'm showing you are ongoing, real life, practical examples regarding how a population is engaging in terrorism. And while a population is rude to you, while a population harasses you, while a population falsely accuses you, while a population engages in what is just using whatever it is they have to try to disadvantage you in one way or another, that is terrorism. And while they are stalking as well, and they're engaging in psychological warfare at the same time. So they are physically attacking you, and they're also psychologically attacking you while they're spiritually attacking you. All right. And they're doing all of this as the government, not as private citizens. And by the way, it is steps away from the Catholic Church. That is gang stalking as well. It's P.O.C. It's 8:55 a.m. And I am now at St. George, where everybody inside is already aware while they're praying to Mary. They were monitoring while I was on the opposite side of the same fence. P.O.C. It is currently 9:32 a.m. Thank you. That's audible activity. Very malicious conduct. Impossible light is inside of the church. It's very demonic. Their heads. I captured the identical method of light activity inside of the California Department of Motor Vehicles in Rancho Cucamonga off of Hellman, where you can see the shadows of the people of the state sitting inside of the DMV. That's the light activity inside of the church. Just as a visual reference, because I'm capturing podcasts right now. That's the light activity that's inside of the DMV right now. Excuse me, that is captured, documented inside of the DMV. That's what's inside of St. George Catholic Church. The music, the recitation of the statements made, because those are not prayers to Christ. Those are they pray to the little g God while they're monitoring. That light activity is coexisting with their pre-written group recitation of what they refer to as prayers to Christ Jesus, while they are gang stalking, and they are monitoring me while I'm sitting inside of that venue. And as I documented, the Cipolla apartments are gang stalking, and all I did was walk across the street into St. George Catholic Church, and the pattern of conduct does not stop. So this is, again, you're witnessing the real-time engagement in what is criminal surveillance in the United States, and you're looking at what is criminal surveillance from the Starbucks to the grocery store bathroom to the Catholic Church. All right, and as I've also documented it on the roads and the highways in the state of California and into surrounding states such as Nevada, and even in your home while I'm documenting the pattern of conduct. There is the entity that requested to speak with me. I don't know anybody at this church, so I walk in and I walk out, but someone did request to speak with me, which is also why I started recording now. But then that third party proceeded to walk in an opposite direction, and I'm not going to chase down a third party to gang stalk me. So this is the entity that knows that they're being documented. So when you get enough courage to be documented and monitor me face to face, then I guess we'll have that conversation. Until then, this is the entity that is monitoring, and they are engaging in that impossible light activity inside of St. George Catholic Church, which speaks to malice, which you need to familiarize yourself with. Malice of those that are engaging in this criminal activity, that have that identity as demons, who are severely mentally unstable, who want to in every regard present the exact opposite. Okay, engaging criminal activity as a corrupt society. Suffering mental illness as a population, presenting as law-abiding citizens who are engaging in nothing suspicious, nothing abnormal, nothing uncommon whatsoever, while they seek to establish normalcy amongst themselves and target American citizens who are amongst them, that they are engaging in criminally surveilling, engaging in this criminal system silently, not speaking of it, not even behaving in a manner suggesting that it's underway, which they presuppose is accomplished by acting like they don't see you, they don't recognize you, they don't notice you, you're the least bit, you're the last person that they would ever, et cetera, et cetera. And also, as I've shown you, the opposite extreme is the entity making unfounded allegations about what you're doing when you're not monitoring. So what is it that you're doing? Remember, what it is that I have proven is that which is essentially supernatural. There's nothing physically on the surface which you're looking at until I show you. I break down what it is you're actually looking at, and you can all testify to this. Even the federal judges can testify to this. You are looking at an ordinary picture until I give you context and you recognize, oh yeah, then you see. So on the surface, there is nothing suspicious on the surface. And I'm letting you know, you are not merely looking at the surface and looking at the surface and looking at the surface hours later. You are looking at in substance what is entirely abnormal. So with this in mind, the entity makes unfounded allegations when there is nothing physically that should be causing you to make such allegations when you're engaging in your own pattern of conduct, which you are so confidently engaging in because the demon possessed are so sure that no one would ever suspect anything. And if they ever even dare to utter it, they would be fear-stricken with regard to being viewed as and treated as and confined against their will as mentally ill. So understand that. So when they make these unfounded allegations, when the police arrive and say that someone told them that you were taking a picture of their license plates, which is, there's multiple layers there. First of all, that's not a crime. Second of all, they don't have authority under the law. They're exercising it fictitiously. Prison. Okay. Third of all, it's an assumption regarding what you are doing with your device. Fourth of all, even if somebody was taking a picture of something next to your car, above your car, or taking a picture of your car for could be a plethora of reasons. Oh my goodness, I had that car. I haven't seen it in years. I want to, like, so many assumptions. Okay. And not only that, where gang stalking is not underway, what is with the ongoing hysteria about that? Were nothing going on? Were it just a mere figment of your imagination? Because you're not imagining the fake sun. But let's just say we all just realize that it's a supernatural phenomenon, but there's still nothing to see here, folks. Nothing is going on. But absolutely, NASA's been lying to us for no reason about the environment that we're in. That the environment that we spend millions of dollars supporting them and believing that we're making, ongoing progress for man while they're stepping foot and flying out into the galaxy, while they're making these claims about global warming and climate change. And I'm showing you a fake sun that sits over me at one building for 10 hours. Okay, in that environment, it's happening for no reason. It doesn't mean anything, and nobody's doing anything about it, and nobody even noticed it either until I published it on the internet. Nobody knows anything about it. If that were the case, the entity is engaging in conduct that is absolutely uncharacteristic of innocent, ignorant, sane people. And that's based on their own pattern of conduct. You thought that you had the perfect plan, that no one would ever see you. You're so magical. All right? And if that is, again, the reality, you are assessing their behaviors. They make entirely unfounded allegations, which are they're admitting that they are guilty of what they know is being exposed. Based on what everything looks like, everything looks normal. So what is the big deal, Satan? What is the big deal? Everything looks perfectly fine on the surface. And you're calling the police based on assuming that somebody's engaging in that which is not a violation of the law. You're threatening to call the police while somebody's merely walking onto the property after they were being harassed by someone that lives on that property and may very well want to, let's just entertain the illusion, I want to call the police on him and find out where he lives in doing so. Why are you, this is the entity, I just want to just understand, this is how you are always engaging. Well, this is what I do as an attorney. So you are always going to both sides of the argument, and I can entertain both because I know what they're doing. And when I present it, but you don't prosecute, I'm also an attorney. So you can't prosecute based on what you know. You can't prosecute based on what the Lord God has shown me spiritually in the spirit. The judges don't know that. And it's not their concern what the Lord God has told me. That's not their concern. In the courtroom, you are prosecuting with what you can prove. And judges will very well learn about the supernatural and prosecute thereby it. Absolutely. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct, and I spoke to years ago that which is totally invisible to you as far as you're concerned on the surface. You don't see it. And then I showed you what you're looking at. You're looking dead at it. And with that in tow, with that ongoing, perfectly fine, normal environment where nothing is happening, you are looking at the behavior of the domestic terrorists. And as they engage in that behavior, it is the prosecution for levying war against an American citizen. They are levying psychological war, and they are levying war while they are physically engaging in criminal activity. And stalking is a crime. Stalking is an unprecedented crime committed by a population who are exceedingly psychotic, while they do so cloaking themselves and confident that no one would ever know what they are doing to a single person. And that is out of hell, okay? This is the P.O.C. The entity is engaging in that targeting conduct, and I'm at St. George, and this third party, I just want to document, it's a tall white male. He wasn't in his, okay, obviously it's rude to gang stalk me. You're monitoring your gang stalking. That's rude. They're monitoring my vagina when I'm using the restroom at the St. George Church. That's absolutely rude. But in his mouthing to me, he was staring at me the whole time. Remember, I'm subject to this, but I totally conduct myself as though nothing is, this. I'm surrounded by psychopaths. Okay, so I am literally undercover, if you will, and I am just conforming to what it is that they do. And because I am making sure that the rest of the world is aware, while I am exposed to it, which is a threat to my life and safety at the same time, and I am also the one that is here to prosecute and legislate around it for the protection of other people. All of that is happening at the same time. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct, and he is not rude in his communication with me discreetly while he is staring at me before that, and I'm aware of him staring at me the entire time. Okay, and he's staring at, this is a demon. And it's particularly creepy to watch demon-possessed people with the impossible light dancing on the wall, and they are saying the name of Jesus. It is so demonic. It is so creepy. They use little kids to walk up and hold the baskets for money and participate in their communion when they give their Eucharistic offering to Satan. They include children in that. It's so creepy. Children are not leaders in the church, okay? This is relevant to the demon-possessed, their ongoing fixation with the quote-unquote innocence of the children that have yet to grow up into depraved, perverted, filthy, rotten sinners who are living as the hypocrites who are gang stalking in that Catholic church. And this is why they use minor children, okay? Minor children who are, again, in darkness, just like the adults. But they're using them because they're fresher vessels, if you will. Do you understand that? This is the sickness behind what Satan is doing. So the entity is engaging in this conduct, and they are doing so pursuant to this third party who requests to speak to me, but then he proceeds to... I absolutely press record. I'm going to document it. I'm absolutely going to document. You don't have any privacy. I don't have any privacy. What do you think this is? There's no secrets here. So the entity is requesting to speak to me, and he's not rude or anything, but I'm in the midst of an investigation, and I am going to document you. So the entity is engaging in the P.O.C., and I have every right to explore Catholicism for all they know, right? Because this is their illusion. No monitoring is going on and no documentation is therefore going on either. And I am seeking God and exploring the truth. And I'm exploring that in within the doors of the Catholic Church, where I'm seeking out a relationship, a forgiveness perhaps, learning about these concepts. Yeah, that's what I'm doing while I'm investigating. Absolutely. All right, the Christ Jesus is prosecuting them. This is the P.O.C. It is currently 9:44 a.m. Alrighty, it is 9:45. This is an ongoing update regarding those that are going to prison for poisoning me on behalf of the U.S. military. Poisoning and furtherance of murder. And this is the entity that's engaging in that ongoing battery to my person. It's systematic harms, and every gang stalking airline is being prosecuted for it. But what I want to document is the entity. I am purchasing food yesterday from Chevron at 506 North Euclid Avenue in Ontario, California, where I've documented the entity stalking me by planes, helicopters, jets, under the fake sun, rise and set, and the fake moon as well. And the entity engaging in what is criminal, summoning all features of the pattern of conduct underway at Chevron at 506 North Euclid Avenue. And I do purchase a cup of ice, just ice, and I am also in receipt of from third-party Frenetta Base, who is engaged in what is gang stalking, and she calls herself someone engaged in giving food and resources, whatever she has, to help youth, to help the homeless, or whatever it is that she calls herself doing. She's a gang stalker, and she is engaged in what is targeting me, and also has engaged in what is giving me food. And after consuming food that I bought, remember, ice is basically frozen water, where the entity is tampering with the water. Even the pastor, this is not a real pastor, but for purposes of words that meaning things that you would understand, the gang stalker at Princeton and Bison, the fake church that I'm documenting, where the entity is gang stalking me, and I documented that after he prepared a tamale for me. This is someone that calls himself a pastor, and he gave me poisoned food that he prepared in the microwave in the kitchen of that fake church. And as I walked from that fake church at Princeton, and I believe the cross street is Benson, I am experiencing what is heaviness. I actually feel as though there's a drug, that I've been drugged. And I go to the laundry, the Spin Laundry on at 815 West Holt, which I documented the ongoing pattern of conduct. And I documented the fact that I was poisoned. I documented that the next day after observing my own symptoms. So the entity is engaging in what is ongoing patterns of stalking these gang stalking churches, the grocery stores, the markets, 7-Eleven, Chevron. They're engaging in that P.O.C. while the government is always giving evidence against them. So I'm going to go ahead and document it. They're going to prison. This is the entity that is very mentally ill, and you're doing cartwheels and flying over the senior center, and now you're flying over Chevron, Alaska Airlines. That's the entity that's doing so. While you already know that they are indeed poisoning, they are engaged in the pattern, and Alaska Airlines is stalking at 9:48 a.m. under the fake sun, where it's still here in the afternoon. It's here even in the evening when Southwest Airlines is sharing the same pattern of conduct, stalking, where there is no takeoffs from the terminals. And Southwest Airlines and Alaska Airlines are doing so with regard to the documented duration of time regarding 6:45, after 6:45, and also it's 9:48 a.m. I have more than that, but I could just use what I immediately have. Even yesterday evening, the fake sun is over the Starbucks, which is right here at 507 North Euclid Avenue. I documented that walking back to this, to the OVITT Family Community Library, where the entity provided the evidence, which is prosecuting all of the commercial airline companies that are sharing the pattern of conduct as gang stalking airports are engaged in surveillance, as the commercial airline companies in the U.S. military, the people of the state, have together cooperatively demonstrated while they've been documented. And as I referred to being poisoned, the entity is stalking by commercial planes. That's not helping the gang stalkers that work at the venue, who are subject to prison by virtue of my purchasing anything edible. And I'm subject to what are symptoms that I am documenting. And this is the entity that is absolutely going to be subject to what it is that I document, because of what has already been established, which is my credibility. In the end, I don't have time for, nor did I ask to be engaged in this position of prosecuting a bunch of vagina monitoring psychopaths who are obsessed with my breathing pattern, okay? Obsessed with my hair follicles and my cuticles, obsessed with my pores, and then want to, like psychopaths, act like something else is the case. They're going to be committed behind this, and they're also poisoning and engaging in voyeurism, stalking me obsessively, like Alaska Airlines is sharing it. Alaska Airlines is also flying over the St. George Church where I just came from, which you know that because Amazon Prime and Southwest Airlines are doing cartwheels over that St. George parking lot. But this is the entity that's doing so under the fake sun, and they're doing so notably while they're keeping the evidence that is gathered right now under surveillance. That is what I'm referring to, what you are going to pay attention to when you hear that plane activity, and they are making an admission that they are indeed poisoning me, where I am getting food from Frenetta Base yesterday, and also what is Chevron that I'm purchasing a cup of ice from, okay? So this is the entity that's providing what is foods. This is speaking to prison, and you're also relevant to prison because of the pattern of conduct, but nonetheless, food, serving, poison, this is exactly how they kill people. Get rid of them immediately. You're going to prison for that. That's an unlawful threat, an intolerable one. And it's so intolerable that you're going to prison for it. All right. The entity's engaging in this conduct, and they are indeed engaged in poisoning my food. The last bout of poisoning wore off, so I'm not feeling this ongoing unnatural urge that I have to use the bathroom so bad. So this is after wearing off, and I'm purchasing ice yesterday from Chevron where I'm at now, and I'm receiving food from Frenetta Base. This is, I don't think the entity understands, but you are going to federal prison, and the federal government is not going to hesitate to put some old biddy that's over 70 years old in prison. So I just want to be clear, because they don't understand that. You're going to federal prison, and your co-defendants that continuously gang stalk me are putting you there as well. License plate 8 Frank Jerry Bob 355. This is gang stalking at Chevron. They're doing so under the fake sun where Alaska Airlines is stalking. So this is that RICO case, which is serving for psychopathic pacing by the demons who are touching with light. These are sex offenders. 9 Mary Barry Nancy 570. All right, and they're doing so with Chevron. And in relevant position is Starbucks that committed kidnapping, is ARCO, and is UNICARE Community Health Center. They're all under the fake sun that's over me. Everybody is surveilling me right now. And everybody is listening to the fake prayers to Satan while the demon-possessed act like they are the least concerned about Christ Jesus and forgiveness and repentance. They're not. They were literally gang stalking. That's how they're gang stalking inside of places like fake churches. Inside of Starbucks, you're listening to secular music as audible activity in their conversation about things that they're not really concerned about while they're engaging in the pattern of conduct of gang stalking me, while the preparation of coffee is the means of profiting from it. The entity's doing the same thing while they are inside of the grocery store, and they're maintaining the ongoing pattern of conduct, using the store alarm, using the PA system, stalking me with noise in the aisles, engaging in what is using their communication devices and playing music in the background while they're amplifying audible activity, including in the bathroom. This is how the entity is engaging. What is the pattern of conduct? Stalking at all places. Okay. So I just want to be clear on that. The entire entity committed kidnapping when Starbucks committed it. It's just that Starbucks employees such as Ocean, Brian, Patty, they're all going to federal prison for it. I captured the fake sun yesterday again in the evening while I'm under the fake sun in the presence of these terrorists who commit kidnapping with the psychopaths of Ontario police. They're going to prison for, in other words, you're going to prison for a long time, and it's not funny. You're going to prison for a long time. Anyway, the entity is engaging in that, and after I consumed that food yesterday, today I'm experiencing, again, those renewed symptoms. All right, those are digestive issues. That is the unnatural, ongoing urgency, which is not natural, and it's not normal at all. And it's also not because I'm drinking so much water that I'm so hydrated. In fact, it's the exact opposite. Because the entity is poisoning everything, I am not able to drink as much water as I otherwise would. I'm not able to drink as many fluids as I otherwise would. And they're also going to be prosecuted for those damages, including Alaska Airlines that's stalking me as I refer to poisoning, and I'm at Chevron where they are gang stalking me together. They're being prosecuted for poisoning as an entity that is very much gang stalking at the venues where you're being poisoned. That's the P.O.C. It's currently 9:54 a.m. Okay, the asin entity of this is, the entity is west of the location, not just west, but northwest. So they're on the opposite side of the downtown Ontario luxury apartments, meaning they have to fly north of the OVITT Family Community Library and the Senior Center to be where I'm at, over the and be flying over the ARCO parking lot, and to still be sounding plane activity like you're engaging in a takeoff, which is nothing other than an emission that you're hovering, even though it's amplified, meaning it's demonic. Okay, the entity is going to be prosecuted, though, with the physical evidence of what is demonic behavior. It's amplified audible activity, meaning that plane is not actually at the volume that you hear, but you're going to use the volume of that plane with regard to what is a public nuisance. And while you are necessarily deviating from what is any sort of takeoff from the airport, and being even more northwest away from where you're hovering over the senior center to stalk me at Chevron at 506 North Euclid Avenue. Doing so with the employees who are subject to prison. License 9 Xavier Edward Nancy 833. And license plate gang stalking customer 9102 7 Frank 4. All right, they're stalking in the path together. You would look at a map, because not only are they flying northwest, that's a diagonal trajectory, and then you are engaging in what is then flying in a straight line west in the direction over the. This is very psychotic, very mentally. It's so stupid. It is mentally ill. Okay, very delusional. But this is the P.O.C, and this is upon purchasing from Chevron as well. That's the pattern of conduct. It is currently, when the entity's engaged in that, it's 9:59 a.m. under this fake sun, which I also have here. Well, this is all together. Starbucks after 6 p.m. So this is the same venue. Downtown Ontario Luxury Apartments after 6 p.m. Chevron after 6 p.m. I'm documenting the entity keeping the fake sun while I'm at F Street, which is the street north of this location. Southwest Airlines is gang stalking me after 6 p.m. So this is the entity that's in that specific environment. This is P.O.C. That is the entity that's engaging in stalking by planes. And there's no intelligent way for demons who are mentally ill, engaging in unintelligent behavior, to engage in gang stalking. It certainly cannot be done surreptitiously. This is P.O.C.
Or other difficulties. May they know that they are not forgotten. May they feel your presence wherever they are. Holy Spirit, breathe new life into us. When our hearts feel heavy, give us hope. When our minds are filled with worry, give us peace. When life feels overwhelming, remind us that your grace is still moving, your love is still flowing, and your music, your dance is still playing. Fill us with the power, the strength of faith, and the courage to live with joy and love. Lead us into the dance of justice, kindness, and compassion. In the name of Jesus Christ we pray. Amen.
P.O.C. All right, it's currently 1:11 p.m. and I'm at the same location that I was this morning while I'm at Lemon and E Street, where the entity is stalking by planes, where the entity is stalking by helicopter last night, and the entity is stalking by the demons of the Ontario Police. So let me show you a picture. They're being disbanded. I'm gonna get a picture right now. So this is P.O.C. Yeah, this is P.O.C. Amazon Prime stops right in front of me. She's monitoring on her device. This is a demon. Fake sun is over my head. She's wearing an Amazon Prime vest. Just trying to confirm if I'm recording. She's monitoring ED48V08. That's a psychopath. Amazon Prime, that's equally terrorizing when they're stalking me with their planes and when they're stalking me in the Amazon Prime vehicles with the logo on them. All right, while they're driving a Honda Civic with a paper license plate on it, Amazon Prime is equally engaged in terrorism, and they pull up on me, parking illegally, stopping and studying their device, as though you are free to engage in monitoring someone in that conspicuous, obvious, and disrespectful manner. That's disrespectful with regard to that unlawful threat. That is a threat. That's what I mean by disrespect. That is Amazon Prime, which is what she's representing. And she's engaging that as I begin speaking and confirming to her, like, absolutely, I am recording, Satan. This is the P.O.C., the entity. That is Amazon Prime that is stalking. Amazon Prime is nothing other than a commercial means of what are the people of the state who are stalking. This is the P.O.C. It is currently, while you're listening to that, and I'm taking pictures of it at the same time, you'll see those images. It's 1:19 p.m. It is Sunday, May 31st, 2026 still, where the people that said are stalking in the fake sun is in the same position that I took this morning when I walked away from this property after documenting the sunrise, where I last night documented the fake moon. This is the pattern of conduct, and I am returning at OVITT Family Community Library. Alrighty, the video that you just listened to also, it'll be added to the podcast, but it is 1:25 p.m. and I just captured video, and this is showing you what is the imagery. If mental illness had a motion picture, this is the truth of mental illness that is shared by a population, and it is the basis of martial law, the necessity of it, regarding the public corruption of violent sex offenders who are over and under majority, engaging in criminal conduct of a speaking to a national security threat, while the entity is engaged in what is absurdly obsessed criminal activity. So what you're paying attention to is the drug addicts last night that were stalking, that want to be right next to me. This is another iteration of the exact same thing. Where they position themselves is right where I am seated underneath the covered structure. It's right where the fake sun remains over me, back to the place where it is rising, which is the place where it sets when I remain at this location. This is the imagery of obsession. And that obsession is supposed to be rebutted by, I'm focused on this, I'm looking at that, I'm at this place, I'm not talking to you, I'm not looking at you. I'm shaped like an egg on stilts, and I'm moving around creating light activity and audible activity, and that's supposed to suggest that they are not, and it is not. It's entirely illogical, and you're looking at United Airlines that is stalking. You're looking at the fake sun evidence of stalking. And this is what federal judges are going to readily identify with regard to the malicious pattern of conduct by the U.S. military, who are equally demons engaging in what is terrorism. And they do this with the rest of the country. Now, when the entity is engaging in what is bullying an American citizen like this, they are absolutely relying on numbers, because the whole group is there engaging in conduct as though you are the last person that they would be concerned with does not, in fact, at all suggest, nor is it actually even logical that that is the case. This is speaking to the necessity of facts that are always controlling and are not based on who is articulating those facts or who are engineering those facts, such as we don't care. And because we say we don't care, then it's that, and that's the reality. I just want you to hear the same exact light activity. You're going to see the same exact stalking in the path. They are going on the internet. This is the entity that's engaging in that with minor children. Operation of her device. Humpty Dumpty is an operation of her device, stalking in the path. I don't know who told her to wear stripes, but this is the entity that's engaged in that conduct, and that is Alaska Airlines, where she is stalking in the path, and these are homosexuals. Okay? These are females that are stalking another woman, and they're engaging in that conduct with those that are minor children. And it's the same obsession illustrated by the drug addicts that want to be right next to me. And then they're hostile when you document the fact that they are stalking. That's exactly what they're doing. And this is what the entity is doing, and they're doing it in the absurdity of that environment, showing a fake sunrise and a fake sunset, okay? That's the P.O.C, and that's what you're going to see. You're going to see the operation of the communication device while the plane is flying over, while they're outwardly you're dancing and twirling, and doing so with regard to a poor physical shape is nothing other than the same pattern of conduct, which the OVITT Family Community Library is sharing it. Those demons are inside, not focused on working at the library or focused on reading or looking at a laptop. They're monitoring. Listen to what is evidence of psychopathic pacing, okay? And this is actually a demon that is hostile because I called her what she is, Humpty Dumpty. And she's wearing stripes on top of that. Very tacky. That's horrible with regard to no illusion, with regard to what is being overweight and wearing stripes and wearing high waters and stalking and twirling in front of me under the fake sun. That's the entity that's engaged in that. She should be committed by virtue of presenting herself this way, but she's doing so with regard to gang stalking. The same planes are engaging in what are cartwheels. This is exactly what the City of Ontario employees are engaging in. Same exact pattern. This is exactly what the dog walkers are engaging in, what the demons that are pushing strollers are engaging in. So you're getting to what is the entity's pattern of conduct, and it does not matter what they're wearing, what they're engaging in, because it's all activity creation. And they share a psychopathic disorder. And they are all engaging in what is obsessing over me. They're the demon possessed. Satan's race doesn't have a color or an age. You're looking at minors monitoring. You'll see her on her scooter. She's monitoring as I walk up to this venue, and she's in operation of her communication device. This is gang stalking. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, this is the entity that is, again, a threat to minors while they are raised up to engage in terrorism, just like in foreign countries where they hand children large bazooka guns in order to abruptly and surprisingly take the life of one that they are attacking. And that would be a surprise attack because you don't expect a child to blow your brains off. That's what blow your brains out. That's what the entity is doing. Okay, that's P.O.C. This is the entity that's engaging in that, and they find it suitable. This is the entity that's going to be subject to martial law. This is under the fake sun. That's Delta Airlines. This is what you heard this morning, psychopathic pacing. One plane after another, and the fake sun is here. So I just want to be clear on that. This is the entity that is indeed engaging in that pattern of conduct and doing so with what are demons that are under the age of majority, and those minors are going to be subject to martial law as well. Okay, this is the entity that's engaged. I just want to be clear. High school and elementary school and middle school is for the purposes of surveillance by those that are being trained up to engage in terrorism, and they are not going to school during martial law. They're not engaged in their education. They're not engaged in focusing on dancing and cheerleading now. They're gang stalkers. They're vagina monitors. And that's the P.O.C. Alrighty, this is the entity that's engaged in that. I just want to make sure that you're looking at that under the fake sun. The entity is engaging in that which is relevant to what is malicious. Alright, dancing under the fake sun is the P.O.C. All right, that's the pattern of conduct. It is currently 1:31 p.m. where the demon-possessed, the inherently inferior race, will not get anywhere in life except for a mental facility, gang stalking, and there is no amount of demons that will make the illusion reality or realistic. That's the P.O.C. This is P.O.C. This is stalking under the fake sun that's over me, and the entity is indeed stalking. You see that? Non-departure from any terminal at the Ontario International Airport, non-destination, flying in alignment to where my person is situated and making a U-turn, where the entity that is gang stalking, engaging in serial kidnappings with the U.S. military, are using city-issued vehicles to engage in conspicuous surveillance, which is going to be a matter of a criminal conviction based on judicially noticed facts, such as where the natural environment is not present, speaking to surveillance by Mike Lorenz, and a pattern of conduct that's putting that terrorist leader in prison. And these are the, I just want to be clear, this is the body of evidence. Every license plate that I documented their image. I described a woman. I said, oh, they're drinking coffee, and that's a brunette with the license plate, vehicle number. They're all going to prison, okay? This is the entities engaging in stalking conspicuously, and this is terrorism, while a police department is actually engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring, which is surveillance and furtherance of murder and kidnapping. And the fake sun is moving to the opposite side of the street while the entity is monitoring me while I'm at Bethel congregation, where the fake sun is over me at that church, and you already know that that's a matter of evidence. So this is, again, the judicially noticed facts where you are aware of the fact that the entity is stalking in the path and is engaging in what is nothing other than the criminal pattern of conduct with the people. And this is foolishness. 7GAD0059, prison. License 9VXM458, prison. The demons that are stalking in the planes, it's going to be produced in Discovery, prison. License plate 9PYG964, prison. Who is living here? 201, that is East Street. This is the entity that's subject to prison. The relevant zone of positioning. Hardy, that's inside of Chevron, that's prison. The serial stalker at the ARCO employee, the ones that are inside of Starbucks, they're already going to prison. They literally engaged in kidnapping on July 4, 2025 at 7:15 in the morning, and this same department is stalking me when Starbucks is right here and the fake sun is also right here. Edwards, Quesada. The entity that engaged in what is kidnapping, that was a malicious guise of stalking me as a corrupt police department. And Mike Lorenz and all those kidnappers, including the employees that engaged in surveillance and engaged in kidnapping because you don't want to be documented as a vagina monitor, where the gang stalking of the Ontario International Airport and the to-be federally prosecuted commercial gang stalking airlines think that it's a good idea to give the world evidence of mental illness of those in California who will be subject to martial law and are thereby admittedly engaging in surveillance, terrorism, treason in the United States. They thought that that was a good idea. This is why they are being committed, and they are going to prison. I don't need those license plates because Mike Lorenz is going to prison. This is the entity that's engaged in that. You know who's going to prison? The ones who are in that church that just engaged in the pattern of kind of criminal summoning, stalking with commercial planes, ongoing serial stalking, including by helicopter, including by the military that are stalking in jets. They're going to prison while they are proving the fact that them that I just left are gang stalking me, which is how the demons cannot do anything other than incriminate themselves. This is the P.O.C. This is the fake sun at Starbucks at 7:15 in the morning. There is no natural environment where it would still be over me, and it's over Shannon Dykes' headquarters of West Valley Detention Center at 12:51 in the afternoon during daylight savings time, where terrorists go to prison for stalking with the police. This is stalking with light activity, not traffic. This is the mentally ill. That's the P.O.C. The entity's engaged in this, and Ocean's going to prison. All right, she's engaging in that as though she's policing the doors, like she has the authority to call the she's going to prison. Okay, the entity that pulled out is Section 602. All of that is relevant to everybody that showed up. Corey was there. You have the entity that engaged in what is celebration while they engaged in kidnapping on July 4th. That whole gang. Look at the video. Because they're all going to prison, every single last one of them. This is the P.O.C. It is currently 1:15 p.m. That's Starbucks. Okay, this is where I was this morning at Chevron. This is where I'm at in the morning when I'm walking to Upland, California. And this is the entity that engages in stalking me. Those are the fools that don't have to get beyond high school in order to pass what is the non-actual means of what is actually fitness to be in law enforcement. And they're not even engaged in law enforcement. It's surveillance. And that's why you can be a blazing, idiotic sociopath and be able to carry a gun and a badge in California. That's coming to an end. This is the P.O.C. It is currently 1:16 p.m. I want you to see the entity stalking. That's United Airlines. Hovering at Senior Citizen Complex. And who was stalking in the path? I'm going to show you. The people that stayed on scooters. Fake sun is in the same position it is at 6 in the morning, 6:37 a.m. on video. This is the psychopathic disorder of an entity, gang members that think if they all engage in it together, then it is, again, not going to be suspicious and that the gang members are going to rule. They're all going to be federally prosecuted. This is P.O.C. And I want you to see the fake sun over me. This is the pattern of conduct. This is corruption. It's also sexual perversion. They're the same ones that are monitoring vagina while they're engaging in what is, as demons, a pattern of conduct. They're engaged in that conduct at the same senior center, and this is where the fake sun rises. So judicially noticed facts are going to have gang members of whatever age, from whatever activity they engage in while they exhibit mental illness, psychopathic. This is how you're looking at and understanding obsession. This is understanding what is actual mental illness, contrary to how the entity seeks to criminally defame the targeted individuals. They are stalking in the path. Okay, and gang members collectively engage in that, and they presuppose that they will control a narrative and they will be subject to involuntary commitments. Okay, that was United Airlines that's gang stalking with them. This is P.O.C. This is the U.S. military that remains engaging in the same pattern of conduct. This is Paul Leon, Ontario City Hall. This is the public corruption. All right, this is P.O.C. These are the demons. I just want to be clear. They have the same level of engagement of monitoring vagina. A whole bunch of underage lesbians that are raised by engaging in the pattern of conduct as sex offenders that are engaging in egregious criminal conduct, and they focus on outwardly while they are entirely monitoring. That's the psychopathic disorder of the demon possessed that are engaged in monitoring you. It is currently, by the way, under the fake sun, 1:24 p.m. This is where the fake sun is setting, as I document after 6 p.m. on this side of the same building, and this is where it's rising, as I document on video. And nothing changes those facts. Absolutely nothing. Okay, this is how the people of the state are a threat to minors, and this is also the psychopathic disorder that they share. This is P.O.C. Okay, that's the pattern of conduct. This is called light activity while they're doing with the bad shape, the bad shape when they're engaging in dance. This is activity creation. Under that, this is P.O.C. That's the pattern of conduct. P.O.C. All right, the mentally ill engage in what is criminal monitoring, doing so with all manner of the population. That's why I've shown you the P.O.C. with the developmentally challenged. I've shown you the P.O.C. with the firefighters, the police departments, the minor children, which is what you're witnessing now, and the entity is engaging in the same psychopathic behavior, which is informing you that mental illness is shared by those under the age of majority. The behavioral issue at play is the indifference, which is psychotic while they're engaging in the pattern of conduct, and they are also not ignorant. You have a population that feigns ignorance while they're engaging in monitoring another person in furtherance of murder, while they're engaging in the same conduct operation, studying their devices. They're all present under that fake sun. They're all accomplishing the same objective, yet nobody is aware of it. No one is engaging in any sort of acknowledgement of it. That is the pattern of conduct that is mentally ill of that population. This is the entity that's sitting inside of the library while the entity is flying in circles by helicopter, and no one hears it. No one sees the sun that's sitting over the building for 6 hours. No one notices that pattern of conduct that they are engaged in. This is psychopathic. And moreover, what you will see is the demons that are psychopaths are engaged in what is plane after plane after plane, which is what you heard as I also captured images of it, which is speaking to the mental illness that is shared by those who are engaging in what is wearing stripes while being shaped like an egg on stilts, and engaging in what is gang stalking with minor children, obsessing over me by being right in my path where I sit at the same location and where the fake sun is over my head. That, in fact, is the evidence of mental illness, of obsession with the target individual who you are, in fact, stalking, which is recognized under federal law, and in that environment, which is a judicially noticed fact, right? The entity is engaging in what is relying on the illusion that numerosity establishes what is the reality, as opposed to what federal law is going to prosecute you with facts that are also judicially noticed, because it is a matter of fact that the sun is not going to be at the same location, moreover, over the same person, while you are just coincidentally and ignorantly there, engaging in what is necessary, which is presence and activity, while the entity is having a psychopathic field day, flying plane after plane after plane, where no terminals have any planes in this environment, relevant to what is also zoning, and also with regard to the heightened frequency, which is speaking to not only are they stalking, they're very frustrated and scared while they're being documented, engaging in psychopathic behavior. That's the pattern of conduct. The entity is engaging in this, like what I just documented, and they're doing so while they are stalking in the path, very much so. And I already provided you what are a visual reference regarding the schedule of published flights. The entity is not only stalking north of this location, and then they stalk and resume flights over this venue, meaning they were flying over the ARCO parking lot. They did a U-turn while Ontario police are stalking me en route to this location. That's already an indication regarding what the demon-possessed are doing, and you are being educated about how demons are monitoring you. They're monitoring you with the developmentally challenged. They're monitoring you with the minor children. They're monitoring you while they're holding cute little puppies and kittens. They're monitoring you under the specific environment, under all circumstances. That's why the whole supernatural circumstance is there. And that will never change, contrary to what demons have been engaging in. And that's only because demons are sitting in the court. Demons are practicing law. Demons are practicing medicine. Demons are perjuring themselves in courtrooms that are engaging in this criminal surveillance system. That's why. Okay? The entities engage in this, and there is no amount of numbers that's going to change facts. And that's just the reality. All right? The entities engage in that pattern of conduct, and they're doing so while they are exposing that their minor children are mentally ill, that they are sharing in that psychopathic disorder, which I've already told you. You're looking at the evidence of it, while they are engaging in that conduct with knowledge and intent of their own volition, while they are sharing in that criminal pattern of conduct relevant to what is fully going to be the case, which is those under the age of majority being federally prosecuted as terrorists, as violent sex offenders, because that's what you are when you're being prosecuted for gang stalking. They're violent sex offenders who are engaged in domestic terrorism. That's what you are being educated with. The entities engaging in this, and the planes are stalking as I'm walking from Bethel Congregational, and they are north of the OVITT Family Community Library, like the fake sun is, and then the fake sun and the stalking by commercial planes, which are still not coming from an airport. The entity is traveling, that is deviating, which is targeting northwest to then engage in what is some idiotic straight line west over the City Hall, the Senior Center, and the City Senior Citizen Apartment Complex, which is also psychotic behavior as well. They're doing it in the specific environment. The entity is engaging in this where they are doing their dance routine with minor kids, gang stalking a woman. Homosexual females are engaging in this, obsessing over me, stalking me, and failing at proving that they are not homosexuals, that they're not psychopaths. They are proving the point. And they are engaging in what is surveillance of the evidence while they do so. This is the relevant evidence regarding what is psychopathic, and this is also relevant to what is absolutely needful. You need to understand this. Minor children are also subject to being committed based on the mental illness. That is the reality of those that are engaging in this pattern of conduct under the age of majority. They are also subject to involuntary commitments. That's what the entities engage in while they include children in that psychopathic behavioral pattern, which is criminal activity, a threat to national security, sexually violent conduct that is the corporate invasion of privacy, while they are, as minors, gang stalking. Okay, they are trained up, by the way, from birth to engage in this demonic conduct with the government, with their demon-possessed family members, their parents, their guardians. This is the entity that is demon-possessed that are under the age of majority, and accordingly, based on what is the condition, not because you want to, not just because I'm just stating that, they will be subject to involuntary commitments. They're going to be subject to martial law. They will be subject to federal prosecutions, regardless of the age where they are engaging in that criminal activity, and they're also demonstrating knowledge, the ongoing requisite intent, which is merely engaging in it. Period. The entity, I've documented the entity very much aware of and intentionally and even maliciously exemplifying that ongoing level of sophistication, if you will, aware of the fact that calling, say, or even referencing the police while you're a minor and the entity is gang stalking you as a minor child. Oh, they recognize that and they wield it as some sort of power. These are demons that are going to be committed. That's psychopathic. And they've been trained to engage in targeting in the way in which you are witnessing, while adults are gang stalking with minor children who are equally psychopathic and will be subject to what is equal treatment under the law. That's what this is helping you to understand. This is what federal judges are being given the information and the facts in order to support what is under the law absolutely appropriate for you to decree. The entities engaging in this pattern of conduct, and they're doing so under the fake sun that you will see over the top of my head. It's 1:30 p.m. in that image. And in the screenshot of the flights that are occurring, Amazon's gang stalking me, monitoring my device. The Ontario police are gang stalking in the middle of the street. The fake sun is moving in real time at the speed that I travel back to the location where I'm at in the morning, where the fake sun is rising today. And this is where an entity engages in deranged and psychopathic and delusional, as though it does not matter, regardless of what the target individual, and it's not the target individual, it's what the law says, it's what the federal law says. And you will not engage in what is defying federal law. This is what they're doing. It's called impunity. And while you behave like that, you will be thrown into mental institutions, period. You're going into facilities. This is the entity that's engaging in that. And while they do that with a smile on their face, while they do that as though they are maintaining that ongoing sense of ego is going to have a lot of people locked up in federal prison. And their minor children are going to be abandoned, which is for their good, because they're taught psychopathic patterns and to be engaged in criminal conduct. But this is exactly what an entity is engaging in, and they are doing so to their own demise. And it does not change the fact that they are stalking with the government that provides evidence against them. And this is also the basis to prosecute the gang stalking airlines that are fully aware of and will be held accountable under the law as those providing instrumentalities of interstate commerce and furtherance of murder, the conspiracy to murder an American citizen, which is treason. While the people of the state share in the pattern of conduct, they are doing so now, and they are aiding in psychological torture and ongoing harassment and furtherance of murdering an American citizen that they are together keeping under criminal surveillance in concert with those that are outside of the United States, while they are also engaging in what is viewing it on the internet, which is also relevant to what is global surveillance. Treason. Okay, this is the P.O.C. It is currently 1:41 p.m. and what I want to remind you about is the entity that's engaging in this outside of what is published regarding the flights today. Okay, so while I am capturing the podcast that you're listening to now, and you heard plane after plane after plane, the entity is engaging in this while they are stalking. And let's recall the times that they are stalking in a conspicuous manner, meaning the entity is engaging what is going out of its way to let you know, federal judges, that they are stalking an American citizen by virtue of the plane activity that you can audibly perceive, because that is not, this is a matter of judicial notice. The planes that are taken off from the airport are not going to be heard in this location. And the planes that are taken off from the airport at 2500 Airport Drive, where a takeoff is conducted and completed in the sky space at that airport property, and not 4.5 miles northwest of that airport, where you are still hovering in order to hear and even see the logos, where they are doing so even over the senior citizen complex, and where the people of the state with minor children are equally engaged in studying their devices and engaging in what is an inexplicable level of comfort of gang stalking in plain view. because that's what they're doing, and children should not make you comfortable. Children are going to be the reason why you're going to prison. The entities engaging in mentally ill behavior with their minor children, and they're doing so in that environment, and it's a matter of judicial notice that no planes taken off from the airport are hovering over the city hall in Ontario, California, while the entities sharing in that pattern of conduct together with regard to monitoring the evidence and then literally making a decision that this is something that they should do, such as digging in your diaper and pulling out feces from your bottom and licking that on your fingers in front of a federal judge that is making a determination and evaluation regarding your competence to stand trial, regarding your competence, whether you are in need of what is an involuntary commitment, which is exactly the case regarding the psychopathic disorders of those that are engaging in the inhumane and unconstitutional system of surveillance, gang stalking, as a population targets one person together, i.e. gang stalking. And then the entity's doing that with various planes, as I'm documenting, and they are doing that. The entity is stalking by plane right now at what is 1:43 p.m. And the entity's ongoing plane activity is relevant to ongoing monitoring by those that are engaging what is standing, where the entity is monitoring me regularly seated. And at 1:43 p.m., the entity has no scheduled flights, okay? So this is relevant to what is also not the product of any sort of takeoff from the airport. The 1:35 p.m. scheduled flight on the 31st by Delta Airlines, flight number DL3840, that's going to Seattle from gate 209, is not any sort of destination that will include hovering over the Ontario Senior Center, where the people of the state, in concert with minor children, are gang stalking, okay? The entities engaging in what is that ongoing flight that you can hear, that is not, while you hear it here, it's not the product of a takeoff from the airport, which is speaking to not only targeting by commercial airline companies that are going to be put out of business and financially exhausted and criminally prosecuted, but it is the people of the state that you see. These are lesbians. These are homosexual predators under and over the age of majority. The entities engage in this while they are engaging in psychotic behavior, wanting to outwardly demonstrate indifference, which it is the exact opposite. They are demonstrating obsession of a psychotic level, while the entity relies on numbers of all of the obsessed demons gang stalking to behave in the same manner, and that is supposed to directly rebut the facts that you are engaging in that criminal pattern of conduct. That is the formula for involuntary commitments and for the necessity of martial law. Okay, the entity is engaged in that, like I stated, while the entity is flying over again by planes, and this is what the entity was doing as I was documenting that, walking back to this venue, and the entity is gang stalking. This is what you're witnessing in the video at 1:24 p.m., where the entity is stalking by plane, and it is United Airlines. That is at what is 1:32 p.m. The entity is engaged in what is, hold on, 1:32 p.m. is United Airlines. All right, I want you to recall the video that I'm capturing as I approach. That's the video that you'll listen to, or you can, because the court is literally looking at the visual that I provide and listening to this podcast, which is the audio that I provide, as you are analyzing and recognizing in order to prosecute and legislate around this system that is underway of domestic terrorism in the United States. The entities engaging in this, United Airlines is stalking on video for you to see. This is clear stalking as a matter of judicial notice regarding the environment, and also regarding the targeting that is necessarily the case where United Airlines is coming from terminals at the airport. The entity is doing so at what is 1:32 p.m. There is, 1:24 p.m. And the entity is maintaining this ongoing documentation as I'm capturing it at, it's 1:47 p.m. by the way. And there is no flight scheduled here either, and that is Delta Airlines. Okay, so this is the entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct, and all they did was place a bunch of teenagers in front of you, teenagers that are engaged in gang stalking in California. Okay, but you already know that Chaffee Joint Union High School, these are zombies, these are dead, demon-possessed youth that are gang stalking, and they're doing so with the high school, the teachers, the school drivers. They're doing so under the fake sun, and I'm documenting the demon-possessed gang stalking parents, dropping them off gang stalking me in the morning along Euclid Avenue, as you recall. And as I walk back toward this location in the middle of the afternoon, and they get out of school, and that fake sun is over me, and they are a bunch of zombies under the age of 18 gang stalking. So you already know that teenagers are engaged in the pattern of conduct and they suffer the same mental illness as demons engage in the pattern of conduct. And it is adults that have dragged them out in order to engage in that P.O.C. That's what you're mindful of. They are engaging in what is sexual violence, and they are also the ones that the adults are having sex with. These children are subject to what is a pattern of sexual abuse while they are in the custody of demons that are engaging in the sex offense of gang stalking and doing so with this level of mental instability. Engaging in criminal activity in front of the court, engaging in it before the world will not suggest that it is not the criminal activity that you are witnessing. That's what they are engaging in, and this is what the entity is doing while they are doing it with the U.S. military. Understand that this is no protection, it is full exposure. And you need to be aware that this is why you have teenagers that are committing sex acts of violence. This is why you have teenagers that are engaging in what is criminal activity of a violent nature. This is why you have that level of depravity amongst the youth. They're demons, and they've been engaged in what is criminal activity with the government in the United States for generations. And so this is why you have that. And it's not that which is without an explanation or that which is new. They've been trained up in this, and it is generational. They become increasingly violent. They become increasingly perverted. They become increasingly depraved. Okay. This is the entity that is raising up serial killers and those that have no conscience, even toward their gang stalking parents, which they murder. They kill them, their own parents. This is the entity of demons, the family of demons that engage in this level of violence. And this is the darkness that they dwell in. And that's how it is literally imploding amongst themselves. But this is the entity that is gang stalking. I'm just giving you examples of what they do amongst each other because they are the wicked. What you're not talking about in those cases is that they're demons and that their parents are demons and that they're engaging in, first of all, the demonic system of this monitoring. So you have the corruption of the government on the nuclear family, and you have the corruption of that family that's raising up criminals, raising up sex offenders that are demons that are engaging in the monitoring system. That's not talked about with regard to what's affecting the crime rate, okay, in the United States. That's not discussed at all. But I just want to be clear. The entity is stalking by United Airlines. And again, this video is captured at what is 1:32 p.m. Let me confirm that 1 second. Okay, I do want to go ahead and refer to the record. So at 1:22 p.m., not 1:32. 1:22 p.m. on video, I'm capturing at 1:22 p.m. United Airlines that is hovering over the senior citizen complex. So that's over the city hall. That is from, again, ostensibly United Airlines would posit that they're taking off from the airport, and that 4.5 miles away, they are hovering over the senior citizen complex at 1:22 p.m. after having made what is a takeoff at 1:18 from the terminals. I'm referencing 1:18 p.m. because you will see reflected based on what the Ontario International Airport has published. United Airlines on May 31st has a takeoff, a destination by United Airlines. Flight number 1263 is going to Denver from gate 201. And the entity is engaging in this while the fake sun is coming from the direction which is remaining over me as I'm walking back toward the library. So the fake sun is moving in the direction over me. It is moving southwest. Okay, while I am coming from Bethel Congregation, and it is along the same street that it was this morning where United Airlines was stalking under the same fake sun, and the entity is engaging in cartwheels and flipping over the same senior center where the fake sun is over me right now. This is the evidence based upon what are the readily identifiable facts. That is the judicially noticed facts which control, which is the entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct. United Airlines is stalking, but it is also a matter of common sense that the airport terminals that are not in any direction west. So this is necessarily flight north in the direction west. Northwest is where United Airlines from the Ontario International Airport that has to hover over the properties of Hope Boulevard and across the properties of B Street, across the venue of what is the housing community, to then be at a location to fly what is a straight direction. Then they're going in a straight line. They're not going northwest when they are flying strictly west over the City Hall, the Senior Center, and the Senior Citizen Apartment Complex. This is the entity that is not coming from the airport, okay? At 1:18 p.m., and engaging in at 1:22 p.m., hovering over, which I'm capturing visibly to see United Airlines stalking under the fake sun that it was stalking me under at the same position this morning on video at what is 1:22 p.m. Okay, this is a matter of evidence prosecuting the gang stalking airlines, and they're doing so in concert with the people of the state that are not aiding in what is any sort of diversion or any sort of assistance. The entity is incriminating the people of the state, the brokies, in other words, that are on the ground, and also the gang stalkers with the deep pockets that are forming corporations in order to aid the U.S. military's criminal pattern of conduct regarding criminal surveillance in furtherance of murder and kidnapping. There is, in fact, nothing that United Airlines could do with regard to the maintenance of the fake sun that is still here after 6 p.m. also. Where United Airlines is gang stalking over Metro 102 apartments for, this is all on the record what United Airlines is doing, where United Airlines is stalking me at Economy Inn and flying over the top of my head while I'm walking on the sidewalk, which is nearest the 60 freeway, which is also not a takeoff from the Ontario International Airport, and where the sun is not going to be present at two places at the same time. That would require more than one sun for it to be rising at the OVITT library, like I have this morning, where United Airlines is hovering in this sky space over these senior citizen complexes in violation of zoning laws, and also where United Airlines is hovering over me at the Economy Inn grocery outlet, where they are engaging in what are U-turns over the Economy Inn property, flying over the sidewalk over my head with Delta Airlines and with the entity that's maintaining commercial flights, which is everything that's already on the record under the fake sun. Okay, and the 60 freeway is a distance from, it's along the same Euclid Avenue, and this is the evidence of United Airlines stalking me under a fake sun that remains in Ontario while they are in all manner of position, which is not in alignment with Gate 201, for example. Where United Airlines is headed to what the Ontario International Airport states as Denver, and that will be flight 1263. At 1:18 p.m. is where a takeoff will be scheduled, and over the sky space of that airport is where a takeoff that is going to be conducted. And even where the entity to, for example, United Airlines engaging what is completing a takeoff, meaning you're rising in elevation higher than what United Airlines is flying at over the senior citizen complex. That is not a takeoff. They are flying higher. When you are taking off from the airport, you are heightening higher than what they are doing at the apartment complex here where the 280 North Lemon apartments are, where the demons are gang stalking with underage minors with regard to the same P.O.C. And they are trying and failing because there is no suggestion that you're going to make that's going to make it make sense and make it look normal or make the fake sun disappear or make science agree with you. The entities engaging in what is suggesting that because they don't behave in a manner that's causing attention, that it's nothing to pay attention to and that nothing is happening. This is not what the federal government, what federal law is going to recognize. They're going to diagnose for severe delusional disorders, psychopathic disorders, while they are conspiring the murder of an American citizen, which they intentionally and knowingly do. They hear the planes, they see the planes, they are also aware of the helicopter. They are looking at they are aware of the fake sun, which is why they are positioned literally where they are physically located with regard to targeting me. They even target my vagina. The entity is doing this in concert with the demons that are flying planes that have no passengers on the United Airlines plane that is hovering over the senior citizen complex. This is the reality of what is going on. And this is all, while I articulate that at length, that's a matter of judicial notice. That the airport is not conducting a takeoff while you are still at a hovering elevation over the senior citizen complex, which is what I have on video. And while they're still engaged in federal stalking, studying their devices, which is what the psychopaths do while they're gang stalking. And that's what they're all doing while they have a bunch of teenagers right in front of my path with regard to pacing. They're engaging in the mentally ill conduct right in front of you. They are engaging in what is seeking to disguise cloaking as dancing in step with one another under the fake sun right in front of me, while the demons are pacing in commercial airline planes where the fake sun is rising this morning on video, where United Airlines is also engaged in stalking as well. Amazon Prime is gang stalking, flying over the teenagers that are going to be federally prosecuted, representing the minors that are subject to martial law in California. And doing so at 1:58 p.m. The entity is engaging in what is stalking under the fake sun, where you're looking at cartwheels by UPS, cartwheels by any commercial plane, is speaking to targeting by the commercial airline companies that are not then engaging in what is, oh, well, that one's doing a cartwheel, and they're engaging in what is a U-turn. They're dipping behind the senior citizen complex over the Ontario City Hall and swooping around the Metro Center 102 apartments, but United Airlines is actually a flight that's headed to a destination. This is the entity that is stalking, and at 6:37 a.m., you see the fake sun right here, and it is 1:58 p.m. So let's count that together, because even the demons that are gang stalking here are not smarter than a fifth grader, and that's because they're demon possessed. Okay, the entities engage in what is stalking equally under a fake sun, and that is 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 7 hours ago. The fake sun is here, where the entity is engaging in what is openly exposing the minors that are engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring in the state of California, which is exposing them to prosecution for terrorism, and it is exposing them to being fully subject to martial law. It is also speaking to what is having them involuntarily committed, where they are exhibiting the same level of mental instability. Alrighty, that's the P.O.C. The entity is stalking, so the commercial airline companies, under the 6:37 a.m. fake sun at the same OVITT Family Community Library, where you're hearing plane activity, which is occurring outside of what is published that the Ontario International Airport is representing as destinations that United Airlines and Delta Airlines supposedly have, which does not include hovering over this apartment complex and over the city hall. Where the entity is engaging in a takeoff, that's the absence of a takeoff, where they are still hovering, and where you hear the plane activity miles away from the airport, northwest, over 4 miles from the airport, under the remaining fake sun over 6 hours ago, while they are engaged in that. And there is no amount of twirling and no amount of even having a hideous body shape that's going to distract away from that. There's no amount of ignoring the target individual that speaks to anything else going on. These are all of the pathetic tactics of the unintelligent, the population of dead people who have no intelligence, who cannot deal with or assess or address facts, who rely on gang members who are all parroting the same unfortunate, unpersuasive, and unintelligent, unprepared lie. Okay, that's all that it is. And they're getting their children prosecuted as well. This is the P.O.C. The entities engage in this in the same way that they're exposing they're exposing minors to criminal activity. They're exposing them to what is necessary under the law, and they will be treated equally as terrorists under the law, just like a minor child that has a bazooka in their hands. They are exposing that child to having that child being shot down by a soldier that's engaged in warfare across the globe, right? That's what they're doing while they're gang stalking with minor children, and they're going to be treated under the law accordingly. Right, this is the P.O.C. They're engaged in psychopathic behavior, and they are teaching minors to engage in seeking to cloak their mental illness. Pace around by dancing. Pace around by engaging in an activity in that specific environment, and do so in a manner that is exhibiting indifference to that targeted individual. This is the psychopathic behavior of the demon possessed, and they're doing that while they are acting in furtherance of the same criminal prosecution. All right, that's the P.O.C. This is the entity that is more obsessed with me than concerned with the fact that they are being prosecuted, and they are prosecuting an entire population. Don't forget that there's no sun over San Diego. There's no sun in Las Vegas, Nevada. There's no sun over me in Oceanside when I'm driving toward Las Vegas on the U.S. highways, where the fake sun is over my sunroof, and the entity is gang stalking at the same OVITT Family Community Library. There certainly is no sun over the Upland Public Library. That's the fake sun, where that population is engaged in monitoring. Okay? What you are recognizing is mental illness. That is the bottom line. You are recognizing mental illness in all of its forms, and that's what the demon possessed are providing. They are illusions, and what I'm showing you is that they are unintelligent illusions. Highly unintelligent, that they share in with minors who are severely unstable, and they are born in that state. The demon possessed that are psychopathic, that are monitoring, give birth to demons that are monitoring. And they are doing that as a means of a lifestyle in the United States. Okay, that's the P.O.C. It is speaking to what is obsession. Children that are obsessed with me, children that are sex offenders. They're engaging in the sex offense of vagina monitoring. This is giving you what is a very clear and an uncomfortable reality regarding what they are and what they're doing while they are gang stalking with minors. It's telling all of their secrets, not bothering me, because this is their reality. All right, that's how you engage in psychological torture as well. Targeting an American citizen, doing it through minor children. That is creating the illusion that a child is innocent, a child is not engaged in criminal activity that's alleged, asserting that someone is imagining it, someone is suffering from some course of reality, some separate reality in their mind, apart and distinct from what's actually happening, where the entity is fully engaging in the psychopathic conduct and intentionally using and presenting children to do so. Children that are pacing and you are looking at it as, oh, that's cute, look at the kids running around and screaming at the top of them, those are little monitoring spirits. And they're monitoring you, and they're also monitoring your vagina. They are mindful, cognizant of your vagina when they have those demonic spirits in them, and they are engaging in that conduct, that pattern of conduct. That's literally what's happening. Now, with regard to the court, while you have that relevant context, you're looking at the P.O.C. It's literally the formula. The elements are all present. They're doing it with minor children. While the U.S. military, the mentally ill, the homosexuals, they engage in this conduct. They are contributing to the delinquency of minors that are fully engaged in the conspiracy to murder. And accordingly, they will be subject to what is the indiscriminate treatment under federal law. Where they are engaging in it, they will be prosecuted for it. And so will the those that are in custody of the minors. I only want to give you a reminder about what you witnessed. You're going to recall the entity that is gang stalking. Doing so under this fake sun, as I am at the OVITT Family Community Library. I travel away from the OVITT Family Community Library, and then the entity returns with the fake sun over me at the OVITT Family Community Library, which is also the evidence speaking to monitoring. That is nothing other than monitoring at this same location. Okay, and the entity is exposing the minors, not distracting away or suggesting or proving that they're not engaging in the P.O.C. There is zero argument for the entity that's engaging in that. And there are, it's no less of targeting by the commercial airline companies when they merely included minor children to be stalking me in the path and engaging in psychotic behavior such as pacing as a group at the instruction of overage, egg-shaped demons that are wearing high waters and stripes at that size and shape. This is the tacky demons that are gang stalking and leading minor children to engage in that with them. Okay, this is speaking to what are the mentally ill that lead the mentally ill and psychopathic behaviors, which they are intentionally and maliciously sharing in with the U.S. military that are stalking in concert with them pacing. Psychopathic behavior shared by an entity. Okay, that's the P.O.C. It's currently 2:05 p.m. Alrighty, so in that video that is captured at 1:22 p.m., it will be included in this podcast. The entity is engaging in what is stalking in the path with regard to blocking my path. So they have teenagers lined up to be engaged in, just like the drug addicts last night, stalking in my path, wanting to sit next to me. This is an entity that's seeking to appear consumed in an activity while they are seeking to be next to me. That's the stalker, okay? These are demons that are in them, using them, and while they're also engaged in activity creation under the fake sense. So that is readily explained. The entities engaged in this, I'm pointing out the psychopathic pacing by the mentally ill that are being committed, stalking in commercial planes. And the entities engaging in this, in that video at 1:22 p.m., it's United Airlines, where there's no takeoff headed to Denver. There's no takeoff headed to any destination while they are hovering over the senior citizen complex. And I provided a visual in that video. The entities, moreover, engaging in what is, while the gang of stalkers are here, you will see the demon in the striped shirt with the black high water pants on and the double chin. She's wearing the black glasses, studying her device. Turning on and off the music is activity creation, while you will see the entity that is stalking in commercial planes. 1:27 p.m. These are the images that you'll see. 1:27, well, 13:27:34 is what it'll say military time, but it's 1:27 p.m. 34 seconds. She's studying her device. The entity is engaging in what is crossing path and engaging in what is the cartwheel over the senior citizen complex. This is the same exact conduct that, as I pointed out in the video, that the City of Ontario employees are engaging in. You're talking about the multiplicity of faces, same demon possession, same criminal pattern of conduct, okay? Under the same exact circumstances of what is the enduring fake sun. This is a population that's engaging in that. The entity is engaging in a cartwheel in alignment to where my person is situated on the property, just like where Ontario police are on video, and the commercial plane is on the opposite side of this library building, north of this location, stalking me, where the fake sun is north of this library, on the opposite side, and they are stalking me while the fake sun remains over me, and they are in my presence, moreover, where it is that I sit, obsessing over me. That's what this is. And the entity is engaging in what is doing a cartwheel with the plane, making a U-turn, in other words, where my person is situated. The dance instructor, whatever this Humpty Dumpty is calling herself, she's gang stalking. She's gang stalking via instructing teenagers in how to gang stalk and be federally prosecuted for it because it's not inconspicuous. But she's calling herself instructing teenagers in dancing. She's doing it while the plane is engaging in what is a U-turn, and that U-turn is in alignment with my person at 1:28 p.m. You'll see her studying her device. You'll see her, and they are all under the fake sun with minor kids. This is the entity that's engaging while the stalkers are being as close to me as possible. This is what the entity's purpose is. While the psychos are engaging in that ritual, pacing all around over and over and over and over again. This is where they're engaging in that. Who is distracted? Where this is the entity that's stalking by helicopter and flying in circles around and around and around. Is that distracting you while teenagers, minors are here? Is that any? It's because it's not. And is it realistic to you, persuasive, that none of them are able to hear the helicopter or even looking up in the sky? Oh, what's happening? While they're engaging what is psychopathic flight in circles, while teenagers are here. Because that's the same pattern of conduct that they practice, and it is not changing facts, okay? That's the entity's purpose behind that, and this is what the entity is doing. So the cartwheels at 1:28 p.m., the entity is engaging in that while the flights from the airport that are published includes a flight which is Delta Airlines, and Delta Airlines certainly is not headed to a destination. Flight DL1006 to Salt Lake City from gate 208 while I'm documenting at 1:28 p.m. the U-turn flight all the way in alignment to my person at the OVITT Family Community Library, where I'm coming from Bethel congregation with the fake sun over my head, just to engage in what is a U-turn. So this is the entity that's, again, operating outside of what is published regarding the gang stalker that is the Ontario International Airport. The entity that's engaging in what is monitoring the evidence, so that will be at what is the same time as what is published, having another United Airlines flight that does not have any passengers on it, that is not engaged in a takeoff while it's hovering over the property, and doing so while they are under the fake sun that is rising and setting at the venue, is engaging in the P.O.C. in concert with the people of the state. And United Airlines is the people of the state. The gang stalking teenagers with the tacky dress demons are the people of the state. That is the pattern of conduct, and the commercial airline companies are being federally prosecuted for treason. This is an entity that knows that they're being prosecuted. They're already convicted, let me put it that way, and they're doing so while they are very much suicidal, okay? That's what you are when you're engaging in self-harm with regard to gang stalking in this conspicuous manner, okay? That's the P.O.C. You will see the entity pacing right now, and you can hear the plane activity, which is rising up in elevation over the city hall, which is northwest of that. And the entity is engaging while they are stalking in the path. And this is a homosexual male that's stalking with teenage girls, monitoring another woman while they're engaging in activity creation. You'll see the twirling, it's activity creation, and they are engaging in pacing while the gang members are engaging. And that gang member in particular in the sky space is Amazon Prime, which is also not headed to a destination and is not engaging in anything other than crossing path under that fake sun that is in the same position it was over 6 hours earlier. That's the analysis. And it's the same analysis where the entity comes and gang stalks with a clown with face paint on, where the entity gang stalks with a dragon in a costume, where the entity gang stalks and the ones wearing costumes that are dressed up as police officers. That's a costume as well. And it's the same pattern of conduct. C. Gerber's going to federal prison for being under the same exact circumstances at 10 o'clock in the morning, where the fake sun remains the fake sun. Okay, he's going to prison for the P.O.C. that doesn't change based on the actor. The entity's pattern of conduct is relying on the maintenance of an illusion and changing the facts, meaning, oh, this is different, and it will supersede what is alleged because we'll put in a demon that is looking more serious or is doing something more important or is very convincing while they don't talk to or look at the targeted individual. None of those are facts. None of those are legally relevant facts either. None of those are relevant to the prosecution as a population that's gang stalking. But what are facts is that the fake sun is documented where United Airlines is engaging in targeting as a pattern of conduct today, one day, under the fake sun that's over the same person as I'm documenting for over 6 hours, where United Airlines coming from any of the gates at the Ontario International Airport are not hovering over like I'm capturing them, engaging in what is hovering over in the multifamily zone over the senior citizen complex, hovering over the apartments, where they are literally by virtue of that behavior that I'm documenting, not conducting any takeoff and never did from the airport to be miles away at that low elevation, at that sound level, which is the public nuisance that is shared by the people of the state who behave in the psychopathic manner. That includes what is gang stalking while behaving in an indifferent manner. That is the entity that is delusional. that is psychopathic, that is a violent sex offender. They do the same thing concerning keeping your genitalia under surveillance. And while they are teaching you, they do that over and under the age of majority. This is the P.O.C. Alrighty, this is the entity that is speaking to the prosecution for the commercial airline companies that have been engaged in murdering American citizens and murdering those across the globe while they've been engaged in as monitoring spirits who are very much attuned to what's going on with your genitalia. They know what is in the sky space as well while they are keeping everything under surveillance. These are intentional acts of suicide in the same way that they are suicidal while they are exposing, based on obsession with me, the fact that they are guilty of criminal monitoring, which they have already been convicted for. They are presenting themselves while they are sacrificing themselves with regard to what is already a lost endeavor, and that is because they are in fact mentally ill and very highly obsessed with me, just like the drug addicts last night who were stalking in the path and engaging in what is hostility while they are documented as exactly what they are. And that's why the entity is stalking by helicopter, and that remains the pattern of conduct while you include teenagers in that same equally psychopathic, equally sexually perverted, equally criminal P.O.C. Okay, so I just wanted to point that out. There's a lot of analysis in that, but that is relevant, legally relevant for those that are in the position to render decisions regarding justice of any American citizen. And you can make that decision literally at a distance as you are documenting, and it's published. And this prosecution, which is occurring first on the venue of the internet, and the government that is already being convicted is keeping that conviction, its ongoing criminal activity, under surveillance and still engaging in it, which is more evidence speaking to the necessity of involuntary commitments. And it will never change and make normal, no matter how many children you molest. In other words, no matter how many bank robberies you commit, it will never make bank robberies acceptable under the law. It will never make it by faction, okay, by majority of the bank robbers. That's not going to make it like some sort of vote. We're all going to behave like this, and so that makes it the norm because we're all acting like that. That's literally the false logic of the demon-possessed that are highly unintelligent. And they have presented themselves, that is, sacrificed themselves while they're engaging in conspicuous, that is obvious, clear, and uncontroversial criminal conduct. Very direct prosecution, very direct with regard to the engagement and guilt in that P.O.C. Knowledge and malice and intent are established thereby. This is the P.O.C. It's currently 2:16 p.m. at the OVITT Family Community Library. I'm going to go ahead and get the fake sun again, where the entity is engaged in what is the P.O.C. with minor children. And the images are present with regard to what is mentally ill conduct by those that are over and under the age of majority in the same exact specific environment where the government's engaging, and which is speaking to the necessity of martial law. The government, that is the Ontario Police Department, the Fire Department, the gang stalking ambulances, the U.S. military, the federal government, are sharing in what is the contribution to the delinquency of minors that they do not care about, minors that they claim are missing when they're engaging in gang stalking with them, minors that they claim are engaged in criminal acts of violence while they're engaging in gang stalking with them, minors that they claim are innocent while they maintain that illusion while they're engaging in the demonic pattern of conduct. This is relevant to the illusions that are presented by this corrupt population that are demons. Okay, these are those that dress up as dogs. These are demons that are dressed up in meat suits like you and I, to speak in the vernacular, meaning these are mentally ill people by virtue of what is demon possession, which is proven as a matter of evidence. They are showing perfect comfort in that environment. They're behaving in the abnormal, unnatural conduct is not evidence that they're ignorance of it. It's a matter of what is an unintelligent pattern of conduct, and it is evidence of mental illness. It's evidence of severe malicious and criminal conduct that they practice as a lifestyle, as a population. They have lost in that endeavor, and this is an entity that is delusional while they persist in that, which is going to result in commitments of this very population, including those under the age of majority, while they present their minor children as engaging in what they are perfectly capable of engaging in: gang stalking, furtherance of murder with a high level of malice, intent, and knowledge. They are monitoring in front of the targeted individual in relevant position with the government engaging in the same exact identical P.O.C. This is relevant to the entity that makes up the crime rate while they make up that which you also cannot trust, what minor children are actually subject to, while they are engaging in this criminal pattern of conduct as demons, and also while they are, in other words, domestic terrorists by virtue of what the government and what the people of the state are engaging in and raising them up to be, training them, in other words, to be engaged in. And this is serving for many, many illusions. They sacrifice their children, meaning they kill them. They sex traffic them. They gang stalk with them. They gang stalk via them. And they also engage in what is harming them with regard to equally sacrificing them. This is what the entity is doing now while they're gang stalking in front of the world with teenagers under the fake sun, and they're being prosecuted for it. Okay? This is showing you the threat that the U.S. Government has toward minors, which is necessitating martial law in California. These are all the reasonable conclusions that you're coming to while you are delusional gang stalking, and you are literally raising your hand like, oh, have me committed, commit me. I want to be committed, because that's what they're doing under the law. Okay, this is the P.O.C. It is currently 2:19 p.m. under the fake sun, where the entity is gang stalking with the U.S. military that have no passengers on these planes, and they are engaging in the same exact pattern of conduct under that enduring light source. And it is a matter of judicial notice that the sun would not be at the same address like I'm documenting on video, and the video at 1:22 p.m. and the video at 6:37 a.m. That is a matter of judicial notice, and this is prosecuting right here minors and those over the age of majority. And under these circumstances, the people of the state are subject to prison, and they're also subject to what is prosecution for treason and involuntary commitments while the entity is engaging in this P.O.C. This is the population that's subject to martial law. Okay, so I'm going through that. I'm going through a lot of analysis, but that is all presented to you in the video and in the podcast. And this is information. This is information for you. I think many people are just sitting back like, whoa, and not even listening to and comprehending what it is that I'm stating. But this is being told to you for your own information. It's not just for you to sit back and look in amazement while you're watching the gang stalking Olympics like a psychopath. Okay, this is for a purpose. This entity is being prosecuted. They're being subject to martial law. You are looking at the vastness of mental illness, and you are also witnessing what is the entity that engages in this conduct do so. And this is a form of bullying where the target individual is silenced. This entity is being bullied with evidence, and they're going to be bullied by putting them where they belong. The mentally ill belong in the mental institutions that they're going in. And this is the conduct that's going to directly put them there. There's no controversy here. And they are literally providing what is a federal judge, the direct evidence. And there's no question. Were you there? What's your identity? None of that while they engage in this obvious engagement in that P.O.C. It's the same with regard to civil and criminal prosecution liability of the commercial airline companies. This is the entity that is being bullied by its own engagement in its own malicious system. Okay, but ordinarily, this is bullying. This is a form of bullying because the target individual is inundated by a bunch of psychopaths who merely treat them while they're gang stalking. They are absolutely engaged in it. I've shown you the evidence. So because the entity acts like it's not happening does not mean that it's not happening. The fake's in here for 6 hours, it's happening. So the entity is engaging in that, and they are engaging in bullying while they behave outwardly. That is psychotic. And the psychosis is shared by those under the age of majority. So I'm reiterating what I already said, but this is understanding how an entity is engaging in psychological warfare, that which is typically affecting an American citizen, and they do it with the U.S. government. It is an act of war. And that will be responded to. And martial law is coming down on this population that's exhibiting this level of malice. War is going to be, levying war is going to be responded to with martial law. That's the P.O.C. It is currently 2:22 p.m. P.O.C.
Jesus to help you.
This is P.O.C. This is the entity that's engaging what is extraordinarily loud. It's entirely demonic. It's not even the noise that's actually relevant to the plane that you are literally looking at. And I will give you the evidence of that supernatural feature regarding amplified audible activity. While the talking, this is conspicuous surveillance. While demons, that's what these are demon-possessed people. They are legally referred to as third parties. These are agents. These are gang stalkers. These are vagina monitors. To put accurately, they keep genitalia under surveillance while they live fake, duplicitous lives. Fathers and husbands and boyfriends. Some of them are overtly homosexual. The average demon is living a life as though they are only homosexual if they are engaged in sexual activity with someone of the same gender gender, but they are homosexuals. While they monitor the genitalia of those of the same sex and those of the opposite sex, they are engaging in what is homosexual violence together with the government. That's stalking by flying over senior citizens at what is 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And under the fake sun that's been over me at this same address since 6:37 in the morning. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. That's 8 hours, 8.5 hours. And here's and as supernatural as this is, that the sun would be, this is like a demonic caterpillar crossing path, crossing path, crossing path, crossing path. It's light activity. And the demons that we're monitoring as teenagers, they were pacing as well. Very demonic what you're looking at. And it's state action that utilizes the vagina monitors under the age. These are sex offenders under the age of majority that are monitoring with the people of the state who are engaging in psychopathic behaviors, okay, engaging in conspicuous surveillance, and they are doing so under the fake sun. And the amplified plane activity is as demonic as the fake sun, which is intangible evidence that you've seen. This is disturbing. They're engaged in psychopathic pacing that while they're on bikes, and the illusion is that you're looking at a family spending quality time. They're demons. The fake sun is here at 6:37 a.m. at the same location where the fake sun is right here over me at the same address. And this was the case while United Airlines was stalking in the same manner, hovering over a senior citizen complex where stalkers are present. All right, they're stalking for a criminal presence regarding murder. Okay, they're engaging in gang stalking to murder someone, to psychologically torture that person, and they are demon-possessed while they do so. This is the entity that's engaging in that with minor children. The demon-possessed don't have any age of being appropriately engaged in sexual violence, any age for appropriately being engaged in criminal activity, any appropriate age for being engaged in what is terrorism with the government. That doesn't exist amongst them. That's why they have sex with children as well. That's why they include them in the criminal activity, which is what you're looking at. This is the P.O.C. It is currently 4:10 p.m. and this is also speaking to the fact that Upland, California is gang stalking while it's remaining over the roof of that venue, like I showed yesterday after 5 p.m. But I'm here today remaining in Ontario, and here it is when I'm standing in the same location and have not been to Upland at all today. That is amplified audible activity under the guise of plane engines that also, they don't have any business over here. There's no takeoff from the airport over here, and the entity is engaging in what is demonic activity. They're going to be prosecuted because it's psychotic to stalk someone in planes. It's psychotic to do so over and over again. You're already stalking. Why do you keep flying hundreds of planes over? They're engaged in psychopathic pacing, and the entity does so on foot, pacing. The entity does so as groups, like a group standing in front, dancing. That's accomplishing the pacing conduct. The entity does so via traffic. This is what California is doing on the roads and the highways, pacing. And this is the entity that's engaging in mentally ill behavior together. That is what is relevant, the evidence to you regarding what is amplified audible activity. The plane engines that you actually hear is not actually the plane, the natural volume of that plane that you can physically see, which is evidence in the physical of stalking. It is also what is relevant to what is demonic behavior, which is mentally ill behavior. It's audible activity with regard to the elements that are present. Regarding the judicially noticed fact that the natural environment would never include the sun being present for over 6 hours, which is what I'm documenting thus far. We're stalking by the people of the state are underway. That's Eddie. He's going to prison. This is impunity while I'm documenting him day in and day out. And this is relevant to being poisoned by the entity that's then stabbing my feet at night. And I also want to document the entity is engaging what is damaging my property. Someone taking a razor to the bottom of my shoes. I just want to be clear. These are demons that are very much, first of all, you're scared of me. If you weren't scared of me, you wouldn't be engaging in this level of conduct. And I wouldn't be here still publishing evidence on the internet. The entity is very fearful also when they engage in things such as stalking by helicopter and it's going straight on the internet. You're doing that not because it's a show of bravado while it's going right on the internet and you're crying. Okay, you have diarrhea while you're looking at yourself stalking in a helicopter, but they're doing that out of fear. They're doing that because they have confronted one that is absolutely formidable, that is going to do exactly what it is that I told them that they do, and they know that that's happening. And in the meantime, the entity is very much, and they're going to be prosecuted for it. Southwest Airlines is going to cease to exist for damaging my shoes, taking a razor to the bottom of my shoes because they're hopeful that that'll stop me from walking to wherever it is that I'm walking in order to document. While the entity damages my personal property, stole my laptop, engaging in what is theft of all of my personal property, any and everything based on what they are incapable of stopping. But you are going to prison for these things, and you're also going to exactly the place where I said you are. And if I told you you're going to be put out of business, when I told you that you're being committed, that's exactly what's happening. And taking a razor to the bottom of my shoes, when you call yourself some sort of some sort of prophet, some sort of a person that is elevated above me, but you're scared about me walking somewhere and you're cutting my shoes while I'm outside. You're lurking around me in the dark while I'm asleep. You're pacing around me, monitoring my vagina after you poison me just so that you can utter things to Satan while I'm being gang stalked by you in the bathroom. You're being committed, okay? That's the P.O.C. This is evidence of that same entity, however, damaging my property. And this is Dylan, who's going to prison. This is Securitas employees who are gang stalking under the fake sun. Alrighty, this is P.O.C. It is currently 4:13 p.m. and this is pacing as you walk into the Laverne parking lot under that light source. And this is how the pattern of conduct is built into what the people of the state are doing conveniently and in obvious plain view. Okay, and it's also going to be obvious and in plain view while companies are shut down, prosecuted, and on the news exposed for what is proven and what is also being prosecuted, treason upon gang stalking. It's currently 4:14 p.m. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, I did just capture video evidence, and that is relevant to prosecution, but I'm also including relevant evidence pertaining to what are damages to be recovered and also relevant to sentences. Everyone is being sentenced with regard to levying war against me, an American citizen, doing so commercially, which is what Amazon Prime represents, stalking in planes, as the entity engages in that, which is what the government Pollyon represents, gang stalking as a municipality and funding terrorism in the city, and what the people of the state represent as a population, levying war, targeting me as a population, poisoning me, puncturing me with needles at night while they stalk me while I'm in an unconscious state, sleep, poisoning my body, also putting foreign substances in my body, and also engaging in what is damaging my personal property while it's on my person. The entity is literally taking like a razor, some sharp object, to cut the soles of my shoes off. I want to document that. The entity, this is very pathetic. This is the type of thing that Tracy Banks engages in, okay? Putting holes in my clothing. This is a demon that is envious of the way that, literally, I don't mean to, but this is just the way that my clothes would cling to my waistline and my silhouette, my body shape. And demons are very detailed with regard to the level of envy that they have while they obsess over you. And they are so sickened with envy, Tracy Banks would put holes in my clothes. I did document that, and you witnessed a psychopath lying out of her teeth. I certainly am not putting damaging my own Victoria's Secret undergarments. I'm not damaging the clothes that I take time to pick out and wear, and I certainly am not running around and putting holes in my clothes unwittingly. This is an entity that's engaged in that level of envy while stalking me also with planes and helicopters. It's the same mentally ill spirit. The entities engaged in what is damaging my property, and the gang stalking airlines that are exhibiting mental illness while you hear the plane activity necessarily targeting are sharing in that. Okay, that's the P.O.C. and that is the entity that's stalking. That is let me capture that also. This is the entity that's engaged in that conduct at the level of immaturity. And also, that level of immaturity is a threat. That's the entity that will murder you because they want to be you. That's the purpose of gang stalking. Hi, Mickey and Dylan. They're gang stalking together. They're both going to prison while the entity is flying over by planes. I just want to go ahead and document that. Dylan, that's typically walking to the parking lot, is taking an extra lap because you want to engage in that pattern of conduct because you're going to prison, and that's exactly how you're going to be documented. This is the P.O.C. You guys, did the library close already? Yeah, it's closed already. Okay, that's P.O.C. They're under the fake sun. Mickey's under the fake sun at 9 o'clock in the morning, engaged in the same thing. She's going to prison, where vagina monitors belong, and she's gang stalking with the rest of the lesbians that are pacing in the same location, and they're pacing with Eddie that's gang stalking on the bench. All right, that's the P.O.C. Those are the petty and very immature but very costly tactics of demons. While you want to engage in what is only significant to them, it's not witchcraft. It's yielding no results that are helpful to you while you're pacing around in the engineered light, which is supposed to be magic to them. What's magic is when you wake up in prison. That's going to be magical. The entity's engaging in this by helicopter as well. That's also not magic. That's putting you in prison. Southwest Airlines is following, engaging in the same conduct seconds later, which Dylan and Mickey are sharing in that. These are employees of OVITT Family Community Library. That's whose name I'm uttering. They're going to prison, okay? This is the mentally ill population that puts holes in my clothing because they are jealous of my waistline. They're jealous of my silhouette. They're jealous of the way that I look effortlessly when I don't even care about my appearance. But these are demons that worship you, and this is the type of conduct, the detailed levels of jealousy and envy that vagina monitors have while they worship your genitalia, while you're just trying to use the bathroom, while they worship your genitalia while you just want to take a shower. And the entities engage in what is stalking you with amplified audible activity while you're engaged in those private activities, which are a matter of surveillance amongst sex offenders that worship you and worship your genitalia. That includes Tracy Banks. That includes Mickey, that includes Dylan, that includes Eddie, that includes these lesbians with these teenagers gang stalking under the fake sun. That is remaining over 3 hours now since I returned after 6:37 a.m. where this is where it was rising. And the entities engaging in what is taking an extra lap, Mickey and Dylan, who are going to prison and are willing to risk that while they are literally incinerated, if you will. They are literally triggered while they listen to the truth about me telling you about how jealous they are of my natural waistline, which I've never had carved. I've never had any sort of injections. I've never had any sort of surgery. And this is not about talking about my physical appearance. I don't care about any of that. I'm letting you know the depths that the demon possessed who are this is insecurity on steroids. Insecurity that will lead to them murdering you. This is insecurity that's gang stalking you. Okay, this is why you have a company full of demons that are using planes that are sold and provided by companies that are gang stalking people that they are envious of because they're envious demons. They're envious of you because the children that they gave birth to or that they are fathering are demons and they're cursed. And I'm not. They're envious of you because you are naturally engaging in whatever it is that God gave you and they are cursed and they cannot. They're envious of you because of the ease with which you do what you do. You wake up not condemned. You wake up engaging in what is freedom of thought and doing effortlessly and naturally whatever it is that God has called you to do. And they are not. They are encumbered also with what is humiliation while that is not their circumstance. And they're gang stalking the person who lives that life. Okay. And you live that life even unconsciously because you're not going around bragging about it. You just live and they are monitoring you. They are envious about what you are not even aware of. And it includes damaging your clothing while you look good in it. Okay, that's the entity that is stalking. I want to be clear. It is absolutely relevant to the pathetic creatures that are stalking in the plains. Those are the homosexuals who contracted incurable STDs that are also envious of me because their curses do not touch me. Neither do their curses with words. That's called defamation under the law. And they're going to prison for that. It was criminal defamation while you contracted HIV and then tried to attach me to that. And I don't even have anything to do with it. Neither was I ever in the bed with any of them. But yet Delta Airlines and Southwest Airlines and Amazon Prime are gang stalking. And they're so mentally ill that they think that that's going to attach criminal defamation to sexual acts that they committed with each other and by pure promiscuity. Which, again, how is that a nexus with regard to the stalking by planes? Because the entity is seeking to establish that you're mentally ill and that because you're mentally ill, you're promiscuous. And because they said that you're promiscuous and you are therefore mentally ill, you are the reason why they have incurable STDs. And I am not exaggerating. That is what gang stalkers that are on the internet were praying to Satan thinking that was going to happen. They are psychopathic. That includes Tracy Banks, who has engaged in a pattern of damaging my clothing while she's engaged in having sex with people my age who are, if they were sane, would be interested in people their age and not the age of their grandmother. And so with that envy, Tracy Banks engages in damaging my clothes, such as breaking my high heels, putting holes in my undergarments, ripping apart my undergarments, putting holes in my blouses, tearing and ripping my dresses that look very good on me. Okay, this is an entity that's engaging in that as well. It's the same demonic spirit. The spirit that is invested in sitting in the library all day long gang stalking is that envious spirit that wants to damage your property because they can't be you. Okay, because they can't breathe the way you breathe, because when they flat iron their hair, it doesn't look the same way, because they can't grow their hair to the length that you can naturally, because they have a deficit of edges, and alopecia is just something that runs in their families because they're cursed. This is an entity that's engaging in what is all manner of envy, and it makes the demon-possessed race feel better to gang stalk that person that is blessed by God. Now, that is a very petty, but also very realistic, true status of what is wrong with those that are psychopathic at their level of jealousy and envy. And I want to be clear, these are not men. So it is shared with the females. These are effeminate homosexuals while they behave as women, sitting around stalking another woman all day instead of having a job and going to provide like a man would, instead of sitting around stalking and practicing witchcraft regarding that which you are never going to get in the spirit and nothing other than more curses. Okay? That's a woman. That's not a man. These are demons that are engaging in gang stalking. These are demons that are engaging in that. You're flying in plane after plane after plane. Now, I can easily rat off that criticism, but this is the real status of those that are in need of being committed. And then the entity is engaging in what is making itself feel better by doing a couple laps in a helicopter, but you're still going to prison, and you are absurdly psychotic because that is what makes you feel better. Mickey and Dylan are still going to prison. Mickey's gang stalking me with Myra the day before yesterday as well. She's going to prison. She's under the fake sun at 8 in the morning, and as I'm documenting right now, at 4 o'clock in the evening, where she works and where she's engaged in more than one bout of criminal summoning. She's engaged in kidnapping as well. She's going to prison. This is the entity that's engaged in that, and she is more concerned with monitoring my vagina and engaging what is an immediate feeling of satiating a desire for retaliation by psychopathic pacing with the government that puts her in prison by virtue of presence because she's listening to the truth about what I speak. Okay, Mickey is one that is jealous of another person that she's gang stalking. I just want to be clear on that. They are absolutely jealous and envious of the one that they are targeting. That's why you obsess and you stalk, which is worshiping. This is idolizing. It's criminal conduct, and it is idolizing that person. This is nothing that is suggesting that you are the least important. It's suggesting that you are everything to them, which is evidence of mental illness. Obsession is what it is. The fake sun evidence is speaking to obsession with me. And that's the entity that's engaging what is damaging my shoes. And that is born out of tremendous fear, trepidation, concern. Okay? While they are engaging in that, and I want to be clear, all the damages that I suffer. This entity stole my vehicle in 2019, my Toyota Camry. All right? Well, this is a humble vehicle. But the entity is concerned with because it's mine, because it's, and everything that concerns me and everything that belongs to me and everything that I touch is something that has a different type of aura to it, a different type of air to it. And therefore it is very much problematic, and it is something that the entity thinks is going to stop me from being who I am and what I'm doing. And under the law, I have a right to not have my vehicle stolen by those that are gang stalking and getting away with it by calling themselves police officers. And that's the entity that engaged in theft of my vehicle in 2019. And they're going to prison for that. That's the Ontario Police Department, and everything in my vehicle was stolen. Everything that I owned, including down to my law degree, which again, a psychopath that is envious and would lie and say that I'm not an attorney. How are you even getting into the fact that I am sleeping outside and I can't take care of myself, but there's a combined fact that I am an attorney? Nobody is talking about that because the entity is entirely corrupt, and that's why there's no judge asking these questions. These are common sense questions, all right? And it's also those that are in the medical field. This is, like I stated and like I discussed at length earlier, you are necessarily engaged in the pattern of conduct to get to the point that this entity has gotten to while they're simultaneously stalking in this very highly obvious manner. They're doing this over the hospitals. They're doing this over the jails. They're doing this over the sheriff's department. They're doing this over the courthouses. That's why I'm showing you the entity gang stalking by Southwest Airlines over the Pomona Police Department under the fake sun. Look at the evidence, people. This is the entity that's going to prison. They're being committed, and they are very much, I am not exaggerating, I am speaking the truth to embarrass those who are pathetic in everything about themselves. These are not people, this is the Nephilim that have crawled into the vessels of people who are mentally ill thereby, by those spirits that are going to be addressed, and they will be known throughout the world as the demon possessed. They will be identified through their behavior in that environment. Everyone's going to know that you're a demon. Everyone. This is an entity that's engaging in criminal activity, which is the signature of the demon possessed, of the inferior, who will be relegated to poverty, who will be relegated to homelessness, who will be relegated to the curses that belong to them. And you cannot, by witchcraft, engage in what is stealing the fate, the life, the promises of other people, which is what they've done through corrupt government regimes around the world. Targeting them because they're envious. Down to putting holes in your clothes and cutting the bottoms of your shoes and stalking you until you're sleeping outside on the streets so that they can defame your character and get away with stealing from you, ultimately killing you and kidnapping you in a facility where you do not belong. And with regard to what is justice, with regard to what is, to put it in the demon's terms that are not magical, this is called karma. This is called a backfire. The Lord God refers to it as what is reaping. It's called judgment. And they are getting exactly what they have reaped. Okay? The entities engaging in this conduct against other people, and that's exactly why they're going to be subject to martial law. That's why Dylan's going to federal prison, Mickey's going to federal prison, Sean Thrasher's going to federal prison, gang stalking outside like Eddie is, going to federal prison. This entity that's engaging in gang stalking, the gang itself, a large gang throughout California, is going to be subject to federal prison. And many of them are in positions of authority that they were unfit to be in the first place. And this is all down to what is the spirit of envy that can grow into a hideous beast and cause you to lose your right mind and put yourself in prison, because now you're engaging in very blatant conduct as your co-defendants and yourselves, sharing criminal conduct that's no mystery, and there's also no question whether you did it. They're all watching it being done by you, and there is also no question as to whether you knew what you were doing when you did it. And it's also relevant regarding everything that was stated by that entity while they were engaging in it at the same time. This is the entity that is that pathetic to engage in what is damaging my personal property. And they're doing this while I am at night. And so while I'm documenting drug addicts that want to be next to me, the entity that is stalking me, they're doing this surrounding me at the benches where I'm sleeping. They're doing this while I'm at the site of the OVITT Family Community Library. The demons are stalking in the same manner by planes. There are no scheduled flights. The entity has been doing that, by the way. I'm taking pictures of the entity stalking by plane. Look at what is published. This is relevant with regard to the judges this is judicial notice, and this is ongoing relevant evidence. It's already established under the law regarding judicial notice that the entity is stalking by the commercial airline companies that are being prosecuted civilly and criminally. These are companies that are going to be prosecuted for crimes, and they will also pay for that, compensate for their criminal activity. They will also be subject to that, which is basically combining, and this is based on the government's pattern of conduct that the people of the state share in, creating companies so that the government can gang stalk people. And you're also learning that it's also very obvious, because regardless of whether it's a commercial airline company, there are no planes that are flying over the back of Stater Brothers. That's never happening. It's also not a takeoff from the airport, and you're not headed to a destination. This is the entity that's engaging in that level of obvious stalking, and they're being prosecuted as the people of the state. The entity's doing this while they are sharing in that conduct as co-conspirators of murder, sex trafficking, theft of property and assets, that is, wills and inheritances stolen from me, insurance policies, fraud, engaging in what is my due process right to notice regarding court hearings while they kept me kidnapped. And this is what the gang stalking that they were engaged in, as they thought that driving someone crazy, which they anticipated gang stalking to do, was going to help them with their false narrative that if you are mentally ill, then that means that you are the person that gave everybody HIV. That's literally the logic that they exercise there. That doesn't even make any sense, but that's requiring a corrupt judge. That's what that's letting you know. Okay, because that's literally what they were going for. Not only is that not happening, gang stalking will never equal mental illness for anyone, including when they're gang stalking someone that has a pre-existing diagnosis. For example, say that you have in one way or another been subject to this system that curses you, and you ignorantly have accepted some diagnosis from some demon telling you that you're depressed and that you have a pre-existing mental health disorder because of depression. That's a spirit, and you are not mentally ill. But nonetheless, say that that's the case and they gang stalk you. That is not creating any sort of anything regarding mental illness at all. And I'm just giving you the example of they can even state that you were mentally ill, and because of that, that's why you think you're being gang stalked. No, you're being gang stalked. And it will never become legally relevant under the law to even address that. In fact, the entity that is gang stalking is being declared as mentally ill, and they're going to be subject to martial law. It's the exact opposite. In fact, the criminal system and the ways in which the entity's criminal objective were designed to work is that which is flipping on its head. That's called karma to the non-believers. That's called judgment. Reaping what you sow, as Christ Jesus, who rules everything, would describe it, who dictates it, and witchcraft cannot see your way out of that. You are literally conceding to your own mental illness while you engaged in that, because it's actually happening, and this will never serve to defame anyone. The entities engaging in this, and they're doing so with their children who are mentally ill. The entities engaging in this with the police who are mentally ill. The entities engaging in this with the ambulances, the EMTs, and the fire departments who are mentally ill, by virtue of the shared, identical, and malicious and deranged pattern of conduct. Oh, we've got a body on this gurney and we're carrying it out under the fake sun into the ambulance. We've got our sirens, we've got our uniforms, we've got our notepads out, and we've got our our equipment in order to bring this person back to life, because this is very serious and nothing else is happening other than what we are exemplifying is happening. And the entity is stalking in the same manner by planes and helicopters. That's the mental illness right there. That's called malice, and they're going to be committed. That takes a lot of money also. That's where you're getting to the prosecution of Paul Leon. Financing for terrorists that are not even engaged in ambulance services. They're not even engaged in law enforcement. They're stalking me, which I've also surrounded them with evidence. The entity is engaging in this P.O.C. and they have served to have themselves committed. And they are very much envious of the person that they knew beforehand, who they were scared of beforehand, was going to do exactly this. Show them to be the demons that they are and stop them dead in their tracks. And cutting up my shoes at night, putting needles in my body, I just want to be clear. You have reaped what is life sentences in prison. When you're going to prison, you're not getting out, Mike Lorenz. I hope you know that. You're not getting out in 3 to 5. This is an entity, the homosexuals that are stalking in commercial planes, Southwest Airlines, you are going to be permanently landed. You're not existing. You have demonstrated more than adequately. You've passed the threshold for demonstrating the fact that the federal government shall shut you down because of the unstable conduct that you've engaged in, which is putting a whole nation, which is the rest of the globe, so that you don't go outside of the U.S. either, threatening people, gang stalking them, and threatening the safety of others because you want to kill yourself. That's why you're gang stalking. Your suicidal tendencies are noted with regard to your psychopathic disorders, gang stalking other people. The entity's engaging in this, and this is relevant to the entity that's put holes in my clothing, that has engaged in what is stealing my property, that has engaged in what is damaging my personal property, that has engaged in what is, as of late, while I'm sleeping outside and you stole everything. I don't even have the clothing that I bought in London that I can't replace. You stole that, even though you can't fit it. You can't fit none of that cellulite. You can't fit none of all of those inches. You can't fit that egg shape and those chicken legs in it, but you stole it though. And that's all your concern is that nobody sees me in it. You can have it because you're still going to prison. I don't need it. I'll prosecute you, like I said, in the desert in a room with a toilet in it, and you're still going to prison because I don't need those things to prosecute you. You're a demon and you are beneath me regardless of what I'm wearing, whether I'm fly and my nails are done or whether I have a whole bunch of new growth and I need to redo my individuals. I am still above you with regard to my inherent ability to prosecute you with your back to me and my eyes closed. This is the P.O.C. That is relevant to the mental illness shared by those that are obsessing over me. This is why they take shifts gang stalking. They don't have their own identity. They don't have a purpose. They are around engaging in what was going to be a failed endeavor at the outset and engaged in that which they cannot do. Christ Jesus has already dictated what is going to happen, and you're going to watch the federal courts around this country rule in that favor, okay? You're going to prison, and you will be identified nationwide as terrorists. And in the spirit, everyone knows that that means that you're demons. This is the P.O.C. The entity is engaged in what is damaging the bottom of my shoes, and they're going to compensate me for that. And that is not merely the price of these Reeboks that I'm wearing. It's much more than that. The damages behind stealing my umbrella is not the price that I paid for it at Didi's. The damages behind stealing what is my ability to gainfully be employed as a practicing attorney. You're talking about what is years and interest upon that, where I would be. It's, again, something even at that level within this system, this Satan system. It is still something that you never could have accomplished. And I'm talking to all of you. Because as an attorney, I'm doing it outside while I'm sleeping outside. This is the entity that is very much threatened and envious of who I am. And that's why they sink to the pathetic level of putting holes in my clothes, going through my underwear drawers and damaging my undergarments, obsessing over it, sniffing it, rubbing it against themselves, and engaging in what is incestuous sexual activity. That's what Tracy Banks and Jason Fields engaged in while they worship me, while they stalk me, while they gang stalk me. And you are not getting any sort of spiritual power from that. That just means you're mentally ill. And while they do that as homosexuals in planes and helicopters, that means that they're mentally ill. Everybody that's dressed up in costumes, gang stalking, you're mentally ill. It's called psychopathic disorders. And this is because an entity that is in fact demon possessed, which you are looking at, witnessing the evidence being presented to you while I simultaneously prosecute in tribunals, with evidence proving that they're both mentally ill, i.e. demons, and they're also criminals engaging in what is unprecedented conduct. That gets to the level of the pathetic nature of merely damaging my shoes because you're scared about where I might walk the next day to prosecute you. Okay? This is the entity that would like to suggest that has defamed my character and would like for you to think that they're better than me, that they're above me. And you can't even articulate clearly. Your nouns and verbs can't even agree. What have you been educated in? Other than how to engage in what is the most sexually perverted acts that you could perform on somebody to steal their attention. While I gain attention through intellectual conversation. Okay, there's no comparison. The entities engage in what is absolutely barbaric, animalistic behavior, and I do describe the demons in the ways in which they are. They are pathetic. And the entity can never engage in what is speaking truthfully about anyone else when they cannot be honest about themselves. There is no basis for this entity to diagnose anyone's mental illness when it is put at the outset while they are gang stalking as a whole system, which is the purpose for them having kids. It's the purpose for them having jobs. It's the purpose for them even being in the location where they're at, stalking me. It's the P.O.C. This is the entity that's engaged in that, and this is the entity that's engaging in what is damaging my personal property, which is relevant to the municipality, the state of California, that's going to compensate me for it. Every company, the people of the state themselves, and I don't care if you are broke living outside like Eddie that doesn't have 2 pennies to rub together, they're going to compensate me for it. The people of the state are going to be financially responsible toward the one that they have levied war against. And this will teach the rest of the world what happens when you levy war against an American citizen that has the authority to do something about it. This is P.O.C. It is currently 4:39 p.m. This is the entity that's engaged in that. And I want to be clear, Mickey and Myra, federal prison, like I dictated the other day. Mickey's obsession with me, she's going to be able to think about it for a long time while she's sitting in prison. Okay? And Dylan of Securitas, that's the mop head in the morning under the fake sun at 6:37. This is the same employer. This is Leo at nightfall, gang stalking with impossible light under the fake moon with the same entity. This entity engaging in kidnapping with the demons of the Ontario police. The entire workforce of Securitas is going to prison. All right, Securitas, that's a gang stalking company, is surrounded with evidence of targeting me as a corrupt company with the U.S. military, with the people of the state, and the third parties such as Dylan, such as the demon with the multiple weaves, and the mop head early in the morning, and Leo at night, that are engaged in the pattern of conduct. And it's beyond 2026. I've got the old bitty gang stalking inside of the OVITT Family Community Library. That was Securitas. They're engaged in the P.O.C. And unless she is in hospice getting ready to die, you're witnessing what is coming for you, which is the long arm of the federal law. You're listening to me prosecute you now, and what's going to happen is that I'm going to find you and you are going to prison, just like I said you were when I encountered you and you engaged in kidnapping as an entity. You're going to prison. And the entity that is gang stalking in the background, Union Pacific, this is an entity that is hostile to my authority. But the reality is that it doesn't change what is my authority. And that's period. That's period. Okay? Cutting up my shoes, poisoning my food is getting you committed. Stalking outside, you're doing your demon-possessed children a favor so that they can learn what they ought not to do, because that's exactly where they're going to end up if they grow up doing what you're doing, because you're going to prison. It's not changing the circumstances at all. It's not changing. These airline companies are going to be permanently landed. This entire community, this is the state that's going to be subject to martial law, and Gavin Newsom will not be able to prostitute the system, stealing and gaining money from the federal government under false pretenses, while he is not reporting the fact that he is financing and leading as a terrorist in California, criminal surveillance, which is very expensive, and it is the reason why there is a deficit regarding funds and that which he claims that he is concerned about, but not really, because that's why you have people like me that are sleeping outside that he is keeping under surveillance. He is aware of everything that I say and do as I do it. And that is the inability to do that. Martial law is cutting off the state of California, where the demon possessed are going to be where they belong. Outside, but not gang stalking out anymore. They're going to be living outside. That's the P.O.C. It is currently 4:42 p.m. I just want you to see Eddie. He's going to prison. That's the helicopter activity. I'm going to show you the fake sun. While the entity is flying over my head by helicopter. This is exactly what I was describing when the gang stalking teenagers, which is why the Ontario police are being disbanded, terrorism with minors. Entities engaging in this pattern of conduct, and that's the helicopter that was, again, engaging what is targeting me last night, flying in circles for 5 minutes on video, doing so with the elderly. Okay, this demon, he's a very angry demon-possessed psychopath. And he's gang stalking, you'll see in the images, while the entity is stalking my commercial plane. He knows that he's documented. The entity engages in what is incriminating them for prison. And this is already an aged vessel who will likely expire in prison. He's gang stalking with the entity that is stalking by helicopter and stalking me. This is the fake sun. And this is the fake sun that's present while United Airlines is flying over the senior citizen complex. Doing so at 1:22 p.m. It is currently 5:17 p.m. The entity is keeping the fake sun over the Upland Public Library yesterday while I'm standing at the staircase. Look at the video. They're stalking while they're crossing path, and so is Eddie. Eddie's going to prison. This is the ongoing video evidence speaking to what is mental illness while you're engaging in the P.O.C, which is not questioned. So you're looking at somebody that's gang stalking. Gang stalking is to murder somebody. And you're gang stalking knowingly and intentionally. That's why the train sound. That's why the helicopter just flew over. That's why the entity's been maintaining plane activity. He's a part of the population that's just taking turns gang stalking, and he's engaging in what is conspicuous surveillance, and he is going to prison for it. Okay, this is the P.O.C. This is the entity that's doing so at 5:17 p.m. and this is the entity that's doing so while the fake sun is here at 6:37 a.m. As a matter of video. He is going to prison. Okay, the elderly third party routinely engaged in what is this will be federal prisoners who are routinely present at the senior center. These are the vagina monitors while they're on an air tank, can't even breathe by themselves, can barely walk, gang stalking until the day they expire, until they take that dirt nap. This is the entity that's engaged in, they are the living dead, and that's the entity stalking by helicopter while they are targeting me. All right, this is where the fake moon is at night, right? And the Securitas employees are all going to federal prison. This is speaking to what the entity is doing while they were doing their dance routines in relevant position to me, where the fake sun was right here over me, where the fake sun rising and where it is setting. That's exactly what you saw, our mental illness as it's exhibited by those under the age of majority, and those under the age of majority will be prosecuted as terrorists. The Ontario Police Department is routinely monitoring with minors. The OVITT Family Community Library are sex offenders routinely monitoring with minors. The people of the state are routinely monitoring with minors, which is why this population will be, as it is shown to be so barbaric and corrupt and sexually perverted, which they share with minors. No mystery that they're engaged in sex trafficking, which you will learn while the facts of this case are unfolded before the world. The entities engage in this pattern of conduct, and they do so in the mentally ill manner of being under the fake sun. Guess who's under this fake sun in the morning? C. Gerber. His partner is going to prison, and so is he. This is mental illness by the entity. This is P.O.C. This is the entity that is maintaining this fake sun in the morning, and this is the entity that is mentally ill while they expose their own criminal conduct. The gang stalking commercial airline companies that are stalking over the senior citizen complex are being federally prosecuted for this pattern of conduct that they share with the U.S. military, exhibiting mental illness while providing instrumentalities of interstate commerce. There is no mystery here. This is the P.O.C. and this is what they were also doing last night under the fake moon. Yeah. This is the pattern of conduct, and these are the mentally ill that are very much hostile because their envy is what I've included in the evidence of the podcast. While they put needles in my feet, they're going to prison. They're being committed. They're poisoning my food. This is the entity that's doing. That's a polluter. Mike LORENZ is going to prison under all circumstances. But this is the entity this is the entity that's engaging in gang stalking with psychopaths that look to the side. You see that? This is what you're diagnosing. Eddie's going to prison amongst many, many others. But this is the entity that's putting holes in my clothes while they're envious of me. These are demons that are so hostile, they would risk the whole world looking at what it is that they're engaged in. The entity's engaging in psychopathic pacing. There's another plane up there while they're pacing above. And that's Paul Leon, the Ontario City Hall. That's Representative Paul Leon who's going to prison. That's the P.O.C. Holding hands with the demons that are under the fake sun are the demons that are gang stalking. The drug addicts engaged in the same thing last night. All right, they're monitoring. And College of Laverne, everything that they're flying over is going to be shut down. Everything. The College of Laverne University of Law is not a law school. You're not going to practice law, gang stalking at that institution, and they're being federally prosecuted. This is P.O.C. All right, that's called criminal summoning. While you're looking at the chunky one and the skinny midget, they're both engaging in the pattern of conduct together under the fake sun while they're gang stalking with a demon and helicopter. And this is how they share in levying war, as though nothing is happening. This is how the population is engaging in surveillance all day long under the fake sun inside of the buildings, such as the library. This is where Mickey is going to prison. She engaged in criminal summoning when she engaged in what is summoning the agency that's sounding sirens now, going to prison. And this is psychopathic pacing. Alrighty, so when I say that you're looking at the entity sharing in mental illness, they're doing so under the fake sun that is present as of what is 9 hours, 6:37 p.m. And this is the entity that reviews the evidence against itself, is hostile because they are being subject to martial law, is engaging in what is psychotic, delusional behavior, as though they're not engaging in the pattern of conduct, which is not suggesting any sort of factual reality while they're engaging in the clear P.O.C. And it is a matter of judicial notice. Capturing in the same position at 8 in the morning as I walk in that direction is in the same position that it is at during 8 o'clock in the morning. Take a picture of the images. That's what's triggering the demons that are stalking. And this is, again, what is the prosecution for treason, and what is the evidence supporting what shall be martial law, and what is the entity that will be, again, receiving Gavin Newsom will be under no circumstances, nor will the next so-called governor. Based on California, that's essentially being shut down. Gavin Newsom will be under no circumstances, nor will anyone else under false pretenses requesting money from the federal government with whom he is gang stalking and not reporting to the people that this criminal activity is underway, and that's what he's financing. That's what's being financed. All right, this is the pattern of conduct. This is the P.O.C. Martial law is shutting down that entity, and that's the entity that will not be receiving any assistance from the federal government. All right, that's literally the evidence of that severe mental instability. Like I said, the evidence does speak for itself, and it is a matter of judicial notice. Not only the environment, but the behavior in that environment. While they engage in it, not only are they prosecuted with my evidence, but they're prosecuted while they keep the evidence under surveillance, and they commence to engage in this behavior. Jason Isaac Fields is going to federal prison, okay? I am not engaged in any sort of investigation or cooperation with the federal government. The federal government is targeting me in concert with the people of the state in furtherance of murder. Pay attention to Sarah's Regis Group while they're pacing together. I'm prosecuting all the apartment complexes. They're gang stalking while the entity is engaged in that pattern of conduct. Jason Fields is engaged in targeting in concert with his population, and this is what the entity is doing. Remember, when I'm documenting and referring to that terrorist on my social media, the entity is flying over my head by helicopter at the Upton Public Library, where I'm kept under surveillance, and Jason Isaac Fields threatens my life while he is referred to as the vagina monitor that he is, engaging in incestuous sexual activity with Tracy Banks, a fake mother that's obsessed with my vagina, who engages in things such as damaging my clothes because she doesn't have my measurements, and she never would. Neither did she when she was even my age. That's not my problem. Trying to kill somebody because you are not them, that's a federal crime. It's a federal offense when the government is aiding in that criminal endeavor. And that's the purpose of and the significance of stalking in helicopter. And this is under all circumstances federal prison for the people of the state. Alrighty, this is what is relevant to everything that you just heard me speak of on the podcast. It is as petty as clothes in my and theft of my clothing, holes and damages of my personal property because you cannot be me. Because you don't sing like me, because you don't look like me, because your hair doesn't fall the way mine falls, because your hair is not as thick as mine, because your skin's not as smooth as mine, because I'm outside and I'm sleeping outside and I still don't have any zits, because it doesn't matter what it is that you do, I'm still winning and prosecuting you, because I was never contending with you in the first place, not even aware of you, and you're still being humiliated, and you are serving my prosecutorial purposes while you admit to the federal courts that are going to prosecute you remotely for gang stalking and furtherance of murder. You're being prosecuted for treason. Things that you don't even know how to spell. This is why the entity engages in that. Engages in putting holes in my clothing. All right? And needles in my feet. Poison in my food. What type of sane person would engage in this in plain view? Sitting on the bench? Eddie's going to federal prison. He's already a convict anyway. Okay? He's going straight to federal prison. And you're not gaining any spiritual power by engaging in criminal activity in front of everyone. Neither is the camera going to stop rolling. Neither does the fake sun disappear. This is the evidence that's having you both convicted and committed. Say it with me, everyone. Convicted and committed. This is diagnosis via prosecution. This is the P.O.C. This is the entity that's engaging in that, and they're doing so while they are then triggered, while they obsess over me, obsess over my intonation as I speak the truth about you, being obsessed with my pores, my hair follicles, my cuticles, the way in which my nails grow naturally because I don't have to do anything to my skin for it to, the pathetic ways in which you are envious of me because you are cursed demons who are hellbound, and you're also going to prison, and you prove your inferiority by climbing in a helicopter. Severe, serious terrorism because you want to be me, because you wish that you had my vagina. That's literally what your problem is. And you're a homosexual. You're not even into women. You don't even like your wife. You all don't even like each other. You hate your cursed children. You're stalking me and they're stalking me. You're training them to be that which they will never be. There is no training to still a position that is given by authority of Christ Jesus. It doesn't exist. and you're going to expire in cells. This is the entity that is, again, Mike Lorenz, like I'm going to repeat it again, you're not getting out. You are not getting out. You're not doing 3 to 5. I just captured the entity stalking and get by helicopter. That's Mike Lorenz engaging in retaliation. That's Tracy Banks engaging in retaliation. That's Eddie, a psychopath, right here while he's documented, looking down like a psychopath engaging in retaliation. Those are the demons that are gang stalking, mad because I'm documenting their wicked, demon-possessed, gang stalking children that are hellbound, that are engaging in criminal activity, and they're engaging in retaliation as an entity while you are under the fake sun and I'm documenting you engaging in terrorism. I'm prosecuting the law school, the demons of the city hall. I'm prosecuting the senior center, a funded means of terrorism. I'm prosecuting every apartment complex. I'm prosecuting the entire city of Ontario. And while that remains the case and does not change, you are providing evidence to the federal judges that are going to rule in what is my favorite with regard to the way the facts are inevitably revealing that you are severely mentally unstable, so unstable that not only are damages that are designed to deconstruct the corrupt companies like Delta Airlines, Southwest Airlines, Amazon Prime, FedEx, UPS, Frontier Airlines, etc., United Airlines, the entities engaging in what is criminal activity, which is necessitating it being isolated from the rest of the country. This is martial law, where you are no longer receiving privileges, entitlements, not a right to receive federal funding. Moreover, when they're creating and engineering emergencies in order to request under false pretenses money from the federal government, the criminal conduct, fraudulent behavior that the federal government is a part of, this is that corrupt system, but I've exposed it all, and the federal government is thereby relinquished from even engaging in it. Because there's no secrets anymore. The entities engaging in that, and California is being cut off while you're looking at an American citizen that has war levied against them while they're engaging in the pattern of conduct. Holding hands is not less threatening. Holding hands is showing how the mentally ill are united in targeting. While they're engaging in the criminal elements of monitoring, you're looking at the elements, while Humpty Dumpty and her midget mate are engaging in what is the pattern of conduct and her shadow overwhelms his. They're engaging in light activity, relevant positioning, while the entity is engaging what is lapse around me by helicopter. And this is immediately following everything that you just listened to in my podcast moments ago, because the entity is triggered by the truth. And while they're triggered, it's ongoing evidence regarding what you need to know. The reason why the entity is triggered is because I am explicitly speaking to the truth about their existence, which is the living dead have only continued breathing because they engaged in what Satan deceived them into thinking they would actually accomplish. They don't have a purpose, and they are very much fearful of impending death, which is what's going to happen. This is not witchcraft. This is the results of their practicing witchcraft, them killing countless people, them engaging in dark magic, black magic, voodoo that's going to affect them. It already is affecting them. You just witnessed a mentally ill person flying in circles over me. And I'm merely expressing my First Amendment rights to freedom of speech. And you're engaging in criminal activity. And then you're openly exposing the fact that you are not secretly anymore gang stalking anybody. That's the P.O.C. This is the fake sun at 5:30 p.m. That's the entity that's engaging in that same thing last night, which is relevant to what you saw here. The mentally ill are under the age of majority. The mentally ill are behaving in manners while they're sharing in the elements of monitoring. The mentally ill have always at the outset. It's never been a good act. It's never been persuasive. They've been engaged in murdering other demons like themselves. They've been engaged in setting up other actors within the system like themselves. They don't have any authority to take out a child of God. You cannot outthink, nor can you hide when you are triggered by that child of God that trumps you by virtue of position. And this is an entity that is not under any circumstances rebutting approval. Stalking in helicopters is putting you in prison, and you're going to prison like I said you're going to prison. This is P.O.C. This engaging in what is stalking in the path. This is a lesbian that's engaging in what is stalking another woman. The demons that study their devices under the fake sun, doing so with the dog that is a prop. Okay, this is a psychopath, and they go in the bathroom, crouching in bathroom stalls, studying their devices while they salivate over my vagina. These are the demons that are gang stalking in California. This is the P.O.C. Triggered. They're triggered because I tell you the truth about them. But the truth is that this homosexual is stalking a woman under the fake sun, engaged in federal stalking. I don't have to make up anything, and the entity is triggered because that is the case. Putting holes in my clothes doesn't make anything about me lesser. I remain the one that is in the position of supremacy, which is speaking to putting you in prison. I remain in that position of authority, and that is not changing. Satan doesn't have the ability to do that. And everything that you do with regard to delusionally acting in that regard is putting you in mental institutions and in federal prison. Do you hear me, Mike Lorenz? You're going to prison. This is the P.O.C. That Ontario Police Department is being disbanded while the U.S. military is gang stalking me with that agency and all of the entire population in Ontario, California, who are mentally ill cockroaches vigorously pacing all around me, including in the sky space. And it is an obvious pattern of conduct. They're so bad at it, it's all over social media. Their mental illness is a matter of public information. And there is nothing that you're engaging in, including gang stalking and damaging and stealing from and defaming, that makes that person less royal, that makes that person less in authority over you. You are inherently inferior, demon-possessed beings. These are the Nephilim. They're not even humans. And they are hostile because there are more of the inferior demons that are gang stalking, and they thought that this was a numbers game. You're looking at psychopathic pacing. And as I have put each of the cities against each other, Fontana's prosecuting Ontario, who's prosecuting Upland, which is prosecuting Montclair, which is prosecuting Los Angeles, and it's all prosecuting Nevada, where I'm in Las Vegas. It's serving to prosecute what is Kern County, Bakersfield. It's serving to prosecute where I am in San Diego. It's serving to prosecute all the demons that are gang stalking on the roads and the highways, because they are inferior in every realm, on every plane. Because you think it's about what you stole from me, and that illusion makes you better. No, first of all, there's no competition. I'm not concerned about you because you are inferior to me. And by the way, you stole what you got, and you're giving it back, and you're going outside. P.O.C. It is currently 5:33 p.m. That's the entity that's confirming that Tracy Banks has always been a grandma, obsessed with what she will never be. She wasn't even it when she was my age, and having sex with somebody that's mentally ill like Jason Isaac Fields does not change that. It makes him mentally deranged as well. He and she are going to prison. This is no cooperative investigation with the federal government. The entity is going to provide justice, but that does not make me any sort of partner. They were engaged in targeting me. They are being forced to do their job, and you are still going to serve the consequences. I am outside while the entity is still gang stalking me, and there is nobody that's stopping it. So you will not be standing next to me on any stage. There's not going to be any party, any celebration. And there has never been a partnership while I'm outside and you are learning about the details about what you were engaging in under the law and the ways in which you're learning how it's going to be prosecuted. That does not make you my partner. You cannot hire me when it is my case. You cannot recruit me when I am the one that is doing what you should have been doing in the first place. This is the P.O.C., and the entity is engaging in what is criminal activity against the one that is literally in the position to decide under the law what's going to happen to them. And what's happening is martial law. What's happening are involuntary commitments. What's happening is federal prison, deportation, massive loss of custody of the terrorists under the age of majority for their protection with regard to the mental instability that they suffer from. They will be also isolated from the American public for the protection of the American people. And they're engaging in this conduct in that specific environment, which is teaching the rest of the world that in the United States, the United States government is engaged in terrorism. And terrorism does not make, I want to be clear, any child of God inferior to Satan, who knows that he's beneath you. He just thought that bullying you was going to change that. And that would only be in your mind. So that's if you feed into that illusion. We're not living by illusions. It's the law that's putting you in prison. No illusions are putting you in prison. You're really going, and that's not an illusion. This is the P.O.C. This is the level of instability that you're faced with when a bunch of vagina monitors are mad because they're being called what they are. Being a vagina monitor and then having two daughters, being married and your wife and your girlfriend, you two don't even like each other, you're still a vagina monitor. In fact, you're a sex offender that's a threat to those young girls who are also gang stalkers. This is the reality of demons who are mocking, they're mimicking, they're imitating, like the fake sun imitating God's creation. The demon-possessed are imitating human beings. And that's what's stalking me in helicopters. And guess what? You're still going to prison. Paul Leon's there's a laundry list of people that are going to prison. And all you do is confirm why you belong in mental institutions. While you're sitting around damaging my personal property, which is your admission, your concession that you are indeed underneath my feet. A vagina monitor sitting around masturbating while you fantasize about my intellectual abilities that you will never be able to harness. You sit around stalking and you still don't know what's going on. That's why you're putting your criminal activity on the internet yourself, serving my purposes like the inferior beings that you are, demons. This is the P.O.C. I want to be clear. The entity is subject to federal prison. It's 5:36 p.m. And the entity that's gang stalking, like you saw here with those teenagers at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, that's the entity that's losing custody of children. That's the entity that is poisoning me at Stater Brothers, that is stalking me like you see in police vehicles, that's engaging in gang stalking in places like on the roads and the highways, even while I'm sitting in church and they're monitoring. That's the entity that is necessarily put under martial law. And that's going to be a serious, serious breakdown regarding this corrupt society. All right, that's the P.O.C. This is the entity that is highly delusional. And while they are suffering the consequences, which is going to help snap them out of that, they're mentally ill. And so they do not learn until they're subject to those dire consequences. And it will include poverty. And the government is not going to aid any terrorists. And that's exactly what the city of Ontario is. That's exactly what the state of California is. And that's exactly how federal law is going to teach them. You're not getting any funding. You're not getting any assistance. There's not going to be any housing. You're not getting any job as with regard to those that are able to maintain a means of being an employer and gain employment, because domestic terrorists are a threat and you're bad for business. You're not going to get a job either because it's going on your criminal record. They will be able to look you up on the internet across the globe as well, because this is international criminal activity. And this is the entity that will very much reach the point of what is being impoverished, where people like Mike Lorenz, who are going to prison and you're not getting out, you're not doing 3 to 5, like I said, and stalking me by helicopters with your homosexual buddies of the military doesn't change that. It exacerbates that. But these are demons. So they learned the hard way. He has to be locked up, and that's what's happening. This is the P.O.C. It is currently 5:38 p.m. What's happening at the OVITT Family Community Library is serving to put Sean Thrasher. That's under this fake sun at 9 in the morning. Mickey, that's under this fake sun at 9 in the morning. While I'm being gang stalked by helicopter, where you work, they're all going to prison. C. Gerber's under this fake sun at 10:04 and 10:17 on video. Under this fake sun with Southwest Airlines stalking. All of this is on video. They're going to prison. That's the long and short of it. Every single last one of them. And there is no such thing with regard to what is barring justice, because too many are going to prison. That doesn't exist. A population is targeting, and there is a ratio, a percentage of that population that's going to prison. This is P.O.C. That's the entity that is only harming itself. Those are the suicidal that engage in what is crashing planes and helicopters to kill themselves and other people. And that's why they're going to be subject to martial law. That's exactly why. This is P.O.C. All right, the video you just listened to, I just want to reiterate, there will be absolutely no communication, no reconciliation with any terrorist that are not helping me. While the entity is stalking me at nightfall, there's nobody that's coming around the corner and stopping them from putting needles in my feet. There's nobody that's coming around and rescuing me from the entity from damaging my shoes, because they're scared I'm going to walk somewhere. So they want me to stop walking around. This is the type of conduct. This is Trace, like I stated, this is what Tracy Banks would do when she was living in my apartment and up in California before I moved away from her, upon personal knowledge that this is a psychopath who's trying to harm me, who doesn't mean me well. So I moved away from her. I filed a 30-day notice and I immediately moved away. And this is when the ongoing defamation campaign, which is underway on the internet as well, and everybody that's got a prophetic word now didn't have one then. Okay, they didn't know anything about it while they were parroting this defamation. They were sharing in what is terrorism in doing so. That includes Jason Fields. While they were stealing, this is the P.O.C. by the government on the internet that were repeating lies of this vagina-obsessed stalker, Tracy Banks, who could never be me, even when she was the same age as me. Never. Okay, because we are related does not mean we are built the same at all. And that is exceptionally true regarding these cockamamie demons, these dunces, these lollipop, pickaninny, nappy-headed, gang-stalking IDOTs that are targeting me outside. These losers, in other words. Okay, these are absolute losers. They get up thinking about me. They come around gang stalking, and they have to even act like they're not, while everybody knows, but this is pathetic while I'm looking at you gang stalking and your behavior, which is also unpersuasive. And then the entity is going to follow up with, that's supposed to be the act of the people, while the entity is engaging what is blatant gang stalking by helicopter. That's coexisting. That's the system. They're engaging in that together at the same time. These are the demons that are, again, that are going to be committed together. But I just want to make sure that this entity of losers that engaged in targeting me at any point in the past, regardless of where you find yourself now, I'm not on social media holding a prosecution before the world because I need your likes and subscribes. That's not what this is. And that's not what it ever was. And with all due respect, I could care less about your opinion and your enthusiasm, because in the same face of being shadow banned, and in the same face of being defamed, in the same face of being harassed for what is the absolute truth regarding the pattern of conduct that you are ignorant about, while you are, and I want to be clear, demons like Tracy Banks and Jason Fields are not ignorant about the pattern of conduct. They are perpetuating the illusion that it's not happening. They're lying. That's why the entity is stalking me by helicopter. They're not ignorant about the fake sun. They're not acting ignorant about the targeted individual like they really don't know. They're not ignorant about the P.O.C. on the venue of the internet. Oh, well, we didn't know that that you were lying, and we didn't know because, Tracy and all the witches and the Masons, they were lying about your character, and that's not what's going on. These are demons. This is the kingdom of darkness. This is a system that's been an elaborate system that's been engaged in operation in this country and around the globe. So this is not about ignorance. The entity is, the only ones who are ignorant are people like myself who are subject to it. I don't know about the fake sun until I am given revelation about it. And then I'm telling everybody, because that's why I was told about it. And I'm also prosecuting with that because it's government. This is the reason why the Lord had me formally trained in the ways in which I was. But the demons are not ignorant. Eddie is a psychopath. He's not ignorant about the helicopter with which he is stalking me together. This demon may as well be sitting on top of it like riding a horse, screaming at the top of his lungs with his eyes bulging out and slobber coming out the side of his mouth, because he is stalking me and engaging in terrorism and ongoing egregious acts of violence in the same way while he sits there exhibiting severe delusion and psychopathic disorders, while he is looking to the left and the right like nothing is happening and simultaneously thereby engaging in the elements of monitoring. Okay? The entity is not ignorant about what it's engaging in. This entity is not ignorant about the fake sun. This entity is engaging in what is their act while the system is underway. And all I'm doing is putting a microscope on it. And I'm showing you, first of all, this is the system, period. It never changes. Second of all, let's analyze the behavior, because this is the mentally ill entity that are not even, they're demons. They're demon-possessed people. Meaning these are wicked people. These are the children of the devil that are here to influence many, many other people who are actually ignorant. California is not ignorant about the fake sun. California is engaging in an elaborate system of surveillance, and they're all demons doing so. The entities engaging in this conduct, and this is not about ignorance. They are not ignorantly engaging in the pattern of conduct. They're not ignorant about the environment that I'm prosecuting them in. They're not ignorant about the ways in which they are facilitating that P.O.C. And by the way, when you are engaging in a pattern of conduct, by virtue of that pattern, it is directly disproving ignorance. You're not ignorant because you're engaging in a pattern. Duh. If there were no pattern, that is evidence that you're ignorant. Somebody's ignorant. They don't know. They're not engaging in the same pattern of conduct. This is the entity that's engaging in it. And their pattern of conduct is their indifferent behavior. That's obsession. That's trying to disguise itself, and it's miserably failing. And the truth of that ongoing indifference is shown while they don't say anything. The helicopter says it for them. Okay? The ongoing psychopathic pacing by planes, it says it all for them. While they're hostile because they don't want you to know that they sit around masturbating, that they violate their kids and other children while they fantasize about my vagina, and thinking that they are, as Jezebel spirits, going to garner some spiritual power, and they're going to break into the spiritual realm, and they're going to steal my spiritual gifts, and then they'll be able to take over, and then they'll be able to triumphantly conquer me and drive me crazy, and then all of the evidence that I accumulated is going to miraculously be theirs, and no one's going to question what happened, and everyone's going to just forget, and it's just going to be that's what's going to happen. That's literally, again, too many scary movies mixed in with Disney fantasy. They're mentally ill. None of that's going to happen. We are far too down the evidentiary line for any of that to happen. None of that which the entity has conspired is going to happen. They're being prosecuted, and they're being fully exposed while being prosecuted. The demon-possessed family, the nuclear family that is demon-possessed, is being dissected for study and to expose the corrupt society. Okay? The government is operating through the population. And it is the mentally ill household that's perpetuating this system. That is the mask that the government wears. Now, the entities engaged in this, and I just want to be clear, no, there's this false narrative on the internet. They didn't know and people didn't know. And now you're informing people and they don't know. The people that are being gang stalked are the ones that don't know. Those are the ones that are being empowered with information that they need to know. All these demons know. And I've proven that to you. When the helicopter is flying in circles over me, where do you think that rage is coming from? So there's a point to where, and in the tribunal, common sense is not left outside either. There's a point to where you're going to apply your common sense. Common sense is not left outside of the doors of the tribunal. That is not how the practice of law is operated. That's not how justice is acquired and achieved at all. You don't leave common sense outside. Where do you think that rage is coming from? Because that's very much rage. While you're flying in circles, I got to get this out. It's literally, you might as well have a soundtrack. Because that's what the entity is stating when they're so frustrated because I speak truth about what's wrong with them. They're very frustrated about the way my shirt clings to me and the way that my silhouette looks because I don't get any plastic surgery, because I don't have any cellulite, because I don't have wrinkles and I don't have gray hairs, and because I'm living outside, but I don't smell and look like or behave or act like what they thought I was going to by being outside. Because when I have kids, my kids aren't coming outside demon possessed already. They're not being born cursed. They're not hell-bound, prison-bound future felons like the demon possessed are. They're actual flesh and blood people, not demon possessed, not the Nephilim, trying to cloak themselves like people while they're here trying to negatively impact a people so that they can go to hell with the rest of the demon possessed. That's not what's going to happen with me. And the entity is aware of that, who I am in the spirit. And that's why people like myself are gang stalked. It's very much spiritual, okay? And they are not ignorant. The people that are being gang stalked are ignorant. All the people that are watching on the internet, that are monitoring through tarot card readings, that are engaging in what is providing false messages as prophets, they're false prophets. No, you're not. Because where were your messages of confirmation when I was putting it on the internet and you were speaking and speaking to and confirming what Jezebel was saying? Where were your prophetic messages then? Because that's what a prophet is. Somebody that knows well before there's any sort of sign about what the truth is. When you were parroting that message that I'm a prostitute, and I wouldn't even shake your hand because your nails are dirty. I wouldn't even touch you. That's the reality. But I'm a prostitute, though. When the one that's stating that is the one that has sex for free, okay? For free, just for you to be her friend and stop talking to me, she'll have sex with you. And that's who you're listening to, who's double my age. That's who you're listening to. And by the way, while you're listening to her, you're also having sex with her. She's sitting on your face, as a matter of fact. You're drowning between her cellulite-ridden legs while she's also telling you lies that you are parroting on the internet. That's called criminal defamation. So this is where I want to be clear. You're going from being deceived to engaging in terrorism with the U.S. military, with the U.S. government. That's gang stalking. And there were nobody that were giving those messages then. That's the entity that's engaged in that. Where does that hostility come from? Where does that hostility come from? Common sense is not left outside when you're prosecuting. And it's a matter of common sense that I am clearly, and I have been from the beginning, from the first day of my documentation. You know what Jason Fields was doing on the first day that I was documenting video? He was somewhere bent over having sex with a man and engaging in what is sexual rituals with Tracy Banks and plotting on stealing more and more of my money. Because he thinks that he has a right to do that, abusing his government position because he thinks somebody's a bad person based on what somebody he's having sex with is telling him. In other words, he's a woman that engages in gossiping and practicing witchcraft instead of being a man and going out and making things happen. This is an entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct, and it includes Jason Fields, you were not there on day one. You were underneath Tracy Banks. You're not ever coming near me. I don't care how hard that is for you to understand. It's not going to happen. And so the entity that's doing its job, what it's supposed to do, does not make you my partner. We're never working together. That's not what's going down on paper. And I'm clearly articulating that in the future because that's exactly what's happening. You also don't have the authority to do anything about that. While I'm subject to kidnapping, threats of kidnapping, stalking by the kidnappers, ongoing harassment and threats of criminal summoning by those that summon the kidnappers, I will never be talking to you. It's never going to happen, and it's not about forgiveness, and this is about a prosecution. So that's where you and what you want to exploit my faith, which is none of your business. Because you being forgiven does not mean that you have any access. Because of what you've done, you're going to suffer the consequences. And the consequences include the world knowing that you literally engaged in gang stalking me. You defamed my character and you stole from me and left a woman outside. You're not anybody's husband material, let alone mine. I've certainly established the fact that it is only in my silence and behind my back while I'm being gang stalked and kidnapped that you could ever successfully try to defame my character. I literally have to be underneath the ground for you to get away with that. Because the spiritual authority in my pinky shows that you are lying out of the side of your mouth about who I am while you want to be me and while you've stolen from me and stolen my identity and had sex with everybody that was ever associated with me while you worship me and while you necessarily violate the law and all policies in every court. In doing so, targeting me. That's the one that's gossiping about me and defaming my character. The one that wants everything that belongs to me, my identity, what it is, my authority, my access, who I am. That's the one that's defaming my character. And it represents a whole entity, an entity of demons who are silent while they speak uniformly as helicopter activity commences at the OVITT Family Community Library. Those are the psychopaths, the population of them who are going to be under martial law. And that includes Jason Isaac Fields that I will never, ever have a conversation with. Nobody cares that you've had a change of heart. I'm tired of repeating the same. This is a demon that is monitoring in the spirit. You are literally an enemy, spiritually speaking. I do not owe you anything. I have no obligations to you. And whatever it is that's going to happen with regard to my being exiled out of this circumstance, it will not include Jason Isaac Fields. He is absolutely irrelevant in the same way that he was trapped between Tracy Banks' thighs while he should have been doing something else. But he did what he wanted to do, and that's because he is a demon and he is not anybody. He's not anybody's. I would not encourage anybody to touch that, but that's your prerogative. But he is certainly not any sort of future associate, friend, companion, romantic prospect, or husband. Not at all. I'm not marrying anybody's ex-spouse. I'm not going to be second wife to anybody. And I certainly am not going to be the one after you were having sex with men. You are certainly not going to be associated with me at any level after you stole from me and gang stalked me. And you are delusional to think that that is the case. You are being embarrassed because that is the reality. And that is a part of what is your judgment. The truth coming out about what you are and what you did to any person, a human being, let alone a woman. No man engages in that to any woman under any circumstances. And this is the cult that are Masons. Okay? While they sit up in Catholic churches, they sit up in Christian churches, they sit up in these denominations that call themselves Christians as well. And these are actually Masons. These are cult members. And they engage in what is yielding influence by actually maintaining cult-like culture. They're maintaining cults while they are calling themselves Christians and maintaining the facilitating venue where I'm being gang stalked. They're not even believers. The Masonic cult is engaging in what is maintaining the pattern of conduct with the Masons are in the military. They're in law enforcement. They fill the population. They are engaging in this criminal pattern of conduct. They are doing so, and I just want to be clear, they are the ones that are influencing pop culture. They're all over social media and on television. They're influencing you in every area of society. And these Masons are obsessed with my vagina. They're cult members. They're demons. Okay, they are the vessels of Satan, and they're obsessed with vagina because they're sex offenders, but because they are deceived by Satan, they believe that they are getting some sort of spiritual authority and power. They're seeking it out, in fact, while they do things like have sex with animals, have sex with children, have sex with people against their will, engage in what is sexually violating someone that is spiritually gifted like myself. When actually all they are, which is the pattern of conduct proves, because their witchcraft isn't working. And so this is letting them know what they were from the beginning. You're just a bunch of sex offenders and pedophiles, thieves, charlatans, weirdos that will never be around me. No cult member is going to be affiliated with me. I'm not breaking bread with you. And this is not about your feelings. In the same way it wasn't about mine, right? It's okay. It's okay for a woman that you know, under any circumstances, to be left outside while you have sex with her mom and have sex with other people because of whatever you heard. Whatever you heard, nobody cares. And I'm not going to have a conversation about it either. And this is what you're getting. Because you are acting like a woman who needs closure, this is all the closure that you're getting. There will never be a conversation. And if you ever violate me and come into my presence, it's nothing other than additional charges. Period. Any and everything that's going to happen with regard to my being exiled from this circumstance does not include Jason Fields. The home where I'm going to live, what I'm going to do, whatever it is that I choose to do, if I do it as a matter of vocation, work, whatever field I go in, whatever it is that I choose to do with my money and property that were stolen from me and that which I'm going to gain through prosecuting this entity, has nothing to do with Jason Fields. He's not giving me anything that's owed to me. He is not going with me wherever it is that I go. Even if I were to choose to disappear, Jason Fields is not going where I'm going. I am being protected from him, and he is not to be informed of my whereabouts. And it is criminal activity were he ever present with regard to my being exiled from this circumstance, and the federal government needs to recognize that. He does not have any authority, and he is not going to entangle himself in that. And that is exactly what I've stated. There is no partnership, there is no agreement, and this is not that. This is me enforcing my rights because Jason Fields first tried to kill me. And you are not going to then take any sort of unilateral role in stating, well, now I'm on your side, and now, no, you're not. No, you are not. Period. This is the consequences of gang stalking anybody, a child of God. And you were, in this circumstance, I don't have to choose to deal with you. And I choose not to, because you would do that to anyone. Hopefully you do better. Hopefully you figure it out before you close your eyes and wake up in eternity, because you're going to burn in hell if you don't. But that's not my problem either way. That's not my concern, and you are not my obligation. My rights, though, are what you will respect. That's what you are going to respect. And it needs to be publicly known that what Jason Isaac Fields did is not only criminal, it's demonic. And he changed the trajectory of his life, possibilities for himself. I'm not concerned about that either, because it's not a matter of my loss, that's his loss. And that is the case with any of you that are subject to the same thing. Your family targeting you, fake friends are targeting you. It's because you are called of God. And I want to be clear, the Lord Christ Jesus himself was targeted. He was isolated and did nothing wrong. So this is a part of what is your testimony. And we are not going to be beyond our teacher, Christ Jesus. So in other words, if it happened to him, who are we to think that it shouldn't happen to us? That's exactly what you should anticipate. And that's what makes us more than conquerors. That's what we have in common. And those that walk with Christ, we're going to have a similar testimony of being persecuted. It's going to happen. And people like Jason Fields who target you are those that are not worthy to be in your presence. But that is you, and you do as God calls you to do. But I am not led to, nor will I. And as I exercise my discretion, Jason Fields will not be in my camp. It's just not going to happen. You're not going to engage in this and then think that you're going to benefit off of association with me, and that's exactly what it is, and you will not. Everything that you gained off of targeting me is that what you are going to lose. And it's going to be public information about how you gained it in the first place. And never mind, you're being apologetic about it now. You're going to pay me what you owe me, and you're going to stay away from me while doing it. And that's the way that it is. All right, my husband is somebody that would never engage in this. My husband is somebody that is not already gang stalking me. My husband is somebody that knows Christ Jesus already. My husband is somebody that is not interested in being in cults, that is not seeking identity, that is not engaging in the filthy, disgusting things associated with cult membership. My husband is somebody that is secure in his manhood and his identity in Christ. My husband is somebody that is perfectly fine and confident and single until he finds the woman that God has for him, while he is walking in obedience to that which is a king worthy of that counterpart. That's who my husband is, who did not have sex with Tracy Banks, who were not sitting around gossiping like a female, who are not sitting up taking shifts gang stalking me, who are not sitting up lying in the background, still in denial about what I said is going to happen and is not going to happen. Period. That's who my husband is. And I have never met him. I have never met him. This is the P.O.C. I want to make sure that this is clear, because this is about what a real man is. Satan is out here painting a picture to deceive you. This is what Jason Isaac Fields lost out on, believing the enemy. And you sacrificed very much doing that. Don't be like that. What these celebrity couples are illustrating to you, or demonstrating to you, is a lie. It's a lie. They serve Satan, and they sacrifice other people and themselves for what is not even the real thing. A real man is one that knows Christ Jesus, and that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to preach, but a real man, you're not even a man if you don't know the Lord God who created you. He shows you what a real man is. A real man would lay down his life for his wife, for his counterpart, for a woman who is, even if it's not your wife, who would never leave a woman to be abandoned, to leave her for dead. And then you're confused and confounded about why she will never, ever associate with you in the slightest manner. You're not a man engaging in that, and you are certainly not a man while you still can't figure out what the problem is at this point. And you are not a man while you continuously violate her and refuse to respect her wishes. Because while you did that, a man is able to accept the consequences about what he did. And a real man doesn't have to be told that by a woman. That's period. This is P.O.C. I do not have time for it. And what's so sickening is that the entity's been lying for so long about who I am, while you've been given a lot of false impressions, which I don't care. Like I said, I'm not here for likes and subscribes. Okay, people that are now supporting, you're the same ones that were lying on my character. I don't care if you support me. I don't care if you support me while I'm doing what the Lord God called me to do. I don't care about that. I do what I do as unto the Lord. I care about what he thinks about me. And that's all that I'm ever going to be consumed with, because man will flip on you like that. I know it. My relatives are a direct example of that. And if you were not there, if you were not a hero to me while I was by myself, I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. It's not happening. What the opportunity you had was then, and you didn't get it. It's not now. It's too late. I got it. It was then. That's when you were supposed to stand up. That's when you were supposed to be courageous and not care about what everybody thinks. And what everybody thinks is that they want to be me. You were the one falling for the lie. They don't think that I'm trash. They don't think that I'm beneath them. It's the exact opposite, fool. The exact opposite. That's why they spend millions of dollars stalking me annually. Which is not a compliment. It's pathetic. While they are out here trying to perpetuate the exact opposite, it's pathetic, but it's okay because I know the truth. That's why I'm prosecuting pertaining to based on the truth of the matter. And the truth is inevitable. The truth cannot be denied. And the truth is, those that were on the wrong side of the law, while you targeted me and you did not help me, you found yourself in bed, you were engaging in all manner of embarrassing things that you don't want to talk about now, while you were defaming my character about things that I would never do, while you've been keeping my genitalia under surveillance, you think I'm going to talk to you? The reason why is because you are mentally ill. You actually are. You're delusional. That's what that is. Because it's never going to happen. And that's because you do not know me. Because I actually do have standards. And just because I was kind and gracious and patient, and that is because of the person I am, but also I don't know that you're monitoring me, that you're a predator, that you're a psychopath, that you're demons. The Lord at a certain time revealed that to me. And that was for your benefit, because you were being tested about what you were going to do. And when the veil is removed and you made your decision and everybody is standing where they're standing, you're staying right there. And this is not about not being forgiven, but you're staying right there. That's where you were. You're not going to, after the fact, come over. That is so unfair to me. And you will not be permitted to disrespect my experience in that regard. I'm the one that slept outside. I'm the one that's being battered at night. I'm the one, and you want to claim that you're a husband. No, you're not. If you were a husband, I wouldn't be outside subject to this right now. It is speaking directly to the lack of manhood, not the presence of it. Your wife shouldn't be outside being gang stalked. Your wife shouldn't be learning that you were having sex with her mother. Your wife isn't the one that would be targeted and being defamed, which is what you participated in. I'm sorry. This is somebody that's delusional. This is somebody that dropped the ball. This is somebody that failed miserably and is lying and is in denial about the ways in which they cannot reconcile or make it make sense or make up for it. It is impossible, and I will not permit it. Period. And I'm the one that is in charge of making that decision. I am. God is not leading me toward that demon, and it's not going to happen. I'm not going to exercise my discretion to do so, in other words. It's not going to happen by virtue of what is necessarily the case. Not only am I interested in justice in the court, I'm interested in justice in real life. And justice is, oh, you did this to me once, and you will have association with me 0 times in the future. It will never happen. Hopefully you do better. Hopefully you appreciate those that are brought into your life, which maybe you'll understand maybe for a reason, and you shouldn't take it for granted. Whatever. I don't care, because you're not my concern. But that's a life lesson for you that you're going to learn, and you're going to learn it by not being in my life. You will not be permitted. It's not going to happen. There is no flowers. There is no chocolates. There is no, I'm not going to go anywhere with you anyway. I would never eat anything that you give me. I would never be asleep around you. I don't trust you. Well, this is common sense. It's so annoying. The stupidity behind these suggestions is so annoying. But you're coming out of a cult, honey. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. For you to be at that level in life, to join a cult, that level of darkness, you've got a lot of healing that you need to undertake. And I wish you the best in that, but you are not for me. You are not where I'm at. You're not what I need. You're not what I'm looking for. You are not on the level that I need my husband to be at. It will never happen. And that needs to be a matter of public information, because anybody stating that they have any sort of advances toward me or they have a lock on me are lying. I am as single as a Pringle, and I'm going to stay that way because I am being targeted, and the last thing on my mind is romance. This is the entity that is stalking in the spirit and seeking to find ways to interfere with and inject themselves into my life, which is delusional conduct. You were gang stalking me. This is how foolish the entity thinks I am. Like I'm going to have anything to do with you after you were gang stalking me. But then again, you thought it was a good idea to target me in the first place, not knowing who I am. You don't know anything. What do you know? You're under the fake sun. You looked up in the sky and learned more about yourself. What do you know? What do you know? This is the P.O.C. I just want to make sure that that's abundantly clear. While the entity is gang stalking me, this is the entity that has confirmed its own block status. That includes Jason Fields. You will not be having sex with people that I'm related to. You will not be engaging in stealing from me and creating this hardship in my life, and then thinking that you could ever even make it up to me like I'm going to give. You don't get the ability to do that. There's no such thing, and I'm not even going to defer to that. You're not getting the ability to do that. I refuse to. It's ridiculous. I've been outside for 8 years. Unless you were sleeping outside on the carpet, we know that you weren't. There's a laundry list of people who you were sleeping with. You weren't sleeping outside with them. This is the P.O.C., and the P.O.C. is speaking to the fact that you are blocked. Your name is documented in the People of the State on my website at thisisthepoc.com. You're blocked. I've referred to you on my X feed as those that have engaged in a series of violations where you already know you are blocked. It ain't happening. If I have to put it in those terms, if you don't understand when my nouns and my verbs agree and I speak grammatically correct, it shall not happen at all. It's not going to happen. As clearly as you hear that, play the tape back and listen to the helicopter activity, because that's your confirmation. It will never happen. This is P.O.C. All right, this is the entity that is still obsessively stalking, and doing so has been continuously doing so since the episode, the psychiatric ongoing breakdown that the entity had by helicopter while they are triggered by. And as a response to being triggered, they engage in more stalking, more obsessive conduct, which is the entity engaging in documented acts of retaliation. That entity is being federally prosecuted. And the entity is doing so under the fake moon. That's what this is. This is the ongoing mentally ill conduct. They engage in what is doing a U-turn right now. And then the entity is engaging what is stalking, following me. This fake moon, the whole crime scene follows me. That's the entity that's obsessed with me. That's the entity that engaged in stalking by helicopter, while all the obsessed demons who are hostile, because I'm letting the world know that the demon-possessed who are mentally ill give birth to those that are demon-possessed and are thus mentally ill. And then they engaged in what is stalking me. They're gang stalking future felon of minors engaged in the criminal pattern of conduct by stalking all around me. And this is speaking to the pointlessness of the existence of the demons, who are not taking over any world. They're not taking over anything. They're going to be taken over by martial law. Okay? And their gang stalking teenagers are going to be plagued with federal charges. That's what's going to happen. And they're going to infect each other where they're going to be stuck in California. This is the P.O.C. stalking me under the fake moon at the OVITT Family Community Library. That glare is kind of bright, so let me show you. This is where the fake sun is at. This right here is the light. This is the fake moon up here. That's the fake moon right there. This is the P.O.C. And this is the crime scene. while the entity engages in this is the supernatural. And this is also your understanding of how obsessed the demon-possessed population is. And they also announced it, and they've been announcing it for years while they've been engaged in the hallmark of stalking me by helicopter and exhibiting a psychiatric breakdown, which is why they're being committed and why they're going to be subject to martial law while they pace over me by helicopters. And the whole crime scene, the sky space, the fake moon, the fake sun, and everything about it follows me wherever I go, and so do the demons that are pacing all around, including that, which is Ontario Police. The vagina monitors themselves that will not be engaging in any law enforcement because they're not engaged in law enforcement now. Under the fake moon, they're stalking, and this morning, under the fake sun, they were stalking. That's the P.O.C. And they share in mental illness. This is the entity that is very much worshiping me, worshiping my opinion, worshiping what it is that I say, while they are gang stalking me. And their gang stalking me resulted in what is their being subject to what is a prosecution as a whole entity. And the government's going to lock them down with martial law. That's the reward. That's the P.O.C. It is currently 9:39 p.m. All right, the image that you'll see I just took at what is 9:44 p.m. It's an image of the entity that is obsessed with me. I have moved somewhere else, sleeping outside, and I'm sleeping at a location. Basically, I'm sleeping beside the same library where I'm at during the day. Nobody sleeps over there. Since I started sleeping over there, now the entity is stalking by sleeping. That's how obsessed with me they are. This is just giving you an ongoing vivid illustration. Not only have I proven it by prosecuting, I'm showing you bit by bit everything that they do is about the obsession with me. And this is the entity that is also obsessed while they're stalking me by helicopter, because I tell you, and because you're witnessing, and because they're mad that it's true and it's proven, because Satan wants to obsess over you. Satan wants to worship you. Satan wants to be you and mimic you, but Satan doesn't want you to know that you're valuable, and Satan doesn't want other people to know that about you. Then you engage in what is providing me tangible evidence of it. However, because they are psychotic with that ongoing contradictory desire and purpose, because they're demons. And then while they engage in what is lacking any self-control, I document their outbursts. While they're keeping me under surveillance, you're stalking and monitoring me the whole time. And because you're stalking and monitoring me, you act out. And the entity is sleeping at the location where I have been, where no one was sleeping. That's why I started sleeping over there. And now they're engaging in that. I just want to be clear. That's the entity that is absolutely psychotic with obsession. And the government's going to be prosecuted. That's also why I document. This is not bragging. There's nothing to brag about. We're a bunch of losers that don't have a purpose for breathing. And that is a true statement. The demon-possessed are here monitoring other people with a purpose, other people with a calling, other people that have a destiny. And they're sitting around obsessing and giving birth to demons because they think they're going to raise their children as Jezebels that are going to steal it from somebody else. They're going to burn in hell trying. It's not going to happen. But this is what an entity does. The curse that think they're going to steal from God's children. It's pathetic, and it's a population of them. And this is speaking to what is the practice of witchcraft. And I just want to be clear, those that are walking with Christ, they don't have a chance in hell. They literally don't. But they're mentally ill. And I'm showing you how to prosecute with tangible evidence. They're not in the spiritual realm doing anything. They are here in the 3D on earth, engaged in criminal conduct, proven with tangible evidence. And the entire the state will be shut down before they're engaging in anything successful, because it's not going to happen. You're going to witness that in California. All right, this is P.O.C. The entity that's obsessively stalking is following while the fake moon trails over me, and a population that's engaging in that pattern of conduct. And that's why Mike LORENZ is going to prison, and he's not getting 3 to 5. He's going to prison, and he's not going to be getting out. Based on the years of my documenting that agency that is stalking now, and has been stalking all day, and has been stalking for years, engaging in what is kidnapping as well. And that is prefacing the United States military stalking me in Ontario, the United States military that's been stalking me throughout California. All right, that's the pattern of conduct. Mike LORENZ is not the only one going to prison, but Mike LORENZ is absolutely going to prison amongst many others. P.O.C. It is currently 9:47 p.m. where the people of the state are demons that are obsessed with me. That is speaking to what is information that you need to know. The inferior race, who are the demon possessed, who are hell bound, who are soulless beings, are engaged in what are monitoring. Monitoring is the absence of any purpose by the demon possessed that merely want to appear like you and I. but when you are paying attention to what it is that they do and what they are doing in that environment, it's nothing other than the pointless existence of monitoring, and they're going to be put in the places where they belong. They belong in mental facilities, they belong in prison, they belong locked down so that they can engage in like something similar to, analogous to the living dead, where they can sit around monitoring each other, sit around attacking and stalking and obsessing and being busybodies amongst one another, because they cannot steal from other people, and they certainly cannot when you are aware of what the demon possessed are doing. All right, that's the P.O.C. This is documentation because I'm going to prosecute based on the ongoing obsessive. So that's just another example of the ridiculousness regarding the psychopaths that are obsessing over me. P.O.C. Habit is stalking. This is P.O.C. And this is the entity that I took a picture of that is stalking by sleeping at the location where I'm not sleeping. This is a demon that's roaming, stalking, and these demons are connected. This is spiritual, what they're doing, and it's mentally ill as you're going to prosecute the behavior of the gang stalker. They literally followed me. This is the fake moon. This is the mentally ill population that's being committed, okay? Everything inside of the Stater Brothers is pursuant to a criminal pattern of conduct. Village Shopping Center is being prosecuted, and I'm going to let you know what's going to happen. This entire shopping center is being shut down. All right, this is P.O.C. But there's more than a shopping center. Starbucks, that's on the record, gang stalking, the housing community, the city of Ontario is being prosecuted. They literally gave you that evidence right now. This is what I mean, federal judges who are watching. There is no reasonable question here. The hallmark that I spoke to at the outset regarding the identification of the terrorism, which is stalking by helicopter in that specific environment, it is planted over the senior center as I walk to the senior center, the Stater Brothers parking lot. In the way in which I travel, along B Street, along what is Vine Avenue, that's where the fake moon, in the same way that the fake sun follows, and the mentally ill are stalking by psychopathic pacing. This is a direct indicator regarding those that are mentally ill. 8WYA612, this is federal prison. All the employees inside of Stater Brothers are already going to prison. And this is, again, David Quinones is going to federal prison. 9KWH536. DEVIL 06, 8 Frank Henry 688, and also the entity is engaging in what is stalking with light. That's the customary conduct. The entity is engaging. They decided to utilize helicopter activity because what's typically happened, all these demons are typically in their vehicles, aiming light already, stalking, just like this, a sex offense. And this is the sex offender who's going to prison. License plate 9TF36. This is federal prison, stalking with the Ontario International Airport, the U.S. military, and that's a sex offender, a vagina monitor. That's the entity that's flying in circles, and David Quinones is going to prison. A grocery store full of demons are inside of that store where they're gang stalking. He's going to prison. It's P.O.C. Alrighty, so this is what you need to understand. Because these people, he's stalking right now. This is psychopathic conduct. They're going to prison. David Quinones, Edgar Reyes, Kelly Reyna, Miguel Velasquez, Irene Jara, Angela Negrelli. Every employee, you've got Lupe, you have Erica, you have, there's two Ericas, you have the employees that include Isaiah and and Amber, all the employees, in other words. And keeping your back to me is not forgetting. The indifference, that's the behavioral pattern. That's a psychopath, not an innocent bystander. Crossing path in the engineer light, 4 shadows with communication device in operation, psychopathic pacing. And the aerial surveillance. This is the pattern of conduct. And they follow, this is stalking. That's literally traditional stalking, that the homosexuals have engaged in such heavy stalking. I can prosecute for traditional harassment under existing laws, but this is domestic terrorism as a population. They're all stalking, okay? Gang stalking in this manner. I'm going to document her license plate. This is prison. And so are the employees of the Stater Brothers. She is indeed gang stalking. License 8LRD613, and then goes inside of the store to participate in psychopathic pacing inside of the store. 9 Thomas Henry Mary 295. The entire Stater Brothers employee are going to prison. Their vagina, like I've already documented, inside of the Stater Brothers. This is vagina monitoring. This is testimony regarding vagina monitoring. The demons that are trying to get into the bathroom when they're already monitoring already know who you are. The engineer light that's inside of that store. The fake sun that is rising and setting at this venue. The entity that is gang stalking with commercial planes. That's the pattern of conduct. Prison. David Quinones and everybody working at the store. This is P.O.C. It is currently 10:06 p.m. This is the martial law and Stater Brothers that's going to be shut down under martial law and the prosecution. That's P.O.C. I am referring to security cameras. And these are employees that are gang stalking. They're in line engaging relevant positioning. This is a mentally ill and corrupt population. He's going to prison. I believe that's Ricky, gang stalking me. I've already documented in his Camry with the same circumstances, stalking by helicopter. They're engaging in this pattern of conduct inside of the grocery store. And they share in what is sexual violence, monitoring vagina in the bathroom. The entity's literally flying in circles over the helicopter. This is the psychopathic personality disorders of those that are gang stalking. This is P.O.C. It's a prosecution of Stater Brothers. It is currently 10:07 p.m. That's the mentally ill and corrupt entity that engages in looking to the left and the right, because what are you going to look like when you're caught engaging in things as psychotic as stalking as a population and stalking with a helicopter, following one person, which is speaking to what is actually wrong with you. There's no facial expression, there's no smile on your face, there's no conversation, there's no purchase that you can make that is deviating from that criminal system as you see it at all. And moreover, the grocery store is under the fake sun all day, and the fake moon followed to this venue. These are psychopaths, violent sex offenders, and they are very much insulted by the way I document them, truthfully. That's the P.O.C. The entity is going to be subject to involuntary commitments. Remember, David Quinones is not only going to prison, the entity is being mentally assessed. By stalking me in a grocery store, this is going to result in involuntary commitments. P.O.C. It is currently, this is crossing path. This is, by the way, she's not just walking around, she's crossing path. This is on surveillance cameras right here, and it is currently 10:08 p.m. This is the criminal conduct of Stater Brothers. 9SSY184 is stalking obsessively in the path in the event that I walk outside. P.O.C. It is currently 10:08 p.m. Alrighty, it is currently, the video you just heard is the direct evidence of the very highly suicidal entity that is gang stalking and is experiencing real-time prosecution for that ongoing act of terrorism by the federal government in concert with the state government. And that's what you have while the city is monitoring, while the entity literally followed me from the OVITT Family Community Library, where they engaged in that documented act of terrorism of flying multiple times in circles over me under the fake sun at the OVITT Family Community Library. And as the fake moon rose in that same location at the OVITT, not only did the fake moon follow me to the environment where I'm at now, which is the specific environment at the Ontario Village Shopping Center, this is Stater Brothers, but the entity engaged in the same conduct of stalking, following from place to place to engage in the psychopathic pacing, which is literally the behavioral pattern of the entity that does so on the roads and the highways. It's not traffic. It is indeed stalking by pacing in the environment. So you're looking at the ongoing ritual, you're looking at the shared pattern, and it is on the ground and it is in the sky space with regard to aerial surveillance, and it's also the environment. The ongoing if you will, decorations, the ongoing accents in the sky space, that which is not possibly the sun that sat at the OVITT Family Community Library from 6:37 a.m. and I'm documenting after 5 p.m. on video, where also, remember, at the same time it's at the Upland Public Library yesterday evening after 5 p.m. If I recollect correctly, it was 5:10 p.m. This is where the entities engage in that, and they do so as they are, again, being prosecuted, being shown to be mentally ill, and are behaving in that mentally ill manner as an entire population. And this is the absolute ability to see mental illness that is no longer closeted, and this has been a threat to national security the entire time. This is a population that commits murder, that claims that people are missing, that claims that they're conducting investigations, that claims that they are maintaining what are searches for truth and justice in courtrooms where they're engaging in surveillance, where they are engaged in this very conduct. They know exactly what happened. They're the ones that committed it, and they maintain this illusion. That's what is stalking me from the library to the Ontario Village Shopping Center, and did so in helicopter. And this is documentation of what is vagina monitoring, okay? That's the P.O.C. The Stater Brothers, the venue itself is being prosecuted for the sex offense, of the perpetual sex offense, and the employees are being individually charged for what is federal group stalking and monitoring that is relevant to the perpetual sex offense. And what you hear is also relevant to what is a matter of judicial notice. Not only is it not a takeoff when you are hovering over the OVITT Family Community Library area, but you are even west of that location and you're hearing the same audible activity. This is the mentally ill entity that is exceedingly unwell and very much a potent threat to the American public, and this has been the case. Like I said, and these are the things I'm going to refer you to again. Kobe Bryant was an act of murder by this entity. in Los Angeles. That is a gang stalker. The Twin Towers was an act of terrorism by the same commercial airline companies, by this same United States government, in concert with those that are outside of the country, under the illusion that we were attacked by foreign terrorists who targeted us, unbeknownst to the U.S. government, that you are listening to gang stalking me right now in America. The United States government attacked us on 9/11. The entity that's engaging what are these plane crashes, such as what UPS is doing in Kentucky, such as what I believe it's Delta Airlines crashing into the military plane, that was an act of terrorism. That's what's stalking me from place to place, engaging in this. And that's a matter of judicial notice. While the entity is, not only are they not taking off, you're listening to the ongoing frequency of that plane activity. They are having psychiatric breakdowns while they are mentally ill upon engaging in criminal activity, and martial law is the absolute necessary result. This is the documentation of the airport that's engaging in a sex offense. This is unprecedented criminal conduct, and it's also unprecedented the way it's going to be prosecuted. The airport is being shut down, and the airport, before it is shut down, it's going to be criminally charged as a terrorist. That is the entity that's on paper that's going to be relevant to prosecuting it criminally and also holding it accountable with regard to a civil prosecution. And it's the same with the population, who are the people of the state. The entities engaging in this, and that's the same pattern of conduct. Every company and the population is going to be accountable to that targeted individual against whom they have levied war. And this is the mentally ill that are very much suicidal. That's the only reason why you would engage in this level of obviously committing a criminal act that is so egregious, such as terrorism. And this is, again, Mike LORENZ that is making a vow to the American people that he is a terrorist and that he is a threat to the public. And that is shared by that entire department. That department that has put its hands on me and kidnapped me and falsely accused me, targeted me while doing so and asserting that the municipal code is why they were in my face and why they were touching me with light, while they were doing so with the same people of the state that are gang stalking me now with that entity using helicopters. They are going to prison. They're going to federal prison, and they are going to be subject to involuntary commitments. That's what the entity of the Ontario Police Department and everyone else that I've documented are going to be subject to. And this is what you know while the entity is following me around under a fake moon and is stalking me and engaging in what is the ongoing exposure of mental illness, while their ongoing ritualistic conduct follows me around everywhere that I go. This entity just engaged in surveillance of my genitalia in the bathroom inside of Stater Brothers. And this is what Ricky, amongst every other employee, is committing. And it's not based on the fact of whether the rest of them are on or off of work. That entire workforce is being federally prosecuted. And those that are present, those that I've documented, they're all going to prison. The Stater Brothers personnel are going to federal prison. This is P.O.C. It is currently 10:22 p.m. This is documentation of bathroom monitoring. Alrighty, this is the entity that's engaged in ongoing pacing, right? So the vehicle crosses path and the helicopter crosses path. And that's relevant to those that are going to prison. I read their license plates. It's those that are inside of the store. The demon that's engaging in molestation, he's going to federal prison. The female that I document crossing path going into the venue, she's also on camera in line at the register. She's going to federal prison. Everybody that I documented is going to federal prison with regard to this iteration of terrorism, while the entity is gang stalking me, following me to the Stater Brothers parking lot. It is currently 10:25 p.m. You will see the entity that is stalking by helicopter flying over again. This is confirmation because those that I documented, they're getting locked up. So the entity that is mentally ill that's engaging in this is going to serve long terms in prison based on the ongoing engagement in terrorism as an entity, and they are going to federal prison under all circumstances. This is non-negotiable. This is P.O.C. It's currently 10:25 p.m.